Chapter 1 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. A birthday spent in disgrace. Somewhere in the darkened room, a clock struck. Its deep boom startled Rose out of sleep, and she sat up in bed, amazed and disconcerted to find that she had closed her eyes at all, so firmly had she determined to keep awake all night. It was reassuring to find the room still obscure, though the dawn light was beginning to steal between the chinks of the blind, and she could just discern the outlines of her sister's little bed and the white rim of the mantelpiece, upon which stood the clock she must at once consult. "I'm 9 years old today." The reflection, awe-inspiring and rather troubling on the score of venerability, rose to her mind and was blent with anxiety as to the exact hour, for it was only the last echo of the hall clock that had reached her. Rose crept out of bed and peered into the white face of the little timepiece. 5 o'clock. It was not too late, but she must make haste, for the fishing boats went out at 5:30. For a mere early morning garden excursion, such as she had clandestinely more than once enjoyed, a jacket over her nightgown had always sufficed. This infinitely more daring adventure, however, demanded the full complement of a lady's wardrobe, and it was at least 5 minutes before she felt justified in leaving the seclusion of her bedroom, unaware that her frock, which fastened behind, presented a ludicrous spectacle of irregular buttoning. Very stealthily she opened the door at last, casting an apprehensive backward glance at the flaxen head on the pillow in the bed next to her own empty couch. It did not move. Lucy was sleeping the sleep of childish integrity, and the criminal Rose went on her way down the back staircase, trembling as it creaked, till at its foot she reached the lobby where garden hats were kept. Snatching hers from its peg, she crossed the hall into the library, the door of which she opened with some trepidation. She dreaded to enter the dim, silent room, so unfamiliar in the gray dawn, and for a moment she stood hesitating on the threshold, half inclined to creep back again to the lawful shelter of her bed. Pride impelled her to go on. At the age of 9, if ever, one should be done with babyish terrors. It was only the library after all, and in a moment she would be out of doors. In spite of reason, however, it was with a beating heart that she groped her way towards the long window, whose heavy rep curtains almost shut out the light. To her fancy, a horrible malignancy lurked in their red folds, and she was possessed also by an insane fear of the 2 armchairs, which on either side of the fireplace loomed through the semi-darkness. It was only when she had slipped the window bolts and made her escape into the fresh, chill air that she drew her breath once more. Standing on the top of the shallow steps which from the library window led down to the lawn, she hastily surveyed the garden, as mysterious in the half-light as the room she had just left, but not terrible, only so fascinatingly strange that she caught her breath in a sort of ecstasy. The grass was all gray and pearly with dew, and Rose's flight to the path under the trees beyond the lawn was marked by a dark zigzag line where her feet had brushed the moisture aside. Under the trees it was nearly dark, but out of doors she felt no fear, and though the first sharp chirp of a waking bird startled her, she smiled delightedly, and smiled again with an even intenser joy when a rabbit dashed out of the grass on one side of the avenue, and with a rustle disappeared into the copse on the right. The path sloped rapidly downwards and ended at the white gate which led straight onto the beach. Long before she reached the gate, the sea, framed in the boughs of overarching trees, came into sight, pearl-colored, very gently heaving under a veil of mist. Rose ran along the beach close to the water's edge till she reached a slope that curved round to the quay. Here a little wooden pier, tarred and rickety, put out a crooked arm to guard the shipping which lay in its shelter, and the child saw to her great relief that the fishing boats had not yet gone. They lay huddled together in the tiny harbor, while men shouted and walked about on the quay, busy with coils of rope and great nets, which they flung to their mates, already standing or lounging in the boats below. Rose watched them with breathless interest. She loved the bustle, the stir, the shouting, and the sense of an adventure, the adventure of putting out on that vast gray sea. She envied the fishermen who would soon go sailing through the narrow channel between the pier and the cliff yonder, and at the same time, in the depths of her heart, she knew that if the unthinkable happened, and Rob should offer to take her in his dirty brown-sailed craft, she would be terrified and with shame refuse. She scanned the groups of men on the quay for Rob, and started when she heard his gruff voice behind her. "Marnin', missy. So you'm come along arter all. I thought you'd oversleep yourself, that I did." "Are you going to start now?" Rose asked shyly. "Just a-goin', missy. We're off, so to speak," said Rob, beginning to swing himself down a ladder, whose rungs clung to the pier wall like the limpets that elsewhere decorated its surface. "How long will you be out?" demanded the child, hanging on to the top of the ladder and bending down to speak to him. "All day and all night, missy. 'Ome tomorrow morning, p'r'aps." She watched him as he leaped from one to another of the small boats which lay between the pier and his fishing smack, the Eliza Jane. Its brown sails were being hoisted, and all over the harbor, in the different crafts, there was hauling of ropes and of anchors, fresh shouting, rattling of chains, the billowing of great canvas wings, as one by one the boats turned towards the harbor mouth. Rose turned too, and ran with all her might to the pier head, which she reached just in time to see the Eliza Jane leading out of the harbor into the open sea. Swiftly, one by one, the other boats followed, spreading their sails like brown butterflies as they glided past her on the water, which was like a huge opal now, shot with gleams of pink and green. The sun was rising, and the fishing fleet floated away upon a track of dazzling light which stretched to the far horizon. Rose leaned upon the wall and watched them, and looked at the flush, gently heaving sea, and heard the lap of the water against the piles of the pier, and the cries of the gulls as they rose and swooped and circled just outside the harbor. The smell of tar and seaweed was mixed with her sensations, which were all joy and exultation, and strange excitement, as though the secret and disobedient adventure of rising at 5 o'clock in the morning of her birthday to see the boats go out were somehow the prelude to a new and glorious life. She watched the boats till they were specks on the now blue and dancing sea, and as she watched, her mood gradually changed. It grew flat and depressed. The walk home seemed, in thought, very long, and she felt a strange disinclination to move. Yet move she must, for it was necessary to be in her nightgown and also in bed before 6:30 o'clock, when the servants might be stirring and Grandmamma awake. As she dragged herself from the wall and turned to go back, she came face to face with a tall, freckled boy. At another moment, Rose would have been glad to see Geoffrey Winter, to whose delightful mother she had wholeheartedly given her childish affection. His appearance, though she could not explain it since he ought to have been at school, probably indicated that Mrs. Winter had really and truly come home again after a long absence, and that in itself was sufficient reason for welcoming Geoffrey. As it was, she met his friendly but surprised face with the blank look of one who is past caring about anything. "Why, it's Rose!" exclaimed the boy, beginning to execute a rapid shuffling dance of triumph in front of her. "I say, Rose, I've caught you at your tricks. Where's old Ginger? Does Grandma know you're out? I bet she doesn't, and you'll catch it when you go home. Hulloa!" This after a pause in his monologue. "What's up? Why don't you say anything? You look pretty green," he added, struck by the pallor of her face. "What's the matter?" Rose feebly shook her head. "I don't know," she whispered. "Well, I think you're going to be sick," said Geoffrey with blunt directness. "Better cut along home." Rose tried to cut along, but she dragged herself so slowly that Geoffrey, looking after her, was moved by compassion. "Here, you hang on to me," he directed, running up to her and offering her the side of his coat, which she grasped for support. "What have you been eating?" he inquired severely. "Nothing," answered Rose meekly. a truthful reply by which anyone but a schoolboy might have guessed the cause of her indisposition. "I expect it's green apples," he suggested presently, even more sternly. "If so, it serves you right. Green apples are awful things for girls like you." Rose was silent, not because she had no inclination to refute Geoffrey's horrid imputation of greediness, but because she felt too ill to speak. Geoffrey was worried. They had reached the main street of the village by now, and he did not know what to do with the child, who was getting whiter and more white. "Look here," he cried, fired with a brilliant idea. "There's Cranach on the milk cart, just going up to your place, I expect. I'll ask him to take you." 2 minutes later, Rose was bundled into the back of the milk cart, and as it bumped and rattled up the village street, Geoffrey watched its progress with some concern. "She'll catch it if Grandma Lester's up before she gets back," was his unspoken reflection. Brook Hall, the Winter's place, was some little distance from the manor house where Rose lived in the shadow of the stately, unapproachable lady styled by the boy in his irreverence Grandma. The Winters were Mrs. Lester's nearest neighbors, and Geoffrey, the only child of his parents, though 4 years Rose's senior, was seldom indisposed to play with and tease her. During the holidays, he was often at the manor house, and a fortunate epidemic of measles at our preparatory school for rugby had brought him home again while the year was yet young and favorable to prolonged mischief. He strolled nonchalantly homewards, while Rose, faint and exhausted, continued her uneasy drive towards the manor house. One draught of the milk by which she was surrounded would have revived her, but she looked wistfully and in vain at the rattling cans, shy of making a request to a milkman too obtuse to recognize her need. They reached the cliff road to the manor house at last, and ill as she felt, Rose's horrible apprehension grew. If it was already time for the milk cart, it must be late, and Grandmamma was an early riser, and even if she hadn't left her room, the servants would be up, and if not they, then Miss Piddock would certainly have discovered her absence. By the time the man drove into the paved courtyard at the back of the house, however, she was too physically wretched to care what happened, and she scarcely realized that it was cook who lifted her out of the cart, and with shrill exclamations, half supported, half carried her into the kitchen, where Mrs. Lester herself, tall, gaunt, and majestic, stood at a table counting the eggs that had just been brought in from the fowl house. Rose gazed at her grandmother a moment with apathetic eyes before dropping in a little limp heap at her feet. She spent her 9th birthday in bed, discovering herself there 10 minutes later, her governess bending over her with eau de cologne and a shocked expression, and cook standing in the doorway holding a bowl of bread and milk. Mrs. Lester entered the room about 10 o'clock, when Rose, fully recovered, was yearning to get up and enjoy the holiday usually conceded to birthdays. One glance at her grandmother's face, however, was sufficient to crush the slight hope she had cherished of any such indulgence, and she instantly assumed her most obstinate expression. Rose never pleaded for forgiveness, even if it had not been useless to do so. Pride and stubbornness would in any case have combined to prevent her. Mrs. Lester regarded her granddaughter a moment in silence. "How plain she is," was her predominant and irritated reflection. To Mrs. Lester, who had been a beauty in her youth, a girl without looks had forfeited her right to anything but modest self-effacement, and it was all the more annoying to find this plain child not only asserting her existence with vehemence, but apparently unconscious that there was any reason to do otherwise. "I was under the impression that I had forbidden you to get up before you were called," she began at last in the cold, sarcastic voice that Rose hated. She made no reply. "Did you hear the remark I made?" "Yes," returned Rose. "Yes," repeated her grandmother icily. "Yes, Grandmamma," was the child's sulky amendment. "Your manners are deplorable," observed Mrs. Lester dispassionately. "You will remain in bed today, and Miss Piddock will presently give you the lessons you are to learn for tomorrow. Last night I accepted an invitation for you to go to Brook Hall, but I shall now be under the necessity of driving over there to tell Mrs. Winter that you have forfeited her kindness." She turned and went out of the room, and Rose, sitting up in bed when the door closed, snatched her pillow and thumped it till she was exhausted. She was not to see Mrs. Winter, who had been away weeks and weeks in London. It would probably be untold ages before she was allowed to go to Brook Hall. "I hate Grandmamma. I hate her. I hate her," she muttered, her eyes full of angry, impotent tears. "She's like that thing in India that rolls over people in a car," she went on mentally. "That's what she is, a jug, something or other. She likes to see people lying down flat on their faces in front of her, and that's just what everybody does, Lucy and Miss Pittock and all the servants, and then she's glad and thinks herself very powerful and all that." In the midst of her fury, Rose felt pleased with her symbolism. It had the effect, too, of diverting her thoughts from her grandmother, for insensibly her mind rushed off at a tangent, and she began to make pictures for herself. The pictures, though evoked from books of colored illustrations, were very vivid and interesting. She saw a sky of burning blue and dark-skinned people with turbans, and a great car which bore a striking resemblance to one of the chariots in the circus procession that had recently passed through the village, all blazing with glass and gold. And on top of it, Grandmamma in a long green velvet riding habit of a circus lady, pale, unmoved, and inflexible. The entrance of her governess dissipated these enthralling visions, and with their flight Rose's anger and impatience again flared up. Miss Pittock's meek and scandalized expression infuriated her. She hated more vehemently than usual her pale blue eyes, her sandy hair, her fidgeting cough, and was ready to resent any and every word that should fall from her lips. "What a pity, Rose, that you should choose this of all days for disobedience," she began in her thin, prim voice. "Poor Lucy is so disappointed at being unable to give you the present she had for you. But your Grandmamma says—" "Oh, do be quiet," interrupted Rose, goaded to frenzy. "Anyone would think I'd murdered someone or committed adultery or something, instead of just going out before breakfast. Now why are you getting red?" she added in surprise as Miss Pittock's face crimsoned. "Don't mention the commandments in that light way," she returned in hasty confusion, "especially when you don't know what you're saying." "Yes, I do. Thou shalt not commit—" "That will do," interrupted Miss Pittock wildly. "I've marked the geography, the history, and the grammar, and the next time you speak to me in that rude and disrespectful manner, I shall go straight to Mrs. Lester," she added, retreating towards the door. Even before it closed, with a rapid upheaval of her knees under the bedclothes, her pupil had tossed the dull little primers onto the floor. She had heard the inoperative threat too many times to be alarmed. "She's a sandy cat that's too stupid even to catch mice," thought Rose, in whose heart the devil had firmly taken up his abode. It was a heavenly day, almost as warm as summer, with a real summer blue sky. While she raged at her captivity and all it implied, the pleasant whir of a mowing machine fell on her ears. Voices and laughter were mingled with its sound, and Rose sprang out of bed and crouched low beside the window ledge to see Lucy and Miss Pittock crossing the lawn. Lucy carried her spade and pail. She had evidently not been defrauded of the holiday due to her sister's nativity, and was now on her way to the beach to enjoy it, apparently oblivious of the prisoner within doors. With bitterness in her heart, Rose watched her dancing across the grass, her fair curls bobbing on her shoulders, her blue eyes every now and then upturned to Miss Pittock, with whom she seemed on excellent terms. "Lucy would like a black beetle if it could talk and she could make it pet her," was her contemptuous summing up of her sister's attitude towards life. She held herself in readiness to duck down out of sight in case Lucy or Miss Pittock should turn a regretful backward glance towards her window. Obviously no such thought occurred to them, and after they had passed through the wicket gate on the path to the sea, the trees screened them from her sight. The day wore on, broken at 1 o'clock by a dull meal of cold mutton, brought on a tray by cook, and towards the afternoon, Rose had fallen into a not unpleasant condition of reflection that was philosophic in tendency. With the aid of Lucy's pillow and bolster in addition to her own, she found she could comfortably see out of the window. She lay looking at the blue line of sea beyond the treetops and thinking of it as she had seen it early that morning, mysterious and wonderful under its veil of opaline mist. Anyhow, I saw it, and I saw the fishing boats go out, she thought exultingly. Grandmama can't take that away from me. Rose's love of the sea was always associated in her mind with a sense of guilt. It had drowned her mother and her father, and it was certainly wicked to love anything so cruel, so pitiless, for its moods of smiling calm and innocence were only a proof of its treachery. I suppose I am wicked, she reflected complacently, but then I don't remember my mother and father, and that makes a difference. She began to think of their portraits hanging opposite to one another downstairs in the drawing room, of her mother's fair, pretty face, so startlingly like Lucy's, and of the young man with the curious, eager expression whom people said she resembled, though Rose herself, often as she had looked in the glass after the visits of family friends, could never find the likeness. Again today she tried to imagine what these unknown parents would have been like. They couldn't have been worse than Grandmama, she decided, and they might have been much better. She liked the look of the young man who happened to be her father. I expect he laughed a good deal and was very funny and had a temper and made up his mind about things, she thought rather incoherently. Mother was just like Lucy, pretty and tame, and always wanting people to pet her. There is more than a flavor of sour grapes in this verdict of contemptuous youth. Rose affected to despise Lucy, but in her secret heart she envied her. It was nice to be pretty, and a great advantage to have coaxing ways, even though you were a silly little thing and awfully slow. But then I've got brains, continued Rose in her unspoken monologue, suddenly recalling Major Hawley's recent remark to that effect, and her grandmother's contemptuous rejoinder. So much the worse. What good will they do her? Even now the silent fury she had experienced at the time flared up again. They shall do me good, she insisted, and it's a shame to let an idiot like Miss Pittock teach me. Teach? Why, she doesn't know anything. If you ask her a single question that isn't in the book, she gets red like a turkey cock and says it's nothing to do with the lesson I'm learning. The indictment of Miss Pittock was followed by a favorite daydream. Perhaps if she were sufficiently naughty, Grandmama would send her to school. The threat had recently several times been uttered and secretly treasured by Rose. Ways and means were not wanting. Possibly this morning's disobedience was a step in the right direction. Many more such steps occurred to her fertile imagination, troublesome in themselves, of course, but if they led to the desired goal. Rose smiled dreamily and was just sinking into a pleasant doze when something flung through the open window startled her into an interested wakefulness. The missile lay on the floor in the middle of the room and was easily recognizable as a square piece of toffee wrapped in silver paper. In a flash, Rose was out of bed and looking down from the window at Geoffrey Winter, who returned her stare with a grin. "Grandmama will see you," she protested in a stage whisper. "No, she won't, because she's calling at our place with Lucy," returned Geoffrey. "And I met old Sandy going down to the village shopping, so the coast's clear. I say, isn't it beastly dull up there? You just wait a bit and I'll come up." He eyed critically the thick branches of ivy that wreathed the window at no great distance from the ground, and then, nimbly as a cat, began to climb. "Don't break it down and make a mess," Rose implored between terror and delight as he drew nearer. In a few seconds he was over the window ledge and had seated himself on the foot of the bed into which Rose plunged. Suddenly remembering her nightgown and also certain injunctions of Miss Pittock's containing the word modesty, a vague self-consciousness assailed her. She pulled the bedclothes up to her chin and fixed her brown velvety eyes upon the boy, who began unconcernedly to eat toffee. "Here's the bit I threw in," he remarked, picking up the tablet and dropping it on the sheet before her. "And here's lots more grub," he added, tumbling out the contents of his pocket, which included several apples and a quantity of chocolate in a damaged condition. Rose bit an apple meditatively while she stared at Geoffrey. He had grown enormously, and it seemed so long since their last meeting at Christmas that she felt a little shy of him. "Why are you home?" she asked presently. "Measles. Not me, the other fellows." "How nice. Aren't you glad?" "Rather. Only Potter has got a silly old tutor for me. I'm going to rugby next term, you know," he added importantly. Rose was not impressed. "How did you know I was sent to bed?" she pursued irrelevantly. "Grandma came over on purpose to tell Mother, silly. We were expecting you, of course." Rose blushed distressfully. It was humiliating, if inevitable, that Mrs. Winter should know of her disgrace. "What did your mother say?" she murmured, almost inaudibly. "Oh, I don't know. The sort of polite rot grown-ups say to one another about being very sorry and all that. I say, what a cuckoo you were to faint or whatever it was. You might have got in all right if it hadn't been for that." "Cook says it was because I went out on an empty stomach." "That's a silly thing to do. I go out on my feet." Geoffrey's humor was rewarded by an appreciative giggle from Rose between two bites of her apple. "Why on earth didn't you grab something from the pantry before you started?" he proceeded. "I always do." "Then Grandmama would say I had been stealing," returned Rose bitterly. The boy gave a low whistle. "Rot," he ejaculated. "It must be rotten to be a girl," he added with a sudden fervor. "I should think it is. You can go out as early as you like, of course." "Rather, only I generally don't want to. Too much fag. I happened to wake up this morning, that's all." "It must be nice to be a boy," said Rose with a long sigh. "Oh, it's pretty decent, but boys have to swat more over lessons than girls," he gloomily proceeded. "The whole of this blessed morning I've been doing Latin with old Maynard. Thank goodness I'm going to rugby next term." "Well, you'll have just as much Latin to do there. More, I expect." "Oh, yes, but there'll be the other fellows, and no end of larks. And you can always get out of swatting at school, and you bet I shall. It's a different thing when you've got an old ass sitting beside you with a silly eye on you all the time. That's what Potter thought, I expect, when he made me stay at home this term and have a tutor," pursued Geoffrey, laughing easily. "But what's the good of it? Potter went to rugby too, and he's forgotten every word of Latin and Greek. Couldn't construe a line to save his life. And when I come into that place, what shall I want with it either? I'd much rather be learning about the land, farming and manures and all that. I wish they taught a chap that sort of thing at public schools." "I'd much rather learn Latin," said Rose. "Anyhow, you go to rugby, and I shall stay here and have horrid dull lessons with old Sandy Cat, and always be in rows with Grandmama. Oh, I hate it. I hate it all," she broke out with such sudden, unchildlike vehemence that Geoffrey was startled. She sat upright in bed and threw up her thin brown little arms with a movement full of despair. For the moment life seemed to her too bitter to be borne, and she hated the easy, good-tempered looking boy who sat drumming his heels on the floor in the proud consciousness of his manhood. "If only I could go to school," she added presently in a sullen voice. "Girls' schools aren't up to much," Geoffrey assured her, striving tactlessly after comfort. "They're pretty horrid, I should think." "Everything for girls is horrid," declared the child petulantly. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. "And it's my birthday," she added, consumed with self-pity and the desire for comfort and notice. Geoffrey's face also changed. "I say, what a howling shame to send you to bed on your birthday," he exclaimed, with all the indignation Rose could have wished. Her spirits rose as her tears fell, and she made no effort to restrain them, knowing that if she cried, Geoffrey would be sorry for her. "I say, Kitty, don't cry," he urged uneasily. "I wish I'd known. I'd have brought you a present. How old are you?" "9," sobbed Rose. Geoffrey got up and went to the window. He was disgusted to find that he had a lump in his throat. It was, as he put it to himself again, a howling shame to keep the poor kid in on her birthday, and such a ripping day, too. "There's someone coming," whispered Rose, startled by a distant footstep. She swept up the silver paper hurriedly from the bed, and Geoffrey, cramming that and several apple cores into his pocket, pulled Rose's hair affectionately and dropped over the window ledge at lightning speed. Rose heard him scrambling down the ivy, and when someone, probably one of the maids, passed her door without entering, she regretted his flight. Geoffrey was nice sometimes, and his visit had made an agreeable interlude in her captivity. Geoffrey meanwhile strolled homewards through the golden sunset, stirred by a regret of which he was profoundly ashamed, even while its presence fascinated him. If it hadn't been such a rotten thing to do, he would like to have kissed the poor little kid. She was an ugly little kid, really, but she had jolly eyes. He wished she hadn't cried. It was sort of beastly to see a kid with jolly eyes crying. End of chapter 1, read by Brize Cries.
Chapter 2 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lindsay and Cameron. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Chapter 2. Unrealized Ambitions. The early morning escapade of little Rose Cottingham took place more than 30 years ago, when Glen Cove, now a rising seaside town, was a mere picturesque fishing village on the Devonshire coast. The house in which she was born, the Manor House, for over 100 years the dwelling place of the West Country Lesters, of whom Rose's grandfather was the last male survivor, stood high on the cliffs overlooking the sea. It was a fine, dignified Georgian house, shabby within and fallen from its high estate, but beautiful still with the mellow beauty of time-worn things and the grace of well-proportioned rooms, wide staircases, and lofty windows. Neither Rose nor her little sister had known their parents. Their mother, after 3 years of married life, sailed with her soldier husband to India, leaving her 2 baby girls in the care of their grandmother at the manor house where both children had been born. The husband and wife were to have returned the following year to claim their children and take them to their own home, their first settled home since their marriage. They never returned. In one of those disastrous shipwrecks which for a week move the civilized world to pity and horror, and in a fortnight are forgotten, the young couple went down together. The manor house became henceforth the home of their children, and Mrs. Lester their sole guardian. When Rose came into the world, her grandmother, a tall, stately, commanding woman, was approaching her 50th year. She had always ruled the life of her daughter, whom she had loved in a condescending fashion, and now, wearily, from a sense of duty rather than from affection, she took up the task of ruling the lives of her grandchildren. Conscious of what to her was social failure, Mrs. Lester was a somewhat embittered woman whose outlook upon life grew increasingly cynical. She had been beautiful, and though for gentry her parents were poor, she could claim long descent. Pride of race was an instinct with her, and ambition her ruling passion. But she who had aspired to a brilliant marriage through which she could have wielded power, exercised influence, and at high altitude pulled strings, found herself rather late in life, according to the estimate of her day, married to a no more exalted personage than Hugh Lester. This only when she had discovered that to the achievement of a really satisfactory union, wealth is a surer pathway than either birth, beauty, or both conjoined. True, the Lesters were gentlefolk, county people who for centuries had lived on the land they farmed, but they came of a dull, unadventurous, unenterprising stock, Hugh Lester being no exception to the rule, while he possessed other and less worthy characteristics than those which to some extent compensated for the lack of brilliance in his race. He was exasperatingly weak, rather dissolute, more than a little stupid, and after some efforts to inspire him with her own energy, capability, and resource, Mrs. Lester, with secret disdain, abandoned the enterprise and practically abandoned him. After the birth of her first and only child, she continued indeed to live under her husband's roof, but almost as a stranger to him. At most he was an acquaintance, whom she treated with outward politeness and inward contempt, not only for his clumsy amours, as she designated his excursions into the land of romance with farmers' daughters and chambermaids, but also for his occasional outbreaks of drunkenness, and for his general stupidity in the conduct of life. Immorality joined to quickness of intellect she could have tolerated. It was boorish incompetence that sickened her. Nevertheless, it was characteristic of her era that Mrs. Lester never wished herself unmarried. Spinsterhood, as an alternative, even to the most wretched union, was in her view not so much the greater evil as the supreme catastrophe. In her day, no gentlewoman worked. Professions for women were still in the womb of time, and even later on, when she heard of their existence, were to her always monstrous births. Marriage, in fact, was the only career open to women, and in her opinion, better a poor career than none at all. It had at first been a bitter disappointment that her child was a girl, but this was in the early days of her life with Hugh. Later, as she told herself, with proud disdain, she knew that he was not worthy to be the father of her sons. Fortunately, girls were not very important, except as pawns in the marriage market. One brought them up properly, which meant that they were well-mannered, well-grown, and superficially accomplished, and at the earliest possible age, one married them to men in their own station of life, men able to provide for and to stand no nonsense from them for the rest of their existence. This program she had more or less successfully carried out in the case of her own daughter. Though Richard Cottingham's financial prospects were not so satisfactory as she could have wished, he was well connected, as well as a fine young soldier, likely to rise to honor in his profession, and in the circumstances, as Mrs. Lester reflected, Lucy could scarcely expect to do much better. By the time the girl was 20, her father had been dead 10 years, leaving an impoverished estate and a heritage of debts to his widow. Mrs. Lester thus found herself in straitened circumstances, and unable, when the time came, to give her daughter more than one season in London. It was on the whole fortunate, therefore, that Richard Cottingham, in every other than a pecuniary sense satisfactory, should have fallen in love with the girl almost at first sight, and incidentally that Lucy should have reciprocated his passion. Though it would scarcely have mattered had this not been the case, it was certainly pleasanter to arrange a marriage agreeable to the bride, and Mrs. Lester consoled herself for a lack of present affluence in her daughter's lot by the certainty she felt that Richard would ultimately succeed in his career. 3 years later, he and his prospects were gone forever, and only 2 motherless little girls were left to be brought up on inadequate means by a world-wearied, disillusioned woman who thought her task in life over. If they had been boys, Mrs. Lester would have welcomed her duty, however arduous it proved. As it was, it seemed to her thankless work and uninspiring to begin all over again the training of girls for their one predestined sphere in life. She was prepared for dullness, but not for difficulties. But then she had never encountered a child like her namesake, Rose, a plain, clever, headstrong, rebellious child. Her own daughter had been easy to manage, and in Lucy, the younger little girl, history repeated itself. Like her mother, she was pretty, gentle, rather timid, everything, in fact, that a girl might reasonably be expected to be. It was Rose who upset all her grandmother's calculations by the possession of characteristics which, but for a curious blindness, she would have recognized in herself. The truth that in more ways than one Rose resembled her would have been fiercely and indignantly denied by Mrs. Lester, who no more frequently than other dominating personalities escaped the irony of the gods. It was possibly just because of this undiscerned fact that her grandmother resented Rose that she found it difficult to be just to her. 2 generations divided them, and qualities common to each found forms of expression as different as the ages to which they belonged. The result was conflict, and naturally unequal conflict between the aging woman of the world who had learned to conceal her emotions beneath a veil of sarcasm, and the unrestrained, passionate child who frankly displayed them. Long before her granddaughter was 9 years old, Mrs. Lester had fully recognized that she must struggle with her to preserve that dominance and authority which hitherto had been ceded to her as a right by almost every individual with whom she had come into relationship. Hence it was that the child, who might have been led, but whom it was impossible to drive, was more and more constantly in disgrace, a very thorn in the flesh of a rigid disciplinarian. End of Chapter 2. Read by Lindsay Ann Cameron, Toronto.
Chapter 3 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicole J. LeBoeuf. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. The Enchanted Wood. Before her birthday week was over, Rose was again in trouble. Sent out as usual with Lucy and the governess, she had escaped Miss Piddock's vigilance, and by an adroit flank movement reached the Glen Cove woods, which climbed from the shore to the top of the high cliffs. Her occupation, indeed, was in itself innocent, for it was that of looking for fairies. In her attitude towards the existence of fairies, Rose was a hopeful agnostic. Her reason denied them. Her feeling was that they might and could exist, especially in Glen Cove woods on such an April day as this. The books lent to her by Mrs. Winter no doubt alleged that all fairies left England when the railways came, terrified by the thunder and screaming of engines through the green countryside. But Glen Cove was so far from a railway station that perhaps a few might still be found in its woods, if fairies had ever been at all. At any rate, it was a good day to look for them. And with more hope than despair, Rose ran along the winding moss paths in the wood, stopping every now and then to lift a fern frond, or to peer beneath a specially fine tuft of primroses, vaguely expectant of finding some tiny gossamer creature swinging between 2 grass blades, or curled within the cup of a flower. That, instead of fairies, there were insects in the flowers and slugs in the grass, did not much discourage her. Fairies were known to assume diverse shapes, and possibly the red-brown slug she had just disturbed was an elf in disguise. Farther on, towards the heart of the wood, where they could expect to be free from human intrusion, she might surprise a fairy before it had time to turn itself into any obnoxious form. She began to climb up the steep, primrose-starred bank on the right of the path, digging her hands deep into the moss to help herself, and clinging to overhanging roots and hazel twigs on her upward way. By the time she reached the level plateau above the bank, her knees were a fine, rich brown from the damp soil, and her frock was stained from neck to hem. Disregarding these trifles for the moment, though she was fully aware that later they would prove no trifles but rather monuments and evidences of crime, Rose gave herself up to delight. The ground was white with anemones, broken here and there by patches of violets. Overhead, a canopy of half-opened leaves let in the sunlight, which flickered deliciously over the flowers, and, looking up, she saw lakes of blue sky, on which sailed white, feather-like clouds. Far below, on the left, through a veil of butterfly leaves, she caught a glimpse of the sea, stretching away, away to the horizon. All around her was a clamor of bird voices. Wood pigeons called in their soft, thick notes. Blackbirds fluted. Cuckoos answered one another from neighboring valleys. Thrushes broke into snatches of plaintive melody. And from the mossy earth and from the sheets of flowers, scents deliriously sweet arose. For the moment, the child forgot the fairies. The green world without them was beautiful enough, and she was alone in it, alone with the birds and the flowers and the emerald larches and the yellow unfolding oak leaves. A sense of ecstasy took her, and almost afraid to move lest she should break the spell, she leaned against the trunk of a tree and let her eyes wander from the pools of blue sky to the frail anemones, white and purple-veined, at her feet. Standing there, motionless and happy in the green wood, Rose was at her best, part almost of the sylvan world, a small, erect, slight thing with a colorless skin, thick, dark, untidy hair, and eyes, her one real beauty, like the soft velvet eyes of some little, furry forest creature. For the time, Grandmamma, Lucy, Miss Piddock, lessons, scolding, and punishments, all the irksome everyday people and things were forgotten. She was caught up into an enchanted world, and it was well with her. And yet not wholly well, for somewhere obscurely in the depths of her childish mind, she wanted to do something with all this beauty. What this something was she could not tell, but the desire worried her. The artist's desire to put on record in some form a loveliness whose mere recognition was not enough, was indeed unsatisfying, tormenting. "Rose! Rose!" Two insistent, calling voices shattered the magic and brought her prosaically to earth again. Here were Lucy and Miss Piddock, and the enchanted wood was profaned. Rose angrily shook her shoulders and frowned her resentment. For a moment she did not answer, and it was only when two heads, a flaxen and a sandy one, appeared at the top of a steep path leading up from the sea, that she moved. "Here, here, here! Don't shout so!" she called, irritably. "Why didn't you go home without me? You knew I should come." "Knew you would come, indeed! You're a very naughty, disobedient, impertinent girl," gasped Miss Piddock, breathless with her climb, and incoherent with annoyance and recent fear. "How dare you run away like that? Lucy and I have been looking for you all the morning, and now we shall be late for luncheon, and your grandmamma will be very angry. And serve you right. Look at your frock and your hands and knees." From her higher level on the anemone plateau, Rose looked down on Miss Piddock with aversion. She despised her, and made no secret of the fact. She also, though in a different fashion, despised her sister Lucy, who, with upturned face, stood meekly by her governess, while she regarded Rose with awe and apprehension. Lucy was an exceedingly pretty child, with long fair curls, a delicate pink and white skin, and eyes the color of forget-me-nots. In her snowy white serge frock and jacket, she looked the picture of dainty, well-conducted childhood. "Come down now at once, and don't waste time," urged Miss Piddock irritably. "We shall be half an hour late for lunch as it is. How dare you run away?" "Why do you keep on asking me that?" returned Rose. And slipping down the bank before Miss Piddock could protest against a method of descent fatal to underclothes, she reached her governess, talking petulantly all the time. "I ran away, as you call it, because you and Lucy are so dull, and I'm tired of you, and I want to be by myself. And then you come calling and shouting and spoil it all," she went on, grumbling incoherently, her little face sullen with anger. The child who 10 minutes before had been happily looking for fairies was gone, and in her place was the discontented, naughty little creature known to Miss Piddock by 3 years of bitter experience. "We'd better run," put in Lucy timidly. "Grandmamma—" "You and Miss Piddock can run. I'm not going to," declared Rose obstinately. "Grandmamma can't kill me, and I don't care if she does," she added inconsequently. She took a perverse pleasure in her naughtiness, feeling in her own mind that it was justified. The day had been blighted for her, robbed of all its wonderful mystery and romance, by the sudden intrusion into her beatific mood of the cares and duties of everyday life embodied in the person of Miss Piddock. The wood was no longer a vision of mystic beauty. The sky was no longer the floor of heaven, and a primrose by the river's brim now had to her much the same appearance as it presented to Wordsworth's yokel. Rose's ill-temper was often caused by the swift transitions of moods incomprehensible to her elders and very much a puzzle to herself. But in the days of her childhood, moods were neither allowed for nor allowed, and in 9 cases out of 10 were rightly discouraged in children. That the 10th child sometimes suffered was unavoidable and proved nothing. In a world whose individuals were perfectly adapted to their environment, the 10th child would not have existed. As things were when Rose was young, it was inevitable that the 10th child should be often a little crushed against the wall. Mrs. Lester was halfway through a solitary lunch when Miss Piddock, very red and flustered, pushed open the dining-room door, holding Lucy's hand for moral support. She went in terror of her employer, who, however, had never given her a harsh word, nor indeed more words of any kind than were compatible with cold politeness. "I'm exceedingly sorry we're late," she began falteringly, "but Rose has been troublesome again. She ran away from us, and Lucy and I had great difficulty in finding her." "And where is Rose now? May I trouble you as you pass to ring the bell, so that the maid may bring in the luncheon I sent out to be reheated?" Miss Piddock flew to do her bidding. "I was obliged to send her to change her frock. She made it very dirty by climbing in the wood. I warned her to be as quick as possible," she said, returning meekly to her seat. Mrs. Lester was silent, and her silence continued after her elder granddaughter, immaculate now in a white pinafore, had slipped into the room. She did not even glance at her, and to Rose this ignoring of her existence was the most effective punishment. It filled her with apprehension and a sort of imaginative horror of what Grandmamma might say or do when she did speak. Her sister's disgrace had the effect of frightening Lucy, whose chatter, generally indulgently tolerated by Mrs. Lester, might have covered the awkward situation. But Lucy, too, was speechless today, and it was with relief that Rose saw her grandmother at last rise from the table. "You will have tea alone in the schoolroom this afternoon, and go to bed immediately afterwards," she announced, looking at Rose for the first time with cold eyes. "This is the 2nd time this week that I've been obliged to punish you." Rose spent a considerable part of her childhood in bed. It was a punishment which, unsuspected to Mrs. Lester, varied in efficacy according to the circumstances of her granddaughter's subjective existence. If she had something nice to think about, Rose did not at all object to solitude in a comfortable position, untroubled by interference from Miss Piddock. And while she consumed weak tea and scraped bread and butter in the schoolroom that afternoon, the beginnings of a delightful fantasy occurred to her. In bed, later, When the sunset glow filled the room with wonderful amber light, she lay happily enough, planning with all the artist's zest a piece of work atrocious from every artistic standpoint, but to her as inspiring as the idea of a new masterpiece to a Titian or a Velázquez. Sarah, the parlour-maid, a good-natured girl, beloved by the children, had recently shown them how to make wool flowers. A gem of handicraft, called by Sarah a convolvulus, could be evolved from a large cork, several blanket pins, and wools shading from deep purple to the faintest mauve. You stuck the pins round the cork, and then proceeded to twist the wool about this framework, beginning with a violet tone of purple, and ending towards the rim of the flower with the faint shades of lilac. An object of incredible hideousness emerged, but to Rose it was a creation of such surpassing beauty and wonder that she would run upstairs 20 times a day to look at the misshapen convolvulus she herself had made, enshrined in a precious casket, a shell-box from Margate, presented by Sarah and admired by both children to the point of ecstasy. Quite recently, she and Lucy had been further initiated into the mysteries of moss-making in green wool, and it was of moss in conjunction with fairies that Rose was now dreaming. She had failed to find the fairies that morning. Very possibly Miss Piddock was right, and they did not exist. No matter. She would make a fairy world of her own, and it would be a wonderful little dell with sloping, mossy banks, on which glowworms sparkled and ethereal beings reclined. A shallow basket would do for the dell. Grandmamma's work-basket, she reflected joyously, would be admirable for the purpose. That it was not at all likely to be given her for that or any other purpose did not trouble Rose, who, like every other visionary, ignored practical details. Out of Grandmamma's work-basket, then, draped with the wool moss so exquisitely manufactured by Sarah, and so clumsily by herself, would arise the magic veil, clear to her mental vision. There were tiny, tiny wooden dolls in the village toy shop. These, clothed in white tarlatan, holding flower-wreathed pins for wands, should be the fairies. And for glowworms, she could sew, here and there amidst the mossy banks, glass amber beads, like those which Lucy threaded in rings and necklaces for her own personal adornment. A tremor of delicious excitement shook her. The dell, so absurd as her concrete fancy planned it in material terms, became in a spiritualized version of that fancy a magic place, irradiated with mystic light, touched with a glamour and a beauty transcending all mortal experience. It was to her an escape of the soul, a glimpse of the beatific vision. A circumstance which might, but fortunately did not, bring her little soul to earth, was the fact that she could by no possibility have fashioned the material form she had planned for the enshrining of her idea. To make a green wool glade, on which beads were to be neatly sewn, to dress dolls, and with infinite skill to manufacture wands out of pins, was a task of which she was incapable. Rose was not clever with her fingers. It was Lucy who, as her grandmother declared, had quite a good notion of dressmaking, as evinced by neatly made doll's clothes. Lucy, who could make passably regular convolvuluses and realistic moss. Lucy, who was already deft and clever with her hands. As usual with Rose, she had imagined more than she could bring to pass. But the bitter day for the realizing of her limitations was not yet, and meanwhile the dell, fortunately, remained a dream, and its embodiment of such stuff as dreams are made of. It served its turn, however, in giving her the happy hours occasionally known to the artist. When Lucy, escorted by Miss Piddock, came to bed, Rose pretended to be asleep. But so intense was her excitement and delight over the evocation of the dell, that it was hours later, before real sleep began to overtake her. And then, from her first drowsiness, her sister's voice roused her. "Rose! Rose!" she wailed, and Rose immediately sat up and reached out towards the little bed next to hers for Lucy's hand. "Here I am," she whispered soothingly. "You're not frightened again, are you?" Anyone who had ever heard Rose quarreling with Lucy would not have recognized her voice, so maternal was it, so protective in its quality. In the daytime, Lucy might be, and in Rose's eyes very frequently was, a silly, conceited little thing, always being good and showing off. But Lucy in the night, frightened of the dark and calling for protection, was infinitely pathetic. All the mother instinct welled up in Rose's heart in response to the appeal. "Hold my hand and go to sleep," she said tenderly. "Why are you frightened?" "There was such a funny light on the wall just now," quavered Lucy. "I woke up and saw it, and now it's gone." In her turn, Rose experienced a thrill of terror. Perhaps more often than Lucy, she too was frightened in the night, but the idea of waking her sister never occurred to her. To Lucy, she always pretended to be immune from fear, preternaturally brave. To her, Lucy was a little thing, to be shielded. "It was only the moon, and now it's gone under a cloud," she assured her in such a tone of conviction that the child, pacified and credulous, dropped at once to sleep. As soon as her sister's regular breathing satisfied Rose, she gently disengaged her hand and thrust it, trembling, under the bedclothes. It was torture to her to have it exposed, for at any moment she might feel a cold grasp on her wrist from some unseen being who, ghoul-like, hovered about the room. For what seemed ages to her, she lay still, scarcely daring to breathe. What was the light that Lucy had seen on the wall? The moon theory so hastily evolved did not convince her. That was, of course, only a fiction for her sister's benefit. And quite possibly she herself might presently see some terrible and mysterious illumination on the opposite wall. The Bible story of Belshazzar's feast occurred to her. Suppose some awful sentence in letters of fire were suddenly to appear above the chest of drawers. Rose shut her eyes in panic, and as hastily opened them again to make sure that what she dreaded had not come to pass. Meanwhile, Lucy slept peacefully, and presently, in the midst of her terror, merciful oblivion fell upon Rose also. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicole J. LeBoeuf. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. An Unruly Pupil. She awoke, after the manner of healthy children, with a sense of elation, all her nocturnal and other troubles forgotten. It was Saturday, she remembered, and therefore a half-holiday, and it was a fine day. Sarah had just drawn up the Venetian blinds, and the sky was blue. Rose sprang out of bed and looked out of the window. It was a glorious morning, one of those suspiciously brilliant mornings of April, from which the wary deduce rain to follow. But Rose was not wary. It was enough for her that the sun was shining, and she immediately planned a long afternoon on the beach. She and Lucy ran down to the breakfast room together when the bell rang, and dutifully approached Mrs. Lester for the morning kiss, perfunctorily received and bestowed. Miss Piddock entered a moment later, with her usual flustered, deprecating manner, and breakfast began. It was nearly always a silent meal, Mrs. Lester engrossed in the newspaper, and Miss Piddock, who at no time was a conversationalist, devoting herself stolidly to the consumption of eggs and bacon. Today, however, Rose was not bored as usual by the lack of human intercourse. She was in a happy mood, and the familiar breakfast room with the sunshine pouring in at the long windows and the green garden beyond seemed suddenly a beautiful place to her. She possessed the faculty of occasionally seeing well-known objects and scenes with new eyes, so that they appeared invested with a peculiar glamour, and today she loved the breakfast room. Her taste was not despicable. All the manor house rooms had the beauty of admirable proportions, of good fireplaces and well-spaced windows, and though the carpets and curtains in some of them were faded and growing threadbare, they had been beautiful in their day, and were even now not lacking in a certain pleasant mellow effect of color. "Primroses would look nice in this room, wouldn't they, Grandmamma?" she said suddenly. Mrs. Lester lowered her newspaper and looked at her above it. "Do you think so?" she asked, and raising it again, continued to read. Rose flushed angrily. She had absolutely forgotten yesterday's naughtiness, and her grandmother's cold voice reminded her that she might still be in disgrace. "I do hate people who keep things up," was her secret comment. She began to fidget, and to wonder impatiently how much longer Miss Pittock was going on eating. To be late over breakfast meant the curtailment of the run in the garden, which on fine days preceded lessons. She and Lucy looked at one another hopelessly across the table, and Rose, counting upon the shelter of Mrs. Lester's Morning Post and the absorption of Miss Pittock in the bread and marmalade stage of her breakfast, ventured upon a swift grimace of incredible hideousness directed towards the down-bent head of her governess. Lucy incontinently began to giggle, and in spite of her sister's warning pantomime, continued to gurgle spasmodically, till Mrs. Lester looked up from her paper. "Why are you laughing in that foolish way, Lucy?" she demanded, and Rose held her breath. It was just possible that out of fear and lack of resource, her sister might reply, "Rose made a face." Fortunately, without waiting for an answer, Mrs. Lester merely said, "You may both go if you've finished your breakfast." And with a gasp of relief, Rose pushed her chair back. "Now I trust I shall hear no further complaints of your conduct, Rose," pursued her grandmother coldly, as she generally spoke to the child, who again felt a rush of angry resentment. It lasted till the garden was reached. Here all her ill-temper dissolved like magic in the sparkling sunshine. The garden stretched from the house to the edge of a cliff, and a winding sloping path in one place, and in another a staircase, led down to the sea. It was a rather wild, rather neglected, but nevertheless a romantic garden, fringed with little copses, now starred with primroses. There were many twisting paths, moss-grown, overarched by hazel trees, and flanked by lilac bushes, which grew in profusion, and in May were wonderful pyramids of white and purple bloom. Beyond a great variety of flowering shrubs, the flowers in the garden, upon which Mrs. Lester was forced to economize, were few, but in spring at least one scarcely missed them. Rose, at least, asked for no more delectable spot than this wild green world with the sea beyond. Today it rang with the voices of rejoicing birds. Sunlight slanted across the paths, filtered through the opening leaves, and poured its full radiance on the lawn, which, unbroken by paths and flower beds, stretched right up to the walls of the house. The children raced about like little wild creatures, darting down paths where startled blackbirds flew chuckling before them, dashing through the copses, till finally, exhausted and breathless, they leaned over the gate which separated the garden from the path to the sea. "Shall we have time to go down?" suggested Rose eagerly. "Do let's." "No," said Lucy, prudent as ever. "She'll call us in a minute, and then there'll be a fuss, and you'll be kept in this afternoon or something." She did not include herself in Rose's possible detention. Lucy almost invariably got off punishment. It was Rose as the ringleader who suffered. Almost before she had finished speaking, Miss Piddock's voice was heard in the distance. "There!" ejaculated Lucy, preparing to run. "Don't go yet," urged Rose impatiently. "We can pretend we don't hear for ever so long. Let's wait till she calls 6 times. The game thus instituted proved amusing and provided Rose at least with the excitement she loved. It was a nice point to decide on the psychological moment to appear with any semblance of innocence. But having decided to obey the 6th summons, Rose was determined, in spite of Lucy's perturbation, to wait for it. "Squeakier and squeakier," she whispered between her gurgles of suppressed laughter, as Miss Piddock hovered about on the edge of the lawn with reiterated cries. "That's 6, declared Lucy, who would have bolted at the second call but for her sister's firm grasp on her pinafore. "Let me go, Rose," she insisted, full of apprehension. "I shall tell her if you don't." "Little sneak," was Rose's contemptuous rejoinder, lost upon Lucy, who was off like an arrow from the bow. She followed leisurely, in time to hear Miss Piddock's dubious acceptance of Lucy's excuses. "Another time you must stay nearer the house where you can hear. Now come in at once, both of you. We're 5 minutes late already." Rose did not greatly quicken her steps for the injunction. It was a tragedy to have to go into the lessons her soul abhorred on a morning like this when all the outside world rejoiced. She was possessed of a passionate envy of the birds singing so madly in the copses with no knowledge of books and slates. "But I believe Miss Piddock would like to teach them even," she thought, with the ineradicable conviction of childhood that all teachers pant with eagerness to instruct. The mental vision conjured up by this sudden idea was vastly amusing, and she began to imagine Miss Piddock, spectacled and ringleted, in a nestful of birds who chirped after her the multiplication table. But the nest would have to be very big, or Miss Piddock very small, she reflected. Oh, I wish I could draw it. An idle wish, for Rose had no more notion of drawing than the birds who occupied her thoughts. "Now, Rose, dreaming again," Miss Piddock admonished her when they reached the lobby outside the schoolroom where garden clothes were kept. "Take off your hat and coat at once and put on your pinafore." Rose mechanically obeyed, her head still full of Miss Piddock's supposed scholastic endeavors amongst the thrushes. Lucy was already seated at the schoolroom table when Rose entered with her pinafore fastened inside out, and after it had been querulously removed and rebuttoned for her by Miss Piddock, lessons began. They were of the uninspired and uninspiring sort common 30 years ago, when every poor woman with any claim to gentility became, faute de mieux, a governess. The books from which Rose and Lucy learned had been their mother's, when as a child she sat in the same schoolroom and was bored to tears by the prototype of Miss Piddock. Mrs. Lester, who knew nothing and cared less about the then modern education, had not troubled to change them, and Miss Piddock, sharing her ignorance, accepted them as part of the dull machinery by which she earned her daily bread. They lay piled up on the table before her: Little Arthur's History of England, Mrs. Markham on the same subject, a manual entitled The Play Grammar, a cheerful but inadequate little volume, The Child's Guide to Useful Knowledge, and The Peep of Day, a small, fat, pious book, tolerated by Rose because of a certain poem it contained, beginning briskly with the line, "Satan is glad when I am bad," which irresistibly appealed to her dawning sense of humor. Miss Piddock opened the proceedings by setting Rose a sum in simple multiplication, and pushing the slate, the horrible object upon which it was written, towards her. Rose's mother had used the slate, and because at the manor house nothing changed, her daughter suffered tortures from the grinding noise of the pencil on its unsympathetic surface. torture which goaded her to frenzy when inadvertently she or Miss Pittock made it squeak. "I don't know 9 times," grumbled Rose, looking with aversion at the multiplier. "You should be ashamed to own it, then. Go on with your sum at once." "But it will be all wrong if I don't know 9 times." "Go on," repeated Miss Pittock, taking up the child's guide to hear Lucy repeat the parrot-like phrases she was supposed to have learned the day before. Rose had been twice through the child's guide, but Lucy, less advanced, had only just been promoted to its absurdities. Miss Pittock began at the first page of interrogations. "My good child, who made you?" she inquired perfunctorily, reading the first of the incessant questions with which the author plied his victims. "The great and good God," returned Lucy, her limpid eyes fixed upon her governess. "What is flour made of?" proceeded Miss Pittock without a pause, taking query number 2. "Wheat," said Lucy nimbly. "What has wheat got to do with God?" demanded Rose, surreptitiously playing noughts and crosses in the corner of her slate. "Attend to your sum and don't ask silly questions," observed Miss Pittock. "It's the book that asks silly questions," returned Rose, unabashed and disobedient. "I never knew such a silly book. You wait till you get further on, Lucy, about the planets and glue and cotton all mixed up together. You won't know which is which by the time you've done." "Rose, will you go on with your own work and allow Lucy to attend to hers?" exclaimed Miss Pittock exasperatedly. "If you knew half what this book has to teach you, it would be a very good thing for you." "That's what it says at the end," put in Rose, chuckling and irrepressible. "You just look at the end, Lucy. It says, 'What is the use of this little book?' And you have to answer, 'It has made me wiser and better. It has taught me many things I did not know before.' And it hasn't, you know, because—" "Take your slate and go to that table by the window," said Miss Pittock in desperation. "And if you continue to talk after I have forbidden you to do so, I shall tell Mrs. Lester." Rose willingly moved to the seat indicated, for the window commanded a closer view of the garden, and as she sat watching the birds on the lawn, she cast about in her mind, as usual, for something nice to think about. The dell of the previous night's imagining rose again in her thoughts, but somehow the daylight had not only shorn it of its magic, but brought also the realization of her own incompetence. "I couldn't do it properly," she decided sadly, "and even if I could, perhaps it wouldn't look right. I wish I could draw Miss Pittock teaching the birds." Then, suddenly in a flash, came the notion, "But I can write it." The idea was blinding in its radiance, and turning over her slate, she began in feverish haste to compose the first sentence of what was to be the funniest fairy story ever written. As she struggled for the words, excitement gradually mounted in her brain. She had never tried to write before. How absurd! Why, of course she could write books, real books about fairies and mermaids and all sorts of things. It was quite easy to write, only it had never before occurred to her to do it. "Rose, is your sum finished?" The voice of her story's heroine woke her with a start of annoyance from her new dream of art, and she hastily tried to rub out with her pinafore the few sentences she had written on the reverse side of her slate. "Bring it to me," said Miss Pittock. "It isn't done," declared Rose impatiently. "I told you I didn't know 9 times. "Then what have you been doing all this while? What is all this scribbling at the back of the slate? You're a very naughty girl. Now come and say your grammar." Satisfaction at escaping her arithmetic was mingled in Rose's mind with contempt for the weakness of Miss Pittock. She had long ago gauged the poor woman's incompetence, and knew to a hair's breadth how far it was safe to go with her. Only when a long course of insubordination goaded her to the courage of despair, or when Rose's guilt led to the infringement of household rules, and without her own incrimination became impossible to conceal, would she dare to appeal to Mrs. Lester. Successfully trading on this knowledge, therefore, Rose evaded much hateful instruction, and often fleeted the school hours, carelessly amusing herself as best she might. Abandoning the sum, Miss Piddock now took up the play grammar and heard her pupil repeat the prepared task. It concerned the degrees of comparison of adjectives, and was illustrated by woodcuts showing 3 plum puddings in various stages of heated activity. From the positive pudding, a small puff of smoke ascended. The comparative one steamed with praiseworthy energy, while the superlative delicacy was a veritable Vesuvius. 3 clowns beneath the puddings were intended to portray the relative meaning of funny, funnier, funniest, but the artist's instructive intent to fix attention on the rules of grammar was frustrated by the human interest evoked by his clowns in the annoying brain of Rose. She studied their faces attentively, and despite the broader grin on the countenance of the comparative comedian, she considered the positive entertainer much more amusing, and insisted upon debating the question with Miss Piddock, consulting her also upon his patronymic and private history. Joey, Sambo, and Uncle Tom were the names which her governess found inscribed in smudged red ink under the portraits of these increasingly facetious gentlemen, and the repetition lesson was interrupted for a querulous lecture on the iniquity of spoiling books paid for by Rose's grandmother. "Well, she paid for them such a long time ago that I expect she's forgotten," was Rose's defense. "Do you think Sambo has sausages in his pockets when he's at home, Miss Piddock? Joey, you know, has 10 children, and their names are Sophia, Mabel, Jack." Recalled from this exercise in imagination, rather than English grammar, Rose stumbled through her repetition of the next page, a dull page, unenlivened by pictures, and was bidden to read aloud the chapter that followed. She demurred, declaring in favor of another chapter, setting forth the nature and purpose of the interjection. This was headed by a picture of a little girl with ringlets and long trousers limping into an early Victorian room where Mamma, brimming over with useful knowledge, awaited her daughter. Miss Piddock, as usual, gave in after the customary wrangle, and in defiance of all sequence, Rose began to read the paragraph which interested her solely on account of the trousered little girl known in the play grammar as Fanny. Her reading was punctuated with delighted giggles. "La! Mamma!" cried Fanny, "I have twisted my ankle." "There, Fanny," returned Mamma, plunging without a word of sympathy into English grammar, "you have uttered an interjection." Rose, who had been many times through the play grammar, never ceased to be amused by this conversational opening. She laughed till Lucy, hitherto industriously and without the smallest comprehension insisting in a copybook that the whale is a mammal, joined in her mirth and began carelessly to smudge the record of the mysterious fact. "La!" repeated Rose mockingly. "Nobody says la now, and nobody wears trousers like Fanny. This book must have been written ages ago. And do you believe Fanny was interested, like they make out here, in adverbs and adjectives and things? I don't. She's as bad as Richard and George and Mary and Mrs. Markham. Horrid little things." "I like Mary best," observed Lucy. "Oh, do you? I don't. They're all little idiots, but I think George is the best. He's not so—" Miss Piddock rapped wildly on the table. "Go on with your copy, Lucy, and you, Rose, attend to the lesson," she adjured. "Fanny and George have nothing to do with what the books are trying to teach you. It's the grammar that matters, and the history." "Well, they don't matter to me," protested Rose with truth. "It's the children that matter, and I should have made them ever so much nicer. I should have made Fanny cry and howl about her ankle, and then the mamma would have had to get up and put something on it, instead of talking about interjections." 5 minutes of argument leading into the bypaths of the personal history of Fanny, George, and Mary followed, before Rose could be induced to return to the subject unsuccessfully treated in the play grammar. Miss Piddock then marked 2 pages to be learned by heart for Monday, and Rose turned to the reading of Mrs. Markham. That classic was enlivened by conversations between Mamma and the little idiots, who, if the author might be believed, were consumed by a perpetual thirst for historical information. The chapter of the moment opened more or less as follows. "Richard, pray, Mamma, Continue your interesting account of the feudal system." This, the first paragraph of Rose's reading for the day, served so long as a text for explanations as to what she would do if the egregious Richard once fell into her clutches, that Miss Piddock, after trying ineffectually to stem the torrent of her eloquence, glanced at the clock and shut up the book in despair. "It wants 5 minutes to the half-hour," she said with a long sigh. "You may tidy the book cupboard till it's time to go." A typical morning of lessons was over, and with a shout of relief, her echo of Miss Piddock's sigh, Rose sprang up from the table. Exultation was followed by a groan. "Why, it's raining!" she cried. The brilliant morning was already overcast, rain was falling steadily, and the sea, lately blue and dancing, was a mere grey blur. "Oh, how perfectly disgusting! Now we can't go on the beach." Black despair for a moment filled her. Rose was always either in hell or heaven, and passed with inconceivable rapidity from one region to the other. But now, before the portals of the former realm closed upon her, the gates of heaven were opened by the memory of the fairy tale she had planned. It was a good thing it was raining. She would manage to creep upstairs to the bedroom after luncheon, and write there undisturbed. "Well, we can play with the doll's house," said Lucy placidly. "We haven't played with it for ever so long." "I'm not going to," returned her sister brusquely. "I'm going to do something quite different. I'm tired of the doll's house. It's only fit for babies like you." She was not in the least tired of the doll's house, but an author's dignity must be maintained, even at personal sacrifice. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Kinship of the Spirit. They played with it after all, but only when Rose had recovered from a fit of ill temper caused by the frustration of her plan for literary endeavor. Greatly to her satisfaction, it continued to rain steadily. She no longer wanted to go to the beach. Her only desire now was to put on paper the amusing and fantastic scenes which filled her mind and absorbed her attention to such an extent that during the midday meal she scarcely spoke. As a general rule, Rose hated silence. It was she who, despite her grandmother's unapproachable demeanor, sometimes lured her into stories about her mother's childhood, or better still, about the convent school in France where, in the olden times, as Rose described the period of her grandmother's youth, Mrs. Lester herself was educated. On the rare occasions when she was loquacious, Rose almost loved her grandmother. She always admired her, impressed in her childish way by the grande dame air which so terrified Miss Piddock. "You're like a queen made of ice, Grandmamma," she once remarked, when she saw Mrs. Lester dressed for one of the rare dinner parties of the neighborhood. And her grandmother had started, and presently kissed her with more tenderness than usual. She was a little perturbed, but perhaps more flattered than not, by the somewhat invidious compliment. Today, directly, she and Lucy had been told they might leave the table. Rose darted off to the schoolroom to fetch paper and pencil, and then made for the back staircase when she hoped to reach her bedroom without her sister's knowledge. No one would think for ever so long of looking for her there, and she might enjoy the artist's peace and freedom from interruption. Unfortunately, at the foot of the stairs, she met her grandmother preparing for a surprise visit to the servants' quarters. Mrs. Lester was famed for her household management, and it was an axiom amongst her neighbors that any maid trained at the manor house must be worth her salt. "Where are you going, Rose?" she inquired, glancing at the exercise book and pencil in her granddaughter's hand. Into my bedroom? Said Rose, her heart sinking. What for? To write something. All writing can be done in the schoolroom, said Mrs. Lester, autocratically displaying her ignorance of the author's high calling. I cannot have the bedrooms used for scribbling. Go to the schoolroom and sit with Lucy and Miss Pittick. Scribbling. The insult, though as it happened unintentional, was dire, and Rose returned, raging, to the society of her sister and her governess. Lucy, quietly engaged in painting fashion plate ladies with a brilliant crudeness of color forestalling the methods of the modern cubist, and Miss Pittick, seated by the window sewing tuckers into the children's Sunday frocks, were startled by her whirlwind entrance and bewildered by her flood of invective. Everything was too disgusting to be endured. Never, never, by any chance, was she allowed to do anything she wanted to do. Everyone was as dull as ditchwater. Grandmamma was the most disagreeable woman that ever lived, and in short, if she had only known the definition, Rose would have summed up life as one damn thing after another, as indeed it seemed to her. "But what do you want to do?" inquired Miss Pittick mildly, continuing to pleat up lace. "I wanted to write," snapped Rose. "Whatever for?" asked Lucy, genuinely surprised that anyone should wish to lift pen or pencil when they needn't. "Well, you can write here," suggested Miss Pittick soothingly, and Rose stamped with annoyance. Right there? With Miss Pittick looking over her shoulder to find herself lampooned? "You're all so silly," she cried, flinging herself into a chair. "And you're so rude," returned Miss Pittick, with the truth that exasperates. "We might just as well play with the doll's house," Lucy remarked presently, after a silence. "Doll's house?" repeated Rose contemptuously. Nevertheless, in the secret recesses of her heart, she began to consider the suggestion. The black mood was passing, and the glamour which sometimes surrounded the doll's house was beginning to gather about it once more. Quite suddenly, a new and exciting game to be played with its inmates occurred to her, and she jumped up with so much vehemence that the startled Lucy spilt her painting water all over the tablecloth. "Come along," she called, and darted out of the room. "Is she really going to play?" asked Lucy, obediently mopping up the water with the slate duster fetched from the cupboard. "Why, she said she wouldn't." Miss Pittick shrugged her shoulders. "I suppose so. I don't pretend to understand Rose." It would have been surprising if she had. Fortunately, perhaps for her, Sophie Pittick was neither imaginative nor emotional, and in the whole course of her 30 years she had never felt anything like the excitement either of rage or delight which Rose brought daily to what, from a grown-up standpoint, were the trivialities of life. Lucy followed her sister to the doll's house room, a tiny apartment unused except by the children, and containing only a trestle table upon which stood the toy beloved by Rose when certain moods were in the ascendant beyond all other treasures. It had been specially made for the little Cottinghams after a design dictated by their father's aunt, an elderly spinster who had loved him and, till her death a year previously, sent annual Christmas presents to his children. In appearance it was like a modern top-flat, with the roof taken off, all the rooms side by side in a long line. But here the modern semblance ended, for the residence was frankly mid-Victorian, and its inmates wore the dress fashionable in Miss Grace Cottingham's youth. Mamma and all the servants were crinolined, their useless legs dangling somewhere halfway up their skirts upon the hems of which they could be made to walk with grace and ease, and in safety left standing without other support. Papa, was a difficulty, because, unfortunately destitute of crinoline, he had always to be propped in front of a chair or leaned against the wall, where, with his glazed hat glued on a little crookedly, he presented an abject and slightly drunken appearance. The children, too, were troublesome, owing to their short frocks, but wire, ingeniously twisted round their ankles, enabled them, though in somewhat unsteady attitudes, to stand alone, and by the same device Tommy, the only boy, assumed without extraneous aid a more or less upright position, seriously hampered though he was by a wooden hoop permanently attached by a loop of wire to his right hand. This hoop he bowled incessantly in the garden which led out of the doll's house drawing-room, an ingenious garden which appealed to all that was romantic in Rose, to all her love of fantasy. In her eyes, that garden, less than 18 inches square, was one of the loveliest things on earth. It ranked with the dell of her abortive dreams. An archway cut in the gold and white papered drawing-room and framed by lace curtains gave access to this miniature pleasance, which was bounded by a rustic fence and turfed with green baize, in whose midst a round pond of glass, with a swan forever swimming on it, was skillfully inserted. But the wonders did not end here, for at the bottom of the garden was a little white bench in an arbor made of tiny jessamine flowers, and against the surrounding fence minute realistic bushes and shrubs were trained. For the rest of the doll's house she did not greatly care, but the garden never failed to give her a thrill of delight. The moment Lucy opened the door, she saw that Rose was completely absorbed in arrangement for some new and unusual game. And, full of pleasurable anticipation, she dragged up a chair beside her and prepared to be amused. Lucy did little more than listen on these occasions, while Rose did the talking for the family, accompanied by running explanations of the next move in the drama. "What are you going to play?" she asked. "Why have you got out the fairy doll? I thought you said it was no good putting her into the doll's house, because she's dressed all wrong for a real person." "Yes, but I've thought of a splendid game," Rose exclaimed, gulping in her excitement. "It's such a pity to waste the fairy just because she's not dressed properly for the doll's house. And of course she's perfectly lovely, isn't she? Sarah always chooses such heavenly things, and it was awfully nice of her to buy her for us. Well, let's pretend that the fairy lost her way and couldn't get back to Fairyland before the gates closed. So in the night she came by mistake into this garden. Let's pretend it's night now. Quite dark, you know, and here's the fairy flying over the hedge. You see, she's got wings, so she can." The fairy was duly made to perform the aerial feat, and was finally settled on the rustic bench where her tarlatan frock completely filled the arbor. "Now," pursued Rose, her eyes glowing, "it's getting light, and she can see how perfectly beautiful it is in the garden. So she thinks she'll stay and be nice to all the family, and perhaps take them to Fairyland for a treat. She's thinking that now. You see? You can tell by her face. Then the papa comes out into the garden before breakfast and catches sight of her. Where's the papa? Oh, he's got into the kitchen by mistake. Bring him out, Lucy, and make him walk through the arch." "Does he like her?" inquired Lucy, conscientiously walking the papa through all the rooms before vouchsafing him a sight of the fairy. "No, he's going to hate her. He was always a horrid man. You remember, he's got such ugly trousers. Now make him see her. That's right. Now make him rush across the grass to try to drive her away. Not through the pond, silly." Lucy obediently removed Papa from the pond and scuttled him round its edge to the arbor. "There isn't room for him," she objected. "The fairy's frock sticks out so." "Never mind," said Rose. "We'll make her fly out to meet him. So now she raises her wand like this." "She can't," declared Lucy. "It's stuck down." "Well, pretend. It doesn't matter. Rose impatiently urged. Now, the papa falls flat down. Make him do it. That's right. Now the fairy bends over him like this, and she says... The tumultuous opening of the door checked the fairy's speech to the recumbent papa, and instead, with more force than politeness, Rose addressed the intruder. "Oh, Geoffrey, whatever have you come for? We don't want you. We're just playing a lovely game. Do go away." The boy on the threshold grinned amiably. He was used to Rose, and in spite of the joys of holidays, time was beginning to hang a little heavily on his hands. "Let me play too," he suggested, the grin becoming mischievous. "What's that white maggot doing in the garden? Let's throw it out for the birds to eat." Before Rose could intervene, he had snatched up the fairy and rushed with her to the window. Rose was after him like a whirlwind. "Give her to me," she cried, her face crimson. "You're a horrid, disgusting boy, always coming and spoiling everything. Give her to me at once. You're creasing her dress. You're squashing her." She beat Geoffrey's arm with her clenched fist, while Lucy, twisting round in her chair, watched the proceedings with interest. "Say please," laughed Geoffrey, holding the doll tantalizingly above Rose's head. "I won't say please when it's my own fairy doll, and you came and took her away," screamed the child, incoherent with anger, as she continued to fight for her possession. "Catch, Lucy!" cried Geoffrey, throwing the abominably treated fairy in her direction. By a fluke, Lucy caught the flying object, and Geoffrey pinioned Rose's wrists. "Now, Miss Fury, I've a good mind not to tell you what I came for," he said, still laughing as Rose struggled. "And you'll be jolly sorry if I don't," he added significantly. Rose suddenly ceased to wriggle. "Not to take me back to Brook Hall?" she demanded breathlessly, her eyes all eagerness. "Mother sent the carriage for you. And may I go? Does Grandmamma say I may go?" Geoffrey nodded. "I came up to tell you to get ready, only you flew at me like a little turkey cock. Mother wanted Lucy to come too, but Mrs. Lester says it will be too much trouble for her to have both of you, so you're to come alone." "Oh, Geoffrey!" Rose's face was all alight with joy, her temper and its cause forgotten. "You don't mind, do you, Lucy?" she asked, suddenly mindful of her sister's possible disappointment. Lucy shook her head. She was a placid child, and to her, neither Brook Hall, nor, for that matter, anything else of all the many things that so unreasonably excited Rose, caused her much perturbation, either of joy or pain. Her mind relieved on this score, Rose rushed upstairs in the maddest spirits to find Miss Pittock packing a bag with her night-clothes, brush and comb, and other toilet necessaries, as well as her best frock and prayer book. 10 minutes later, she and Geoffrey, snugly enclosed in the winter's carriage, were driving towards Brook Hall. It rained persistently, but to Rose, the landscape seen through the blurred windows, and in fact the whole visible world, was roseate because of this unlooked-for treat. She had been happy and miserable 20 times that day, as she would be happy and miserable during a countless number of days to follow. Brook Hall was Rose's earthly paradise, and all the more entrancing because the way to it was difficult. Constitutionally reserved and unsociable, Mrs. Lester's relationship with the few neighbors her rigid notions of class distinctions made it possible to know was a formal one, and though by comparison the Winters were friends of hers, they were friends to be held somewhat at arm's length. She vaguely disapproved of Mrs. Winter as advanced, and suspected her of cherishing absurd ideas. In this judgment, indeed, she did not stand alone, for the other county ladies also had their suspicions, based on the fact that Mrs. Winter spent 2 or 3 months of every year in London, where she saw the plays of Gilbert and Sullivan, bought fashionable hats, and returned with the latest books, which, as everyone who had not read them knew, were pernicious to the last degree. That she should have taken a great fancy to Rose was more of an annoyance than a pleasure to Mrs. Lester, since it was calculated to create a closer tie than she desired between herself and any of her neighbors. As often, therefore, as courtesy permitted, she refused Mrs. Winter's frequent invitations to her little granddaughter, and incidentally strengthened the child's attachment to Brook Hall and its mistress. Rose adored Mrs. Winter, who supplied her with all the intellectual interest lacking in her own surroundings, and the rare visits to her friend's house were her chiefest joys. Her hostess opened the door herself when the carriage drove up, and Rose rushed into the hall and sprang into her arms. It was delightful to be hugged and kissed as though her presence were really welcome. It was more than delightful. It was the seventh heaven to have tea in the drawing-room later, close to a blazing wood fire. At home there were no fires, and though it was not really cold, Rose appreciated the luxury never indulged in at the manor house, of something that was for ornament and not primarily for use. She sat in her little low chair and ate her cake and drank really strong tea and looked about her in utter content. Mrs. Winter was opposite to her, ensconced in one corner of the sofa, while Geoffrey sprawled at the other end, leaning forward to the table occasionally to spread huge slices of bread with the jam that had been brought in for the children's benefit. Mother and son were curiously alike in coloring and features, but here the resemblance ended. The boy, well grown and tall for his age, with a shock of reddish fair hair and eyes blue and fearless, would make, one was assured, the fine, straight type of Englishman of the unintellectual kind. Good at sports, capable in affairs, holding few opinions but these doggedly, unambitious, knowing his limitations and untroubled by them, accepting them rather as blessings than grievances, since having brains must be an awful nuisance. Geoffrey was, in short, a nice boy, with nothing about him to discover. Rose liked him well enough, but considered him, in company with most of her world, rather dull. When he was not teasing her, his schoolboy facetiousness and clowning sometimes made her laugh, and for this she tolerated him. His mother, on the other hand, stood to her for everything that was beautiful, wonderful, and interesting. Mrs. Winter was often amused and flattered by her obvious admiration. Oddly enough, with Rose, child as she was, she felt a mental kinship greater than any she had experienced since her marriage, the people she met on her periodical visits to town not excepted. Some of these London men and women, as she knew, had read much and could talk fluently about what they read. Few of them had thought independently. Still fewer had ever felt as she guessed this baby of 9 had felt. In her own mind, she predicted a future for Rose. "One day I shall be proud to have known her," she said once to her husband, who laughed at her infatuation for the ugly little Cottingham. "I can't think what you see in her," he remarked. "She doesn't seem to me to be so wonderfully clever. She's an ordinary kid enough." "Wonderfully clever? I don't quite know what you mean by that." "If you mean book learning, you're right," his wife returned. "She's very backward, as you might expect with such a foolish governess as she's got. Poor child. But when you say she's ordinary, I know you're wrong, though I can't explain why." Mrs. Winter knew it would be useless to try. The elder and the younger Geoffrey had characteristics in common, and though she loved them both, she was often as consciously bored with them as Rose was unconsciously bored by her daily associates. She and Rose were born talkers, and each in their respective degrees suffered from the dearth of what in their sense of the word was conversation. She looked across at Rose now and smiled. Not as a woman usually smiles at a child, but with quite a sense of companionship and a certain, though vague, understanding. And Rose, returning the smile, reflected that certainly Mrs. Winter was the loveliest creature in the world. Except in her eyes, Mrs. Winter had no claim even to ordinary prettiness, though there was a certain charm about her which excused the child's infatuation. She was a singularly gracious woman, and this quality, joined to a rather pathetic delicacy of appearance, drew to her more hearts than one. Always beautifully dressed, she had a dainty, fragile appearance, which was attractive and served her as well as beauty. "Come and see my bird's eggs after tea," said Geoffrey presently. "I've got some jolly new ones. I meant to go bird's nesting this afternoon, and then this beastly rain came on, so I went to fetch you instead." "I want to look at the books," returned Rose with decision. And Mrs. Winter smiled again, in envy of her youthful disregard of masculine wishes, which clashed with her own. She had spent much of her life in looking at things that did not amuse her, and in feigning interest in pursuits alien to her temperament, and had long since learned the lesson of compromise, with most of the advantages on the other side. As a woman, Rose would learn it too, of course, but in the meantime she was glad of the holiday which, in this respect, life concedes to the child. "Oh, you'll sit stewing over silly books all the time, I know," grumbled Geoffrey. "No, I shan't. I like birds' eggs too, but I like books best. Oh, Mrs. Winter, I can finish At the Back of the North Wind now, can't I? I've been thinking about it ever since the last time I came. I do wish Grandmamma would let me take books home." "Why won't she?" inquired Geoffrey, his mouth full of bread and jam. "She says I'm so careless I should spoil them, and Miss Pittock says when I have a book I don't attend to my lessons. But that's silly, because I don't anyway, you know. Who would attend to lessons if they could help it?" "I should jolly well think not," agreed Geoffrey with fervor. "But what rot! Fancy not being able to read a book if you want to. I'm jolly glad I don't live with Grandma." "I'm sure Mrs. Lester is still more glad. And in any case, you're not asked to criticize," put in his mother, in the dry voice which the boy respected because she seldom employed it. And it meant rebuke. Rose heard it too, with some surprise. Even Geoffrey, then, was not allowed all the privileges of grown-up people. She had always thought he was, and had envied him in consequence. In her experience, children existed on sufferance. When they were good and gave no trouble, they were at best tolerated. And if treats were accorded, it was always with due reminder of the clemency of the bestower and the unworthiness of the recipient of such favors. But in Geoffrey's case, matters were very different. He was an equal in the household, and an equal beloved and cherished, welcomed in his incomings, and sped when he departed tenderly on his way. Nothing at Brook Hall impressed Rose more than the atmosphere of love and comradeship which surrounded Geoffrey, who looked upon his mother and father as friends, and knew nothing of scolding or punishment. She supposed it was because he was a boy. Girls, as she had long ago realized, were, in Grandmamma's eyes at least, except when they were naughty, negligible quantities. And in spite of Mrs. Winter's assertion, she shrewdly guessed that if Geoffrey did live with Grandmamma, he would at least be allowed, in virtue of his sex, many of the privileges denied to her. Nevertheless, her instinct told her that Mrs. Winter's rebuke was justified. It was, of course, rude to say things about Grandmamma, and she hastened to change the subject. "I wrote to Mr. George MacDonald about The Princess and the Goblin," she began, addressing her hostess. "Did you?" asked Mrs. Winter with interest. "Why?" "Because it says at the end of the book, 'Perhaps I will tell you more about the princess one day,' or something like that. And I did want the book to go on, so I wrote to him and asked him to finish it." Mrs. Winter laughed. "Well, has he replied?" "No. Miss Pittock wouldn't let me send the letter. She said the writing was too bad, and she wouldn't tell me how to spell tremendously. And she said he would only think me a rude, forward little girl. Do you think he would? No, said Mrs. Winter. But if Miss Pittick did, that was enough. People have different opinions, you know, and no doubt Miss Pittick thought she was right. I suppose so, agreed Rose, sighing. The conversation had recalled to her memory one more bitter disappointment. The beautiful story of the princess and the goblin had been her dream and inspiration for months. No tongue could tell of the glamour which it possessed for her, nor how at all hours of the day, but chiefly during arithmetic, her mind was filled with the thought of that wonderful silver bath into which the princess sank, dreaming of beauty beyond mortal ken, and of that mystic fire of roses which only the fairy godmother could touch unscathed, the fire which filled the air with fragrance and made all things clean and whole. And Mrs. Winter sighed too, her regret being for the author of the story, as well as for the child in her uncompromising circumstances. She knew of nothing which in her own case would have pleased her better than that bad writing and tremendously spelt with delightful eccentricity. Tea was over, and as she watched Rose run to the bookcase and seize upon the book she wanted, for the 20th time she wished that the child were hers. Geoffrey had long ago outgrown the slight taste he ever had for anything which represented the magic, the glamour, the poetry of life, and that low shelf in the drawing-room contained the books he had left behind as a lot of kids' nonsense. There was so much of kids' nonsense left in his mother, and Rose would have shared her ridiculous tastes. End of Chapter 5, read by James K. White, Chula Vista.
Chapter 6 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicole J. LeBoeuf. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. A project and a notebook. It was beyond all dreams blissful to wake next morning in a pretty little room close to Mrs. Winter's bedroom, and to find the sun streaming through the flowered curtains, making the cut glass ornaments on the dressing table sparkle with the radiance of diamonds, and the hangings to her bed glow like the petals of a pink flower. Rose fully appreciated the luxury of Brook Hall. The house itself, though no more stately than her own home, and of similar Georgian design, was the house of wealthy people, and while everything at the manor showed signs of wear and decay, all the appointments of Brook Hall indicated prosperity as a background to taste on the part of its owners. Rose loved her gay little bedroom with the beautiful glass on the dressing table, and the bathroom next to it with the new shining bath in which it was a pleasure to step, and the white shelves holding toilet bottles and soaps of exquisite fragrance, and white folded towels. The bathroom at home, though scrupulously clean, was shabby, and there was all the difference between bathing as a tiresome duty and bathing like a princess. She played the princess game all the time she was performing her toilet, and the crowning touch to the drama came when, according to the instructions of her hostess, she rang the bell for Kate, Mrs. Winter's maid, to do up her frock and tie the ribbon on her hair. At breakfast time there was cheerful conversation, instead of silence broken only by the rustling of Grandmamma's paper and Miss Pittick's low-voiced injunctions as to the proper handling of cups and the care required not to make crumbs. Geoffrey pleaded his inability to go to church because, though it was Sunday, his animals had to be fed just the same, and it would take longer with Rose fussing round and wanting to feed them too. "How do you know Rose isn't minding to go to church?" demanded Mr. Winter, facetiously, as Rose of course understood.
It was naturally incredible that anyone should go to church willingly, but she suffered no alarm, for at Brook Hall, as it seemed to her at least, no one did anything that was distasteful. "But I don't," she said, suffering Mr. Winter's affectation of astonishment politely, as part of the boredom one had to endure from the average grown-up person. "Well, then, we'll leave them to their godless ways, my dear," he remarked when he had been sufficiently funny. His wife smiled, and Geoffrey, followed by Rose, rushed out into the garden together. Here again the contrast between the manor house and Brook Hall was marked, and Rose was impressed and delighted by the flowers of which there were so few at home. Daffodils, wallflowers, and hyacinths, masses of wonderful color, filled borders, which later would be a riot of summer blossom, in a garden tended and cared for as only money made such care possible. But beautiful as it was, standing farther inland than the manor house garden, it lacked the stretch of sea beyond, and Rose would not have parted from that sea for all the flowers possessed by the Winters. Nevertheless, she wanted to look at them and smell them all, and only Geoffrey's impatience dragged her finally into the yard to see the rabbits, the guinea pigs, the dogs, and the pony. Once there, she was again wild with delight. At home, pets were not allowed, and, like most children, she loved animals. While Geoffrey went to fetch green stuff for the rabbits, in an ecstasy of pleasure, she stroked the noses of the babies through the bars of the hutch, and when on his return he took one of them out and gave it to her to hold, she could not contain her rapture. "Oh, how soft he is! How lovely and soft!" she exclaimed. "Did you buy these little ones, Jeff?" "No, of course not. I bought the doe." "What is a doe?" "Why, the mother of them. That one." "Then she's married to Toodles? He's the father, isn't he? Who marries rabbits, Jeff?" "I don't know," mumbled Geoffrey. Well versed himself in natural history, the idea of sharing his knowledge with a girl would have shocked him, and he dreaded the next awkward question. "I expect the pony married these," pursued Rose, turning round to regard Charlie, who was looking over the half-door of the stable opposite to the hutches. "He's got a white front, and that does for the surplice. But who marries the rabbits in the woods?" she continued. "They must always be getting married because they have so many children. I never thought about that before. Who marries them, Jeff?" "They don't get married," he returned desperately, and very red in the face. "But they must if they have children. Miss Pittock says no one who isn't married has children. I expect God marries the wild rabbits, don't you? And the fairies christen the baby ones. I'm sure they do." She thought neither of these things, but the idea presenting itself to her as one that might be elaborated into a story, she at once affected belief, to persuade herself into the acceptance of a new creed for the animal world. "All rot about fairies," declared Geoffrey, relieved to find himself on safer ground. "Well, why isn't it all rot about God?" retorted Rose. "You've never seen God, and you've never seen fairies. But if you said it was all rot about God, you would be very wicked." "That's different." "Why?" "There's the Bible to tell about him." "Well, there are fairy books to tell about fairies." "Yes, but they're only made up." "How do you know the Bible isn't made up?" "Don't be silly. Of course it isn't." "No, I suppose it isn't," agreed Rose slowly, conscious that she had been impious. "But I often wonder how people know it isn't. I asked Miss Pittock, and she said she was shocked at me, but then Miss Pittock's shocked at anything." "Old ginger cat!" exclaimed Geoffrey easily, as he stuffed cabbage leaves into the hutches. "She's more marmalade than ginger. I put a slate pencil up one of her curls the other day, when she was correcting my dictation, and it got caught, and she was in a frightful temper," pursued Rose, with a reminiscent giggle of mirth. "Did she tell Grandma?" In privacy, Geoffrey always thus alluded to the stately lady, of whom he stood in awe. "No, she's frightened of Grandmamma, you know." "Jolly good thing for you," declared Geoffrey significantly. Rose spent a happy morning, trotting about under the boys' directions to fetch hay, straw, bran, green stuff, and all the necessaries for a thorough spring cleaning and rearrangement of the animal quarter. She was glad that Geoffrey did all the dirty work, for Rose was a fastidious young woman. It was only the decorative side of life that appealed to her, and though she loved the animals when they were clean and tidy, the process by which this desirable condition was attained she was more than content to leave to Geoffrey, who seemed thoroughly to enjoy the occupation. But at the back of her mind, all the time she was happily engaged in helping with the rabbits, there ran the thought of her projected literary effort, and the speculation as to whether there would be time or opportunity today for its fulfillment. Life at the manor house was not suited to an authoress, and here, if ever, she must write her masterpiece. The opportunity came after luncheon, when Mrs. Winter went to her room to rest, and Geoffrey and his father started off on a business visit to the bailiff of another estate. "Are you sure you can amuse yourself, dear?" asked Mrs. Winter. "It's too long a walk for you to Greenways, but you can sit in the garden and read till tea-time if you think you won't be dull." "Please, may I have some paper and a pencil?" asked Rose with trembling eagerness. And Mrs. Winter had no further doubts about the propriety of leaving her guest for an hour or so to her own devices. She asked no questions, but at once provided writing paper in the shape of an empty notebook, and with this undreamed-of treasure and a pencil that won't rub out, Rose fled to the summer house and the feverish joy of composition. Though for a child she wrote quickly, and with fair legibility, her hand could not keep pace with the racing of her brain, but even so, by the end of an hour, many pages of the notebook were filled with the fantastic history of Miss Piddock, flaringly disguised as Miss Ginger, and of the thrushes who fortunately needed no disguise. Inspiration, coinciding with the tiredness of her hand, gave out in time, but with the instinctive desire to round off her story, Rose brought it to a conclusion of a sort, though it was a hasty and careless one. She threw down her pencil, and, leaning back against the knobbly rustic bench, looked at the spring garden, with its haze of new green leaves and its flowers brilliant under the cloudless sky. The sunlight poured full into the summer house with the warmth she loved, and for a few minutes she basked in it like a happy little cat, rejoicing in mere physical sensation. Then, suddenly and irrelevantly, the thought of death slid into her mind. Curiously enough, death was never far from Rose's consciousness, and would come unbidden while she was playing with the doll's house, or sulking over her lessons, or running on the seashore, with a shock of premature realization which made her gasp in terror. It came now while the sunshine streamed upon her little brown hands and warmed her through and through, while she gazed at the delicious blue of the sky and let her eyes wander to the wallflowers and daffodils. She thought of a child in the village who was even now lying dead, Mrs. Goodwin's little girl at the toy shop, whom Sarah had known, and who, as Sarah had told her, was just Rose's own age. "Born on the same day, miss, and only ill on the Thursday and took on the Friday." "Some day I shall be dead," she thought, with a horrible certainty of the truth, "and put in a coffin, like Maggie Goodwin, and then put deep down in the earth where it's all cold and wet, and I shall never see the sun and the sea again, and never run, and never sit by the fire, and never read a book or pick primroses." At the vivid picture she conjured up of herself, lying forever in her coffin with the earth above her, a panic seized her, and she began to tremble as though the eternal chill held her already in its grasp. The torment grew. Her heart beat to suffocation, while her hands and feet grew cold. A shadow fell between her and the sunshine which she no longer felt, and Mrs. Winter stepped suddenly into the summer-house, bringing with her a faint wave of the perfume she always used, and a gentle rustle of silk, an infinitely consoling, soothing presence. Even to Mrs. Winter, however, if Rose had been given time to control herself, she would not have divulged her imaginative terrors. There were reticences about her which went deeper than her surface-quick and passionate moods, and like older people, the child often used her volubility to disguise her real thoughts. But Mrs. Winter had surprised her in a moment of panic, and without reflection she grasped her arm convulsively as though for safety. "Oh, Mrs. Winter, I can't die. Isn't there any way not to die?" she whispered, her voice breaking on the last words. Mrs. Winter looked down in surprise at the child's white face and frightened eyes. "But, my dear Rose, you're not going to die," she exclaimed, sitting down beside her and laughing a little reassuringly. "But I shall some day. Everyone dies, don't they? Oh, isn't there some way of stopping it?" "My dear child, whatever has made you think of death?" Tenderly she put her arm round her and drew her close, speaking very gently. To her amazement, Rose was shaking from head to foot. "I don't know. I often do. Oh, I couldn't be putting the earth out of the sunshine. I couldn't." Her voice was still panic-stricken, and her eyes wide with terror. Mrs. Winter paused a moment, feeling for words of reassurance. "Child, you wouldn't be there. Nothing of you that knows or feels would be in the grave." "You mean if I'm good I should be in heaven? My soul would be in heaven? But, Mrs. Winter, I don't want to go to heaven. I don't like the sound of it. It would be awful. And heaven never stops, does it? Oh, it's awful to think of forever and forever and forever." "Don't try. But I can't help it. Sometimes I wake up in the night and think about eternity." Mrs. Winter suppressed a smile that was not wholly of amusement, though eternity, in the mouth of the tiny creature beside her, was incongruous enough to provoke mirth, if it had not been for the child's almost terrifying seriousness. "You see, I don't want to be good," pursued Rose. "I don't even want to try, because I don't like it. I hate the peep of day, except to laugh about Satan. I know it's wicked to laugh about him, but the peep of day makes me. And I hate church, except when they sing, 'O all ye stars of heaven, bless ye the Lord.' I like that, but they don't often have it. Oh, I do wish the Bible wasn't true, Mrs. Winter, because, you see, you're caught anyhow, aren't you? If I don't love God and I laugh about Satan, I shall go first into the grave and then to hell, and that will go on forever and ever, just like heaven. And you've got to go to one place or the other, whatever you do, so it's awful anyhow." She poured out the trembling words, as though what they represented had been long pent up in her mind. And indeed, as a dark cloud it had rested there, in the background of her consciousness truly, but there always, ready at moments to sweep forward and blot out the sunshine. Not for the first time, Mrs. Winter felt her mental kinship with the perplexed child. She, too, had experienced the horror of an inexorable creed alien to her nature, from which as a young thing she had seen no escape. But she had been brought up in an atmosphere of gloomy piety, which in Rose's case she knew to be non-existent. Religion, in Mrs. Lester's household, was a more or less perfunctory affair, not insisted upon with the fervor born of a conviction that influences the conduct of life, but merely because church-going and Bible instruction form part of the customary routine of respectable existence. She realized that Rose had grasped for herself the tremendous issues involved even in a colorless presentment of the faith of her fathers, in a way impossible to an unimaginative child, to whom that presentment would have been mere words, leaving but the very slightest impression. Something must be said in comfort, but she hesitated to shatter too definitely the foundations of orthodox belief in a child who was not her own. "You like," she began at last, for the moment ignoring Rose's mention of the eternal habitations, "you like the song that begins, 'O all ye works of the Lord, bless ye the Lord.' That's it, isn't it?" Rose nodded. "Well, there was a man called St. Francis who liked it too. He lived long ago, but that song of praise was written long, long even before he was born. St. Francis loved this world, and the sunshine, and the flowers, and the animals quite as much as you do, But he was quite happy about death because he knew that to live with God, who made the sun and the stars and the flowers, would be better and more beautiful even than to live on this lovely earth. And he liked that song of praise so much that he put it into a new sort of poetry, in which he called the wind and the clouds his sisters. And at the end he said, "Praised be thou, O Lord, by our sister, the death of the body, whom no living creature may avoid." St. Francis didn't want to avoid it, you see, because he thought of the heaven that was to come as an interesting place. Now, a poet's idea of heaven is more likely to be nearer the truth than the ideas of rather dull people who can only imagine that it's a place where you sing hymns forever. Don't you think so? "Yes, but it's only what people think, not what they know, is it?" said Rose. And again her grown-up friend felt a throb of sympathy. "Then we must think the best and the most beautiful things," she returned. "If we do that, we shall at least be nearer to God, who has made so many good and beautiful things. We must never think of graves and ugliness." "But there's hell," objected Rose. "St. Francis was so good, so he didn't have to think of hell." "My dear child, neither need you," returned Mrs. Winter, suddenly greatly daring. "There is no hell. That's only one of the dreadful ideas set about in the world by people who, without knowing it, are insulting God. Put it out of your mind, and think of heaven, not as a place where you will stay forever, but as many new lives where you will learn, and above all, be interested. It's dullness you hate, isn't it?" Rose nodded vehemently, her eyes alight. "Well, I'm sure you won't be dull in any of your lives," said Mrs. Winter, smiling at her. The child hugged her passionately. "Oh, I'm so glad you think like that," she exclaimed. "I've often wondered whether everyone believed things like in the peep of day, things that always seem so silly to me. Now I won't believe them any more. I never did, really. But I shan't tell Miss Piddock or anyone," she added, for which assurance Mrs. Winter offered up a modicum of silent thanks. "Here's Jeff and Mr. Winter," she exclaimed almost in the same breath, dashing out of the summer house to meet them. Mrs. Winter watched her as she rushed across the lawn, her brief skirt above her knees, her hair flying, her whole little body expressing nothing but the joy in mere animal existence, the worrying little mind for the moment at rest. She watched her with a smile that masked a lurking personal uneasiness. It was strange that Rose should have chosen this day to talk of death, for today it had been in her own mind also, not as a horror, but as a release, an infinitely blessed release from something, a possibility, which she dreaded more than death. During her late visit to town, and unknown to her husband, she had consulted a Harley Street physician about symptoms that were troubling her. He had not been altogether reassuring, and she was under promise of returning to him in the course of a few weeks. Mrs. Winter felt herself turning cold and sick at the bare idea of what the second visit might portend, and then, scorning herself for nervous and probably groundless fears, she got up quickly to go into the house and order tea. The exercise book on the table arrested her attention as she moved, and glad of any distraction from her thoughts, she picked it up and turned over the crumpled leaves. Her husband found her laughing when a few minutes later he strolled across the lawn to the summer house. "What's that?" he asked, knocking out his pipe. "A literary effusion by Rose, a satire on Miss Piddock, apparently. But it's really clever, Jeff." "You think everything that kid does is clever," observed Mr. Winter good-humoredly. "But it is. The end's nonsense because she got tired of it, I suppose. But the beginning is quite good. Just listen to this bit where Miss Ginger is teaching the thrushes." "Oh, my dear, I shouldn't know whether it's what you call clever or not. It would just be a lot of rubbish to me. Tea's ready." He strolled away, unconsciously leaving his wife as patiently impatient as she had been 20 times a day ever since the end of her honeymoon. "I hope Rose will marry a man with some sort of understanding," was her half-wistful, half-humorous reflection, as she regarded the fine, manly figure of her retreating husband. It was that figure which, as she now realized, had induced her to become his wife, and she shrugged her shoulders with the oft-repeated self-assurance that one can't expect to have everything. Nevertheless, it was just what as a girl she had expected, and she smiled at the folly of youth. At tea-time, as she was glad to remark, Rose was in the wildest spirits, having apparently forgotten eternity as completely as her own philippic on Miss Piddock, abandoned with characteristic carelessness in the summer-house. It was Mrs. Winter who, when they were alone, reminded her of the masterpiece. "I think you'd better not take this home, Rose," she said primly, tapping the exercise book, which, with an air of well-simulated displeasure, she laid on the tea-table. Rose blushed and hung her head. "I took the liberty of reading it," continued Mrs. Winter, turning away to hide the amusement in her eyes, "and on the whole I should advise you to leave the story with me. It would be strange if Miss Piddock appreciated it." "Will you read me the thing you said you would?" asked Rose meekly, without committing herself to anything but an oblique reply. And Mrs. Winter fetched a book from her room and read to her the Hymn of St. Francis to the Sun. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Susanne Klieber. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Chapter 7. Absence and Return. It was a year and more before Rose went again to Brook Hall. Mrs. Winter's second visit to the London specialist, though inconclusive on the main point, to some extent allayed her worst fears. The doctor, however, spoke vaguely of extreme delicacy, and advised her husband to take her for an indefinite period away from home. Her state of health, he stated, still vaguely, was such that the English climate could not fail still further to injure, and, in short, he advocated, in general terms, change of scene as well as change of air. The house was therefore closed. Miss Winter and her husband disappeared into a gulf whose name to Rose was abroad, and at holiday times Geoffrey joined his parents wherever abroad might happen to be. Meanwhile, life at the manor house went on for Rose, with its usual outward monotony and its checkered inward experiences, and she continued to be alternately bored, happy, wretched, excited, or mutinous several times a day. Boredom, however, that malady popularly supposed to be the peculiar property of the adult, in reality known in its most acute stages to children, insufficiently supplied with mental interests, was becoming an increasing factor of her existence. With the departure of Miss Winter, she had lost the only person who ever troubled to consider her as a creature with a mind as well as a body, or to realize that this mind needed interest and stimulation. No one ever talked to her about anything but the material concerns of every day. Miss Paddock from incapacity and dearth of ideas, her grandmother from lack of interest in feminine creatures, as well as from inability, in any case, to bridge the gulf between her own fine, if narrow, intellect and the mind of a child. There were few books in the house that Rose cared to read. Those given her by Miss Winter she knew almost by heart, and the rows of dull-covered volumes in the library were mostly on theological subjects and land surveying. The Leicesters had never been reading folk, and for the most part the books in the house were those which no gentleman's library should be without, and no gentleman ever reads. The impulse which had led her to write died down after one flowering into satire, and for several years was quiescent. She missed her friend terribly, and even when the first poignant sense of desolation had passed, she continued to miss, though unconsciously, the stimulation of Brook Hall and all the interest which it put into a life too narrow and monotonous for a restless, clever child. Miss Winter's departure was the occasion for her first lesson in that dissimulation of feeling which every wise woman practices as an exercise in self-control. Instinctively, she knew that her grandmother looked upon her fondness for the lady at Brook Hall as a ridiculous infatuation to be held in scorn, and a lover's loyalty made her avoid, by an appearance of unconcern, occasions for derogatory remarks about the object of her devotion. Miss Winters occasionally wrote to the child, and Rose lived for these letters, but surpassed herself in ingenuity in waylaying the postman so that she might receive them unknown to her grandmother, and be spared the necessity of being asked in a sarcastic voice to favour the company with Miss Winters' news. One result of the last talk with her friend had been that Rose's former periodical terror of death ceased to trouble her. Sunday after Sunday, as she endured the enforced quietude of church, she hugged to herself the reflection that she no longer believed what the vicar, Mr. Collins, nor any of the curates believed and taught, though they were grown up. Miss Winter doesn't think there's a hell, she told herself, and I'm sure she's much cleverer than Mr. Collins, and I don't believe in it either, and what they say about heaven is all wrong too, and yet they think themselves so grand. These secret and gleeful reflections would have been more satisfactory if about this time, and particularly in church, Rose had not begun to suffer from a curious phenomenon which even in afterlife she was never able either to explain or to account for. She would be sitting in the family pew between her grandmother and Miss Piddock, glancing wearily about the well-known church, when suddenly it would become unfamiliar to her. As she expressed it to herself, she saw it all wrong. The gallery, the organ, the choir, though she knew they were the objects upon which she gazed every Sunday, took on a strange aspect. The look of the whole church was different, and her hands would grow damp and hot, and her forehead damp and cold, with a panic thought that she was going mad. Then presently, as suddenly as the new vision had come, it disappeared, and to her infinite relief, as she put it, she saw right. The same thing occasionally happened with regard to the rooms at home, or even in respect to a well-known road or field, but the experience was more common in church, and Rose dreaded it beyond all the words which she could never utter on the subject. There was no one to whom she could have mentioned so bizarre a thing without being ridiculed for talking nonsense, and Rose did not willingly invite ridicule. Whatever was the explanation of an experience which passed away before her childhood was ended, she never forgot it, and, rightly or wrongly, in after years the memory of it was a proof to her of the slender borderline which may divide the sane and normal from the abnormal outlook on visible existence. Her own outlook upon existence generally, then and for some year or two later, was not a satisfactory one from the point of view of healthy development. For a child of Rose's temperament to be bored meant mischief and trouble, and to the discerning, most of her increasing naughtiness was traceable to insufficient material for the needs of her nature. Intellectually and emotionally she was starved, and her rebellion was the protest of the hungry. Glimpses of a world outside her ken were afforded sometimes when Major Hawley, from Greenways, drove over to the manor house for a chat with her grandmother, whom he very much admired as a deucedly clever woman. He was a burly, red-faced, white-whiskered individual who talked in a loud voice about some mysterious thing called politics, in which grandmamma took great interest, though the meaning of what she said was as unintelligible to the child as though it had been uttered in Chinese. One day, when the Winters had been more than a year away from home, the Major drove over to the manor house, and Rose, who passed the open door of the drawing-room on her way to join Miss Piddock and Lucy for the daily walk, was called in to shake hands with him. "I hope you'll have as good a headpiece as your grandmother when you're a woman," he said, after the child's shy greeting. "I hope she won't, though it's not saying much," returned Miss Lester dryly. "Why not, madam, why not?" pursued the Major, while Rose looked interestedly from one to the other. "Women will be in Parliament one day if we go on like this. They've got their colleges already, and they'll be beating the men all to fits before we know where we are." He laughed jovially. "Colleges," repeated Miss Lester, on a note of scorn. "You don't agree with them?" "Perfectly ridiculous." "Why? Why do you speak so slightingly of your sex? You, for instance, would have made a splendid statesman." He still spoke jokingly, but Rose understood that there was more than a grain of seriousness in his remark. "I have no ambition to unsex myself," said Miss Lester, drawing herself up. "Ah, that's it. When you women begin to have ambition, you'll carry all before you, and make the most ludicrous mess of things." "Why, Grandmamma?" asked Rose unexpectedly. She was generally too shy to speak before visitors, but the conversation, imperfectly understood though it was, roused her curiosity and made her forget herself. "Yes, why, Grandmamma? Listen to the younger generation," exclaimed the Major, still laughing. "The younger generation should be seen and not heard," said Miss Lester, enunciating a cherished principle. "Run away, Rose. Miss Piddock is waiting." Rose obeyed, though not to the letter, and as she lingeringly closed the door, she heard the Major repeat, "That child's got brains," and her grandmother's reply, accompanied as she guessed by a shrug of the shoulders, "So you've said more than once before, and as I always tell you, much good may they do her." Gratification and anger struggled within her, but gratification won. It was as surprising as delightful to know what Major Hawley thought of her, in spite of her grandmother's depreciatory pendant to his remark. "But then he doesn't know that I can't say my multiplication table," she thought, by way of a chastening reminder to herself to avoid improper pride. She did not avoid it. The glow of happiness lasted all the morning, and though by the time she reached the beach she had forgotten its immediate cause, never had the secret games she played seemed so intoxicating, never had the sky been so blue, nor the air so soft and warm. It was low tide that day, the rocks were uncovered, and while Rose sprang from one green seaweed-covered stone to another, unknown to Lucy, who followed at a distance, she was an enchanted princess with flowing hair, riding on her milk-white palfrey to a castle of romance. The milk-white palfrey's pace was accommodating, since it did not prevent her from dabbling in the pools between the rocks and fishing out queer little objects which she called birds' nests. They were round and prickly and green, the abandoned homes of some sea creature, and they smelled atrociously. Rose had a collection of them filled with cotton wool, previously sprinkled with an execrable perfume bestowed by Sarah with a view to neutralizing their natural odor. A row of these treasures stood on the top of her chest of drawers at home, with little white shells called black's teeth laid on the top of the cotton wool to represent eggs. It was up to a point a happy morning, for not only did the enchanted princess, in a retired corner of her mind, undergo the strangest adventures, but at one and the same time she, in her own character, found birds' nests in abundance, and, greatest joy of all, On climbing over some rocks close to the base of the cliff, she and Lucy came across a heap of broken ginger beer bottles of red glass. These instantly became jewels of inestimable value, a genie's treasure hoard discovered by the princess, and Lucy was invited to join in the building of a magic palace to be composed entirely of rubies. The sunlight sparkled bravely on the broken edges of the bottles, making them glow like crimson fire, and to Rose, for 10 minutes, the fragments of glass were really jewels, and she herself a feminine Aladdin in a magic cave. Miss Piddock, who had been sitting under the cliff at a little distance, and now came up to give the signal for departure, shattered the illusion as well as the palace by a well-directed shove of her strong right foot. "I won't have you playing with such rubbish," she declared. "Horrible ginger beer bottles thrown over the cliff from the inn, and dangerous too, all that broken glass." A fury of the most violent description on Rose's part followed her interference, and the homeward procession was a characteristic one after another of the many undignified battles between pupil and preceptress, when insolence was met with inept scolding, and disobedience by futile complaint. Miss Piddock, flushed and indignant, walked on with Lucy, while Rose, sulkily raging, followed with lagging steps. The nearest way home lay by the sea wall, and here, where the blue-jerseyed fisherman lounged, Rose met a friend. He was rather a friend by proxy than a true acquaintance, for the children were not allowed to talk to the fisher folk. But Geoffrey was on terms of intimacy with Rob, a curly-haired giant who had once or twice passed the time of day with Rose when she happened to be with the boy, and on one blissful occasion, with after results that were less happy, she had watched his smack, the Eliza Jane, sail out at dawn from the harbour. He grinned as she passed him, and Rose, flattered by his notice, smiled shyly in return. "Never been to see us go out again of a morning, little missy?" he observed. "No," said Rose, too embarrassed to volunteer further information. "Got the young masters home again, then?" continued Rob. "Geoffrey?" stammered Rose. "Aye, young Mr. Geoffrey from the hall?" "No, he's away, and Miss Winter away too," she told him. "Thee don't drive up to the hall this very morning," declared Rob imperturbably. Rose's eyes began to shine with delight that was half incredulous. "Are you sure?" she gasped. "Sartin sure, missy. The squire stopped the carriage and spoke to me, and so did the young master. Squire says the missus would come home, Rob couldn't satisfy her, and there she was, looking pleased enough in the carriage." It was circumstantial evidence, and when Miss Piddock, some way ahead, turned to beckon furiously, Rose rushed like the wind to rejoin her, all her anger concerning the ruby ginger beer bottles forgotten in her amazing joy. "Grandmamma doesn't know, I'm sure," was her rapid thought, "and I mustn't say a word about it, because she'll find out that I've been talking to Rob. I do hope Miss Piddock didn't see me stopping to speak to him." Miss Piddock, providentially blind as a bat, had not seen, and was at a loss to account for the miraculous change of temper in her refractory pupil. Sullen rudeness had given place to spirits so wild and gay that the stiff demeanour of Miss Piddock was powerless to withstand them. Rose simply paid no attention to her offended air, and continued to talk and laugh like a mad thing. She had indeed now something to look forward to. This was always the restless craving of her nature, asserting itself every morning when she woke, and, if unsatisfied, plunging her into the depths of gloomy boredom. There was no boredom now, for not only was there joy in prospect, but the possession of knowledge, unshared by her grandmother, filled her with excited glee. She could scarcely prevent herself from laughing when Miss Lester came into the schoolroom towards evening, an open note in her hand. "The Winters are back again," she announced, speaking to Miss Piddock. "I didn't expect them so soon, but it seems they arrived this morning." "Really?" ejaculated Miss Piddock, confused at being addressed by her employer upon any but necessary topics, but realizing that even Miss Lester was stirred by an event so important in a neighborhood of few happenings. Her polite little tribute to the news was swamped in Rose's unrestrained shout of "Grandmamma!" The cry was to some extent acting, necessary acting, but a trifle overdone, and Miss Lester glanced with displeasure at the child's quivering face. Despite her previous knowledge of the event, Rose's heart was beating fast, with the absolute assurance of its truth. "There is no occasion to behave like an actress," said Miss Lester chillingly, filling Rose with apprehension by her choice of term. Her granddaughter's occasional display of emotion was distasteful to her, and any appearance of gush roused her scorn. "Miss Winter asks you to tea tomorrow," she went on. "Is there any reason why Rose should not go, Miss Piddock? Have you any complaint to make about her conduct lately?" Rose drew in her breath, reminiscences of her ginger beer bottles and heated language recurring to her. But Miss Piddock held her peace, and she could almost have hugged her. This impulse received a check when, after Miss Lester's departure, her governess remarked irritably, "You don't deserve it, you know, and I was in a good mind to tell your grandmamma of your disgraceful behavior this morning, and yesterday, when you spilled the ink and were so rude about it, and the day before over your arithmetic." "She'll do something or other naughty before the afternoon, and not be allowed to go, won't she, Miss Piddock?" remarked Lucy with sinister quiet. There had been a feud since tea-time between the sisters, Lucy's complaints as to the awful smell of the birds' nests on the chest of drawers having led to their condemnation and ultimate destruction. "Little sneak," muttered Rose wrathfully. "You never do anything yourself because you daren't. I wouldn't be such a tame little caterpillar as you for all the world." "Caterpillars turn into beautiful butterflies," declared Lucy with unusual quickness of repartee. "They often turn into horrible moths, disgusting things with fluff that comes off," retorted Rose with a shiver of aversion. "And that's what you'll turn into if you turn at all. But I expect you'll just be a crawling caterpillar all your life." But she was too happy to continue the quarrel with Lucy, and the evening ended in a radiant peace. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicole J. LeBoeuf. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Quayle College. It was only for a few months that the Winters were at home. At the approach of autumn they went to the south of France, and later to Egypt, urged to travel not so much by the advice of doctors, who disagreed maddeningly about the nature of Mrs. Winter's illness, as by the terrible restlessness of Mrs. Winter herself, one symptom of the as yet unnamed malady, which slowly but surely was sapping her life. At first her husband shared these pilgrimages in search of health, but later she went alone, joined sometimes in the holidays by Geoffrey. Thus, during 2 following years, it was only at rare intervals that Rose went to Brook Hall. But these brief glimpses of her grown-up friend shone like stars in her memory, and when one brief visit was over, she lived for the next. It was Mrs. Winter who, for her, first lifted the names of countries, towns, rivers, and mountains out of the dull geography book into the region of romance. From a long pink boot on a map, Italy became a fairyland of fireflies and olive groves, of blue hills with little huddled towns on their summits, of roses and grapes, and lovely pictures displayed in photographs by Mrs. Winter, who possessed the gift of picturesque description and knew how to appeal to the child's love of color and of sunshine. Egypt, too, became more than a name to her when a vision was evoked of its mighty river, its great shining stars in the night sky, the pyramids, and above all the Sphinx, that strange monster, half woman, half beast, which stirred her imagination and raised her insatiable curiosity. Mrs. Winter often sighed over Rose, with her so tractable, so easy to manage, at home ungovernable, insolent, and disobedient. Miss Piddock, she learned, had several times screwed up her courage to an attempted resignation of duties which included the teaching and supervision of such an incurably naughty child, only to be practically coerced by Mrs. Lester, who hated change, into trying it again. Mrs. Winter grieved over the mismanagement, the futile methods of Rose's training, and still more over the effects they were producing on the child herself in the ruining of her temper, the deterioration of her manners, and the sullen bitterness they were engendering, effects of which, though never displayed towards herself, she clearly recognized the existence in Rose's demeanor towards home and home influences. The child's only salvation, she felt, lay in her removal from an unfortunate environment, and without daring to suggest the solution, she longed for the moment when Rose's grandmother would be compelled to send her to school. By the irony of fate, it was Mrs. Winter herself who, when that time came, was instrumental in sending Rose to the last place she would have chosen for a child of her temperament, a child, moreover, almost as dear to her as her own. It was no fault of Rose's, but rather Mrs. Lester's prejudices against boarding schools in general, that deferred the academic episode in her granddaughter's career. Troublesome as she continued to be, it was not till she had passed her 12th birthday that her grandmother unwillingly recognized the inadequacy of Miss Piddock's instruction, at least for Rose, and then her lack of knowledge with regard to educational matters led her to the hurried selection of a scholastic milieu. One afternoon early in September of that year, she called at Brook Hall. Mrs. Winter, whose health latterly seemed greatly improved, had been 2 months at home, and was talking of spending the winter there. She was gardening when her visitor was announced, and she entered the drawing-room at one of the long French windows, pulling off her gardening gloves as she came. In spite of all the cheerful accounts she had heard, Mrs. Lester was struck by the delicacy of her appearance. She had grown much thinner, there were hollows in her cheeks, and her blue eyes looked rather unnaturally large and brilliant. "I hope you're taking care of yourself," she remarked, as she shook hands with her hostess. "Are you going away this winter?" "Oh dear, no, I hope not. It's so nice to be home again. I really couldn't go away." She laughed deprecatingly. "I'm so much better, you know. All the doctors are encouraging, and I feel a new creature." Mrs. Lester held her peace, and after some preliminary small talk, the object of her visit was approached. "A school for Rose? Oh, I'm glad you're going to send Rose to school," exclaimed Mrs. Winter, with rather too much conviction in her eager voice. "Why?" asked her guest disconcertingly, and Mrs. Winter saw she must proceed with caution. "Well, she is such a clever child that it seems a pity—" She hesitated. "That she shouldn't get her head stuffed with modern notions?" put in Mrs. Lester with a grim smile, and though more amused than annoyed, her hostess flushed, fully aware of the inflexible old lady's opinion of her, and conscious of the oblique thrust. With a sort of grudging admiration she regarded her visitor. Mrs. Lester always seemed to her a fine but rather terrible example of the old school. Her stiff erectness of carriage was, one felt, the direct outcome of the age of backboards. Tall, thin, imposing in figure, her face was still beautiful in a severe, haughty fashion, and her hair, white and silky, drawn up from her forehead in pompadour style, accentuated the stateliness of her appearance, while it intensified the hardness of her features. A woman of character, one might not doubt, she thought, but a narrow, immovable woman, of the type capable of great deeds but chary of the smaller mercies. But all notions were modern once, she ventured mildly, and one can't put the clock back, can one? It might stop the works. The works want stopping, declared Mrs. Lester, when women try to step out of their proper sphere and begin to talk the arrant nonsense which I hear some of them are talking now. Not that I concern myself much with their vagaries, but that's not the point, she added briskly. I'm sending Rose to school because she wants more discipline than governesses seem able to bestow. Miss Piddock is going, and I shall engage a Frenchwoman for Lucy. It's time she spoke the language. Meanwhile, I want to hear of a suitable establishment for her sister, and I thought as you move more in the world than I do, you might perhaps help me. The graciousness of her smile was mingled with a certain superciliousness, which, in spite of her irritation, amused the younger woman. She knew that Mrs. Lester considered her not only a gadabout, but one of those slightly ludicrous females who meddle with matters too high for their understanding. And the absurdity of it is that the woman has brains herself, was the subcurrent of Mrs. Winter's reflections. If she were 25 now instead of 65, she'd be leading the woman's movement, not trying to retard it. Aloud she said, I'm afraid I don't know very much about girls' schools. That comes of having one's only child a boy, you see. Of course, there's Miss Quayle's, she added, but everyone knows of Miss Quayle. I don't. Who and what is she? Well, I know nothing of her personally. My nieces go to the college, but I see them very seldom, so I haven't heard what they or their parents think of it. I only know that the lady has a great reputation in the London scholastic world. Mrs. Lester made a mental note of the nieces in question. Ignorant of the democratic nature of Quayle College, she assumed that, if Major Kenway's girls were pupils, the establishment must be run on lines satisfactorily select. I'll write to my sister-in-law for particulars if you wish, suggested Mrs. Winter after a pause. That will be very kind of you. I want to send Rose away almost at once, and I believe the autumn term, or whatever they call it in schools, begins sometime this month, doesn't it? Yes. Mrs. Winter hesitated. Don't think me impertinent if I beg you not to be in too great a hurry about making a choice, she said at last deprecatingly. Rose is a queer little person, and it does seem to me so important that she shouldn't get into the wrong atmosphere. She's so clever that you seem to be curiously impressed with the idea of her cleverness, put in Mrs. Lester with one of her wry smiles. The notion isn't borne out by her governess's verdict. Mrs. Winter, with difficulty, refrained from a comment uncomplimentary to Miss Piddock. I wasn't speaking of book learning exactly, she returned. I was thinking more of the quality of the child's brain. She thinks, and do you know she writes quite cleverly? She added, turning a laughing face to her visitor. I only know she's very troublesome and very plain, answered Mrs. Lester, smiling again grimly, with complete indifference to her granddaughter's claim to literary achievement. What a shame! Exclaimed Rose's friend in animated defense. I don't think she's plain at all. She has a beautiful little figure and really lovely eyes. And that's all even such a flatterer as you can say with truth, declared Mrs. Lester, rising. Well, it's a good deal. If I thought you believe all you say about women, I should be quite angry," she broke off to declare. "But I'm sure you don't," she went on, unveraciously. "You are too clever yourself to undervalue brains in our sex." "My dear Mrs. Winter," her guest interrupted in her clear, incisive voice, "such cleverness as I have, or had, lies in the right direction for a woman. I could have managed a socially important house. I might, in certain ways, have helped a clever man. I might—" She broke off abruptly. "I maintain that unless she marries, a woman need not exist. And what do men care for in women except beauty? They may talk a lot of highfalutin nonsense at times, but that's what it means, and the rest is all fiddlesticks. Rose has no beauty, and therefore, even granting her the brains of which I have seen no evidence, her chances in life are small. It's a pity to decrease them by encouraging cleverness." Disregarding her hostess's exclamation of protest, she moved towards the door, her old-fashioned yet dignified silk gown rustling, and the long veil she wore over her bonnet streaming in the wind. Followed by Mrs. Winter, she reached the portico before which the carriage was waiting. "How is Geoffrey?" she turned to ask with a smile, good breeding triumphing over the note of acrimony upon which she was unwilling to take leave. "Very well. He's away on a visit to one of his schoolfellows just now, but he'll be home for a fortnight before he goes back to Rugby, and no doubt you'll see much of him. He's very fond of Rose, you know." "I can't think what they have in common," remarked Mrs. Lester, who admired the good-looking boy. "Nothing at all, I think. Rose has all the brains." She smiled, insisting on the point. "Poor old Geoffrey will never be brilliant, but he's a dear boy," she added fervently. "It's a pity they can't change places. Rose is anything but a dear girl. You won't forget to make the inquiries you kindly suggested?" Mrs. Winter watched her drive away, sitting erect with queenly dignity in the shabby carriage. "Poor woman," she found herself repeating with real pity for all the bitterness she divined in a lonely, disappointed life. "Poor little Rose," she added, with a sigh of even deeper feeling. 2 or 3 days later she wrote to Mrs. Lester, enclosing prospectuses, but again advising caution. "Wouldn't it be better," she urged, "to wait a little while? I shall be going to town before Christmas, and I will gladly call at Miss Quayle's boarding-house and give you my impressions." Mrs. Lester ignored the suggestion. She was a woman who acted promptly, and, having made up her mind to send Rose to school, she saw no reason for delay. Even though the fees at the boarding-house in connection with the college were higher than she had anticipated, she consoled herself by the reflection that the place was presumably select. Mrs. Winter's little item of information concerning her nieces carried the day, and a fortnight later Rose became an inmate of Minerva House. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. A depressing reception. Thus, almost fortuitously, Rose was hurried from the sheltered backwater of existence, represented by Glencove, into the midst of what 30 years or so ago was the mainstream of that intellectual activity practiced on the young in the person of Miss Quayle. She was the type of woman in those days characterized as strong-minded, a pioneer, a breaker of traditions, a woman of indomitable will, inexhaustible energy, and ungovernable temper. In the educational world she was paramount. Her efforts had revolutionized the whole system of education for girls, and the huge grammar school she established in the 60s had become the prototype for other schools of a like nature throughout the kingdom. By the time Rose came under her dominion, Miss Quayle was past 60, and her nature, originally overbearing and masterful enough, had been strengthened on these lines by 40 years of adulation from her colleagues. In the educational world, possibly the narrowest and most limited of all worlds, Miss Quayle was a goddess, and a goddess to be propitiated. Her votaries adored, certainly, but they trembled at her nod. Rose first beheld the awe-inspiring little woman late on the evening of her arrival at Minerva House. She had traveled to London with Miss Piddock, who had been requested to make it convenient for her own departure to coincide with that of her pupil, and furthermore, to deposit the child safely at the scholastic portals. During the whole of the journey, Rose had scarcely spoken, overwhelmed as she was with excitement, trepidation, and awe. She was really going to school at last. The goal was reached. Life, in the sense of the word, was beginning, and for the moment, at least, she had no regrets for the home she was leaving. The improvement in Mrs. Winter's health proved to be only a temporary rally from her usual condition of semi-invalidism, and she was already making preparations for another winter season in Egypt. Even from the point of view of seeing her friend, therefore, as Rose philosophically reflected, she might just as well be in London as at Glencove. Meanwhile, there was the glorious future to anticipate. While in one corner of the carriage Miss Piddock dozed, and at intervals fidgeted with the hand luggage, Rose, at the end farthest removed from her, gazed out of the window, apparently absorbed in the scenery, but in reality engaged in piecing together every scrap of information she had been able to glean from her always uncommunicative grandmother. She knew at least that at Minerva House, her destination, she would be one of 30 girls who boarded with Miss Quayle, and every day went to and fro to the college for lessons. Beyond that fact, definite information ceased, and the rest was merely enthralling speculation, which engrossed her for hours, making her almost indifferent to the sandwiches and milk which Miss Piddock presently unpacked, and blinding her even to the new scenery through which she was passing. She noticed at last, however, that it was getting uglier and uglier. Brickfields came into sight on the edges of dreary waste grounds. Dilapidated, dingy houses grew more frequent, till there were rows and rows of them, with washing flapping in backyards, and untidy women carrying pails, and children seated on rickety fences, shouting and waving to the train in the gathering twilight. "We're getting near London," remarked Miss Piddock, breaking a long silence. "It's very ugly," said Rose, struggling with depression. "These are only the suburbs, but it's all dirty and ugly," Miss Piddock assured her. "I wouldn't live in London for anything." "Well, I'm going to," returned Rose, trying to be gay. "Yes, and you'll be longing to get back to Glencove before many weeks are past," declared Miss Piddock, darkly prophetic. "Then you'll wish you'd been a better girl. And think how well off you were at home with Lucy and me and your grandmamma." She spoke with some acrimony. Not only did she consider Rose a heartless child, but she was fully aware that had her elder pupil been more amenable, she herself would not now be seeking another situation, with all the attendant anxieties involved in the process. In normal circumstances, a spirited, if impertinent rejoinder would have been the result of her somewhat tactless reproach. As it was, a cloud of still deeper dejection fell suddenly upon Rose. She made no reply, and the lights which now at 1,000 points began to appear in the fast-falling darkness became magnified and starry, seen through the tears which she would not let fall. Sophie Piddock was also depressed. That night she was going to a home for governesses, and on the morrow she would begin a search for work which, in a dull, apathetic, weary fashion, she hated, the work she must continue till all semblance of youth was past. And then? Fortunately, Miss Piddock's imagination was not vivid, but even without that aid to misery, she was sufficiently low-spirited to have roused in Rose, if she had been 10 years older, a very passion of sympathy. Out of the big lighted station the unhappy pair drove at last in a four-wheeler, a strange, interesting vehicle to Rose's untraveled and dazzled eyes. She had stood helplessly bewildered on the platform, while Miss Piddock, with injunctions to her to guard the handbags and not to move, ran about collecting luggage, depositing her own in the cloak-room, and afterwards superintending the hoisting of Rose's box on to the top of the cab. For the first time Rose marveled at Miss Piddock. It seemed to her little short of miraculous that she should know what to do in the midst of all the strange, unaccustomed noises, the bustle and confusion, the jostling and shouting by which she herself was so stunned and bemused. It was a blessed relief to creep into the darkness of the cab, and, with no sense of responsibility, to listen to Miss Piddock's directions to the red-faced cabman. There followed what seemed to her an interminable drive through the streets, crowded and brilliant at first, gradually growing quieter and darker, till Miss Piddock, leaning forward to look at the name painted on a curving wall under a lamp-post, remarked, "Here's the road." It was then that Rose's heart began to sink to the lowest depths, and involuntarily she slipped her hand under her governess's arm. Miss Piddock glanced down at her in surprise. Rose was consistent in her dislikes, and never before had she received a voluntary caress from her pupil. Looking at the child's white face and trembling lips, she experienced a little stir of compunction and sympathy. Some vague instinct told her that if she had only known how to manage Rose, their relations might have been happier, at least less difficult. Tears sprang suddenly to her eyes. As the cab stopped, she stooped and gently kissed her. "Good-bye, dear. I expect you'll be very happy when you get used to it," she said, with a praiseworthy effort to be cheerful. "I won't come in. There, the door's open. Run up. The man will see to the luggage." Rose returned her kiss, and in her turn felt surprised at her own insane desire to cling to Miss Piddock. She was, at any rate, the one link that bound her to the known, the proved, the familiar, and as she went slowly up the flight of steps to the house which loomed dark and mysterious above the square of light from the open door, a terrible sense of loneliness and desertion engulfed her. For a moment she stood irresolute and miserable on the threshold, ignored by the maid who admitted her, while her luggage was brought in and carried by other servants to some region unknown. At last, when the red-faced cabman had shuffled down the steps, the housemaid turned to the child and spoke kindly. "You're the new young lady, I suppose. Isn't there anyone with you?" she asked in surprise, with a glance out into the darkness towards the retreating cab. "No, I mean, yes. Miss Piddock brought me, but she wouldn't come in," stammered Rose. "Well, Madam's at supper. I'm sure I don't know whether to go in." The appeal was made to another servant who crossed the hall at the moment, and was received by a shrug of the shoulders and a slight grin. "Chance it," she murmured. "You'd better come into the drawing-room a minute," observed the first maid, turning again to Rose and opening a door. "All very well to say chance it," she grumbled over her shoulder to the other young woman. "You never know what may happen." She turned up the gas as she spoke and hurried out, leaving Rose puzzled by the dialogue and, for a moment, rather curious, till the sinking feeling of loneliness submerged every other sensation. This, then, was the longed-for school, so wonderful in anticipation, so awful in reality. Standing where she had been left, just within the door, she looked drearily about the room. It was well furnished, but had she known the right word to apply to her impression, Rose would have called it undistinguished. Involuntarily, she thought of the drawing-room at home, which, despite its faded chintzes and dim carpet, gave her quite a different sensation. The result, though she was ignorant of its cause, of noble proportions, dignified old furniture, and the mellowness of ancient things. While she waited, she became aware of an angry voice, low at first, but gradually gaining in volume and fierceness. Rose caught a word now and again, and gathered that someone was being soundly rated. There were murmured monosyllabic replies, cut short by the peremptory voice, and finally a shuffling of feet as the culprit slunk away. When the door of the drawing-room was at last flung wide open, Rose caught a glimpse of a retreating, depressed-looking little female, later to be identified as Miss Bird, the housekeeper and general factotum of the establishment. For the moment, however, her attention was fixed upon Miss Quayle, whose tempestuous entrance into the room was characteristic. Miss Quayle never opened a door in ordinary fashion. She always flung it back, appearing on the threshold like a very small goddess of vengeance. Very short, very stout, she yet carried her head in such regal fashion as to convey an impression of power and dominance quite awe-inspiring. It was a triumph of mind over matter, for Miss Quayle had none of the physical attributes of the Amazon. Her round, rather pale face was plump and soft, her eyes, as nature painted them, were softly blue, her features blunt and indeterminate. Yet fire constantly flashed from those mild-colored eyes, and the round face, which, if it had worn a different expression, might have belonged to a gentle old lady accustomed to knitting by the fireside, was frequently quite terrible in its wrath. Rose eyed her curiously, her glance traveling from the becoming cap of real lace covering Miss Quayle's snow-white hair to the ample folds of the handsome gray silk gown, which suggested a crinoline and surrounded, rather than enveloped, her naturally well-covered, erect little person. Miss Quayle's dress was as distinctive as her personality, and the child vaguely felt that she was in the presence of someone who counted, someone who was going to count tremendously. She noticed the beautiful opal rings on the hand, tapering, fingered, short, white, and plump, which her head mistress held out to her, and into which she hesitatingly put her own. Some instinct of antagonism warned her that between her and this stout, dominating little lady, who reminded her of the postage-stamp likenesses of Queen Victoria, it was to be war to the knife. "Now, my dear child, you're very late," was Miss Quayle's greeting, delivered in decisive, condemnatory tone. "Why did your grandmother not choose an earlier train for you?" "I don't know," returned Rose, resentful of the peremptory voice. "Perhaps there wasn't one. It's a long way from Glencove, you know." "I'm fully aware of the fact," replied Miss Quayle crushingly, drawing herself up to her actually imposing height of 5 feet. "And for that reason an earlier train should have been selected." She measured the child with her eyes, and in her also rose the obscure instinct of hostility. She was going to be a difficult girl. Almost unconsciously, Miss Quayle had grown to expect absolute submission, and Rose's voice warned her that she would have to fight for what was usually conceded from fear. "The girls have almost finished supper," she went on after a moment, "so you'd better sit down with them as you are, and go afterwards to your room." Rose followed her rustling skirts across the hall towards the door, from behind which rose a confused babble of noise and talk. It was flung wide, and instantly silence fell upon the 30 girls seated at 2 long tables, one in each of 2 adjoining rooms set at right angles to one another, and so arranged as to be separated at need by folding doors. Dazzled by the light from chandeliers above the tables, Rose had a blurred vision of what seemed to her innumerable faces all turned in her direction before Miss Quayle spoke. "Take your seats," she commanded, for at her entrance the girls had risen, and the company reseated itself with the same noise of chair-scraping which had arisen at their first movement. "This is Rose Cottingham," she said, going up to the head of one table, where sat the little black-clothed creature of whom Rose had already caught a glimpse. "Where is she sleeping?" "In the front top room," murmured Miss Bird nervously. "Now, my dear Miss Bird, those rooms are to be known by numbers. I have mentioned this before. Now, which of them do you mean?" "Number 4," faltered Miss Bird, while all the girls within earshot listened with demure faces and secret delight. "Kindly remember, then, to give them their proper names. Please see that this child unpacks only what is necessary for tonight, and let her have her supper as quickly as possible. Prayers at 9 o'clock." She swept out of the room, and from the further end, after a prudent interval, the chatter once more arose with renewed vigor. It was subdued a little at Rose's table by the presence of a newcomer, the preliminary process of staring, and the subsequent comments, which were conducted in more or less audible whispers, of which the child was too bewildered to take heed. She was dimly conscious that the rooms, with their walls painted a dark green, and broken here and there by pictures, were neither bare nor uncomfortable, and that the table was carefully laid and looked bright and pleasant in the gaslight. According to the standard of schoolgirl welfare 30 years ago, Minerva House was a well-appointed place, and, as in Rose's case at least, to children unaccustomed to much luxury at home, no serious physical discomforts were experienced there. Mechanically she ate first soup, then milk pudding, and finally, glad to escape the curious eyes surrounding her, followed Miss Bird to her distant bedroom, where her box stood open, ready for unpacking. There were 3 beds in the room, she noticed with apprehension, while she took off her hat and tried to put a comb through her tangled hair. Miss Bird pounced upon the outdoor things which Rose flung upon the bed. "These must all be put tidily away," she warned her. "I hope you're not an untidy little girl. Untidiness is not allowed here." The remark, Rose felt, was a herald of many coming troubles. She was an incurably untidy child. A descent to the dining-room, where prayers were read beautifully by Miss Quayle, in a voice grave, sonorous, stately, and free from the rancor it held in the habitual intercourse of every day, formed a prelude to the ordeal of undressing in a room with 2 strange girls. Talking in the bedrooms at night was as strictly forbidden at Minerva House as the mandate was light-heartedly disregarded. Rose's companions whispered and giggled to their heart's content, ignoring the new girl as completely as only school-children can achieve the feat of the cut direct. And when Miss Bird had hurried in, put out the gas, and hurried out again, Rose cried herself to sleep. In fancy she heard the waves lapping on the shore of Glencove Bay, and the screaming of the gulls as they wheeled above the little harbor where the brown-sailed fishing boats lay, and the buoys bobbed up and down in the green water. End of Chapter 9. Read by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 10 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. One of the Driven. After what seemed 10 minutes, and in reality was nearer 10 hours, she was roused from this vision by the clanking of cans and the entrance of a maid who drew up the blinds. "7:15, she announced, and bustled out to take other cans of tepid water to the neighboring rooms. There were grunts and groans from the occupants of the 2 beds on the further side of the room, and finally one of the girls sat up, yawning, and, looking in Rose's direction, met her somber, unhappy eyes. "I say, you'd better get up," was her brief remark, and a moment later she added, "What's your name?" Rose murmured it and slipped meekly out of bed. "Don't take my washstand. That's yours nearest the window," said the girl, later familiar as Kitty French. She turned in bed to shake her neighbor, whom she addressed as Joan. The girls began to chatter, apparently oblivious of the child who stood shivering by the washstand, dabbling in the half-cold water. From time to time, when she was not blinded by tears, Rose glanced out of the window, standing on tiptoe to look over the half-curtain of muslin. The prospect without seemed to her to touch the depths of dreariness. Through a yellow fog not too thick to conceal it, she saw across the road a railway cutting, with a steep bank on the further side, crested by a row of houses, their narrow strips of garden blackened and sodden by the autumn rains. These gardens sloped to the railway line. Rose remembered the noise of the trains in the night, and how every time they had thundered past, they shook the room and, for a second, wakened her. As she put on her clothes, she listened almost unconsciously to the other girls' talk. They were big girls of 15 and 16, and to Rose they seemed quite grown up. "Perfectly awful coming back," grumbled Joan, sponging her face in the intervals of her remarks. "The dragon seems to have begun the term in a worse temper than usual, if that's possible. Did you hear her raving at the bird last night?" Both of them laughed, and Rose was quick to catch the mythological allusions. "You'll see, it's going to be a term of Rose," prophesied Kitty. "I wonder who'll be the special victim. There's generally one picked out. Last term it was Janice Price. You remember? She lived in the dragon's cave and always came out sobbing and howling. Poor kid. It's the bear's hug afterwards that I can't stand," declared Joan. "Oh, well, you needn't talk. I believe you've only been in about 1 row since you came. You generally manage to escape." "One's enough," said Joan darkly. "I say, don't put on your frock," she called to Rose, who was slipping her blue serge skirt over her head. "Dressing gowns for Callie, you know." Rose stared blankly. "What's Callie?" she murmured. "Calisthenics. The bell will ring in a minute." It rang violently before she could finish the sentence, and with flurried exclamations she and Kitty struggled into the flannel gowns and rushed downstairs, leaving Rose to follow in bewilderment. The staircase, when she emerged upon it, was filled with blue, scarlet, or brown-robed figures, and moving with the stream, she found herself presently in a big empty room in the basement of the house, lighted by a half-glass door which led into a strip of garden. Miss Bird, clad in a dressing-gown of crimson flannel, was waiting to receive the influx of girls who crowded into the room, jostling one another and chattering as they came. "Silence! Stop talking!" she called in a thin, hoarse voice. "Take your places." They fell into line, and by some process which seemed to Rose exceedingly complicated, were presently drawn up in rows, each girl at some little distance from her neighbor. "Who is that standing by the door?" demanded Miss Bird, screwing up her short-sighted eyes and peering in Rose's direction. "The new girl," shouted half a dozen voices, after more than a dozen heads had been turned towards the little pink-clad figure. "Come out here to the front and imitate me," said Miss Bird, and in an agony of shyness, Rose obeyed. "Arms upward, stretch," called Miss Bird. A forest of arms were raised heavenwards, and for a quarter of an hour the drill which at Minerva House preceded the day's work was continued. From the point of view of health, the ostensible reason for the exercises, it was a somewhat ludicrous performance, since most of the elder girls wore tightly laced corsets beneath their dressing gowns. This fact, combined with exertion in a fasting condition, not infrequently resulted in faintness, a state of things which teachers as well as pupils conspired to keep from the principal. To faint from any cause whatever was to Miss Quayle the unpardonable sin, a feminine weakness relegated to the dark ages before the new era of woman's rights, a contemptible lapse from vigor to be mentioned with scorn and contumely. While Rose swung her arms and twisted her neck about in imitation of Miss Bird, she regarded the lady with aversion. She was a mean-looking, rat-faced little woman, undersized and ill-proportioned, who, as general factotum at the boarding-house and scapegoat for all that went wrong on the domestic side of the house, led an unenviable existence. In her relationship to the girls, her role was that of watchdog, and as a dog of mongrel type she was despised and generally detested. For some reason, possibly from false economy, Miss Quayle nearly always erred in her choice of subordinates, and Miss Bird, ignorant, irritating, and in slavish fear of her employer, was from every point of view a bad mistake. She was destined to be an evil factor in Rose's subsequent school life. From time to time, tired of looking at the unpleasant leader of the exercises, her glance wandered to the square of garden visible through the glass door, where a poplar tree dropped its yellow leaves slowly through the murky fog, and out of sheer depression her eyes filled with tears. "Attend, Rose," called Miss Bird sharply, just before the futile 15 minutes of whirling colored sleeves and legs which, hampered by folds of flannel, could not whirl, drew to an end. "Right turn. March out." A stampede to the bedrooms followed, where dresses were hastily put on before the prayer bell necessitated a further rush to the dining room, each girl standing then behind her own chair at the table, till Miss Quayle entered to read prayers. After this devotional exercise, another ritual of a purely secular nature took its place. Stationed between the folding doors, a big register in her hand, Miss Bird read the roll call. And on that first morning, Rose was at a loss to understand the formula of the reply, which in every case was the same. "Present, not spoken," were the cryptic words uttered by each clear-eyed schoolgirl. It was only later that Rose understood the last assertion to refer to the rule of silence in the bedrooms, a guarantee, as Miss Quayle fondly imagined, of obedience to the regulation. As a matter of fact, every girl lied cheerfully. Minerva House bristled with vexatious rules, and this particular prohibition was literally honored in the breach, even the most punctilious thinking it no shame falsely to declare innocence. The names followed one another in alphabetical order, as Rose, dreading the mention of her own, soon discovered. "Rose Cottingham," called Miss Bird, and, crimson at the sound of her own trembling, scarcely audible voice, she replied as the other girls had done, "Present, not spoken." The latter assertion, made on that as well as every other subsequent morning for several years, was true. It was the one and only occasion of its veracity. Breakfast over, Miss Bird pounced upon Rose as the sole newcomer that term. "Your outdoor clothes are always kept downstairs. Come with me, and I will show you your peg and boot locker," she said, and as though moving in a dream amidst all her unfamiliar, bewildering surroundings, Rose followed to the cloakroom and received hurried instructions to be ready in 10 minutes to start for the college. It was the sense of rush and hurry which for many days was to confuse and bewilder the child. Girls ran hither and thither, calling to one another and shouting unintelligible remarks, while, unnoticed and alone in her corner of the cloakroom, she struggled to button her boots and to wriggle into her coat. Finally, someone addressed as Miss Mortlake rang a bell, called out, "All ready, please," and a 2-and-2 procession formed miraculously in the strip of garden and wound out of a side gate into the road. Rose lingered behind, as lost as a stray dog amongst all the chattering girls, each of whom seemed to know by instinct with whom to walk. After seeing all the couples pass, as she herself waited at the cloakroom door for her flock to precede her, Miss Mortlake, the teacher, took her hand. "You must be my walking partner today," she said kindly. "The girls choose their partners for the week. You'll know them all presently. I think you must be our youngest?" she went on, trying to make Rose talk. "How old are you?" 12, murmured Rose, and relapsed into silence. And in a sort of nightmare dream, she walked beside the tall, thin teacher at the tail of the crocodile. Miss Mortlake, who seemed to her incredibly aged, was a lady of a possible 45, with a kind, worn, plain face, lighted by rather beautiful eyes. She was a survival. Too old to have learned what were then modern methods, she filled a subordinate position at the college, taking odd classes and coaching backward children in elementary subjects. At Minerva House, she exercised general supervision, sat in the room during the preparation of home lessons, never had a moment that she could call her own, and was grateful for a roof over her head and enough to eat. Hers was a pathetic figure, in after years recognized by Rose as such, but at the time accepted as one of the mistresses, and therefore a natural enemy. It was only at the college that adorations were rife. At Minerva House it was the fashion to detest everyone in authority, and Miss Mortlake, who, despite her kind heart, was prim and, from the girl's point of view, annoyingly pious, was included in the proscribed list of old cats. She tried to make conversation with the unhappy-looking little creature beside her, but misery had stricken Rose dumb, and the walk was almost a silent one. It lay for the most part through mean streets, which, under a murky sky, looked, to Rose's country eyes, inexpressibly dreary and hideous. "Here we are," said Miss Mortlake at last, as the procession turned a corner and a large red-brick building came into sight. A moment later, Rose was within its portals, and had caught her first glimpse of surroundings soon to be familiar to her. Quayle College was at that time the finest and most imposing of the new type of girls' school everywhere arising. The whole of its architectural design, with its large central hall for prayers and general assemblies, its vaulted roof and surrounding gallery upon which classrooms opened, its platform and its organ, has since been repeated in scores of educational institutions. It was the type of building to be preeminently associated with the academic spirit, and from the moment she entered it, Rose never lost her detestation of plain, distempered walls, cold stone staircases, dados of pitch pine, and of a certain yellow, painful in its crudeness, henceforth always connected in her mind with Swedish desks. The atmosphere of the college affected her with a quite peculiar sense of depression, and in later years, whenever she entered any bare, crude building devoted to educational pursuits, she could have wept with the revived distaste induced by that first childish impression. To her, Quayle College summed up all there was of dreariness, and though in time it was overlaid by the feverish interests of marks, examinations, and places in class, the unpleasing impression persisted as a subcurrent throughout her school existence. Fresh from the uneventful quiet of her country home, Rose was confused and bewildered by the sight of the hundreds of girls who swarmed up and down the staircases, hurrying hither and thither, all engaged upon seemingly mysterious business which must be conducted in the utmost haste. She was delivered over by Miss Mortlake to one of the preoccupied teachers who happened to be crossing the entrance hall, and by her handed to someone else with the remark, "New girl. Examination in classroom 10, gallery floor." Following this new guide, through a labyrinth of passages, a sort of warren in which girls, instead of rabbits, scuttled and popped in and out of doors, she was conducted to a peg in a cloakroom, told to remove her hat and coat, and thence hurried back to the big hall, already filled row after row with girls of all shapes and sizes. Miss Quayle, who invariably drove to the college in a specially chartered four-wheeled cab of great respectability, presently ascended the platform, and in her most august manner read prayers. The organ pealed, a hymn was sung, and at the word of command the girls in their respective classes filed out of the hall. Rose soon learned to appreciate the remark uttered by a Minervarite on the evening of her first school day. "We poor, wretched boarders, you see, get all the beastly things twice over, all the rules and rows of the college, and all the prayers of both places." For the next 5 years life was to bristle with rules for her, and to be punctuated by prayers. Her next clear impression was of a whitewashed classroom lighted on the left by bleak windows with pulleys. Into this room were herded the new pupils of the term, big and little, and to each girl was handed by the teacher in charge a printed paper of questions considered appropriate to her years. Seated at one of the shiny wasp-yellow desks, Rose glanced hopelessly at the inquiries as to the mysterious transmutation of pounds into pence, on the rivers and mountains of England, on the dates of kings, and the use of the nominative. She could only offer a very few replies to the inquisitive sheet before her, and again in her heart she execrated the teaching of Miss Pittock. The morning dragged to an end, and was followed by the return walk to the boarding-house, where at 2:00 dinner was served. An hour's recreation was allowed after the meal, before the settling down to preparation of homework. On that first afternoon, with no lessons to prepare, Rose spent the time in unpacking and arranging her belongings, under the supervision of Miss Bird. At 9:00, after supper and another prayerful interlude, the first day closed. It was the preface to a period of unalloyed misery, to which every possible circumstance contributed its measure of woe. Rose, to whom school had seemed the promised land, found herself despairingly homesick, and that her yearning was for a place rather than the people she had left in no way lessened her suffering. She was sick for the sight of the sea, for the sound of it lapping on the stones of the shore, or swirling round the wooden piles of the little harbor pier. She was sick for a glimpse of the dark-bricked front of her home, and for the sunshine on the grass of its garden, and for the voices of the birds in its trees. Night after night she conjured up well-known scenes till, exhausted with her tears, she fell asleep. Morning after morning, in school hours, she heard no word of a lesson. In spirit, she walked the lanes and woods round Glen Cove, or stood by the murmuring sea, or wandered through all the well-known rooms at home. And through all her misery there ran a curious undercurrent of surprise. She had never guessed that she would suffer like this. She did not know that a feeling for the home of her fathers had entered into her blood, was part of her, would never, to her life's end, die. Apart from the aching homesickness, there was worry and humiliation to harass her day by day, and bitterness of spirit in the realization of Miss Pittock's inadequate teaching. Rose was considered terribly backward, but no judgment of her teachers on this score could equal her own despairing knowledge of the fact. All the girls, even of her own age, seemed to her miracles of learning and advancement, an illusion to be presently dispelled certainly, but none the less terrifying while it lasted. Then there were the girls themselves, those at Minerva House, for of the hundreds who swarmed at the college, Rose was too bewildered to regard as anything but a sort of ant-heap, there were these Minervarites, then so unapproachable, so haughty, as it seemed to her, so engrossed in affairs in which she had no part. Rose was the only new girl that autumn term, and it seemed to her ages before her very existence became recognized amongst them. They were not actively unkind. They simply ignored her. In reality, hours being to an unhappy child what weeks are to the adult, it was only a few days before Rose knew everyone's name, began to like some of her schoolfellows, and to detest others, became conversant with all the most fashionable slang, knew and used all the nicknames bestowed on the teachers, and, in short, had settled down to the life she was for 5 years to lead, a life as stormy, as full of periods of unhappiness, less fraught with moments of joy, but as compensation more interesting than her previous existence. Her first day at school heralded much that was to leave an ineffaceable mark upon her character, and indirectly to affect the course of her life. Its importance lay in the fact that she had definitely reached the modern movement, that movement which, arising in every generation, is escaped by some, though never by the girl of Rose's type. In any event, somehow, and even without propitious happenings, almost instinctively, she would have drifted towards it. For good or evil, she belonged by nature to the most swiftly moving current of life's stream, and even if she would, she could not have averted her fate. As ever, good and evil followed. But it was certainly ill luck that, of the two strongest instincts in her nature, the need to rebel and the need to love, it was the former which, throughout her early girlhood, was fostered, while the other, comparatively speaking, starved. In Miss Quayle she encountered a personality as potent to drive her to revolt as that she had discovered in her grandmother, though the two women differed as to their methods. Mrs. Lester represented the negative to Rose's positive, and Miss Quayle the driving force in directions alien to the girl's tastes and temperament. In place of Mrs. Lester's cold sarcasm and narrow prejudices, she encountered the furious temper and the insistent tyranny of Miss Quayle, who, liberal and advanced as were her theoretical views on the independence of womanhood, was a born slave-driver. Her effect upon Rose was the production of a curious blend of hatred, grudging admiration, contempt, and fear. Even in later years, when she had learned to appreciate the indomitable spirit of the little woman, when she realized what it was not possible for a child to realize, the greatness of the fight she had made in the cause of her sex against ignorance, prejudice, apathy, and derision, when she came to appreciate her power for work, her genius for organization, even when she heard of and admitted to her credit generous deeds unknown to her as a schoolgirl, Rose's memory of her headmistress remained true to her childish verdict. She never learned to love Miss Quayle, and there were some who undoubtedly loved her. She never even learned wholeheartedly to admire a woman who undoubtedly roused admiration. End of Chapter 10. Recorded by James K. White. Chula Vista.
Chapter 11 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Chapter 11. The Wrath of the Dragon. Before the end of the first week, Rose had received more novel impressions than in the whole of her previous existence had fallen to her lot. She was leading 2 new lives, one conditioned by the circumstances and atmosphere of Minerva House, the other concerned only with the college. One aspect alone of the boarding house, she thought, fully endorsed Geoffrey Winter's view of the puerility of girls' schools. It was an aspect of worry, harassment, and preoccupation with trifles, unknown, she was sure, in the life of schoolboys. An instance of this was afforded her before the close of the first day. "Rose Cottingham!" called Miss Bird, descending into the cloakroom on the return of the boarders from the college. "You left your indoor shoes outside your locker this morning. You must sign your name. Ethel Cummings," she added, turning to a round-faced, rough-haired girl whom Rose thought looked nice. "You will sign your name in the conduct book." "What for?" demanded Ethel, while Rose looked from one to the other in bewilderment. "You spoke most rudely to me this morning when I told you to fold up your night-dress," returned Miss Bird, the colour rising in her swarthy cheeks. "I hadn't had time to tell you then to sign your name. Go upstairs now, both of you, and do it." She shuffled out of the room on her heelless slippers, and murmurs of "old cat" arose in the cloakroom, where 10 or 12 girls were taking off hats and boots. "Fancy starting conduct marks the first day of term," said someone disgustedly. "Just like her," grumbled Ethel, sulkily swinging out of the room. "Hi, you'd better take the new girl along," called someone else. "She doesn't know what to do or how to do it." "She'll learn," returned Ethel, darkly prophetic. "Come on," and she nodded to Rose, who followed uncomprehendingly. "What have I got to do?" she asked meekly as they went upstairs together. "You'll see. We shall find the old cat eagerly waiting for us in the dining room with both books open. She simply loves it," said Ethel. As she foretold, Miss Bird stood ready for them, 2 enormous ruled registers open before her on the top of a low cupboard. "Now, Rose Cottingham," she said, "put the date in this column," indicating a space, "and right beside it, 'I left my shoes about.' Then sign your name opposite the entry in this line." Laboriously, in her round, unformed writing, Rose duly put the crime on record, while in another book, devoted to breaches of good conduct, with all the haste of custom, Ethel scribbled, "I spoke rudely," and affixed her signature. "I hope this will be the last time either of you will sign this term," remarked Miss Bird unconvincingly, while she applied blotting paper to both confessions. "Now go and get your books ready for preparation." "What's the good of it? What's it for?" whispered Rose on the way out, and Ethel shrugged her shoulders. "You'll be asking what's the good of several things before you've been here a week," she told her in an irritated voice. "It's one worry, worry, worry from morning till night." The statement was scarcely exaggerated. Humour, never perhaps a strong factor in the equipment of teachers, was at Minerva House conspicuous by its absence. Miss Quayle herself had none, and even if any of her subordinates had possessed such a thing, a sense of prudence would have led to its disguise. Life was real, life was more than earnest, it was strenuous to the principal of Quayle College, and to her lack of humour she joined other even more unfortunate negative qualities. She had no sense either of proportion or of imagination, and her influence permeated the atmosphere of the boarding-house. Venial offences, at the most deserving of a casual rebuke, were at Minerva House treated with all the portentous solemnity due to the crimes of a heinous nature. Was a girl careless or untidy, interminable lectures followed her offence. Did another talk in the hours consecrated to work and silence, she was interviewed apart, the name of God was invoked, she was gravely assured that she was displeasing to the deity, and recommended to seek help in prayer. But among the many inventions sought out by Miss Quayle for the perfection of conduct in the boarding-house, it was the register system which early stirred Rose to amused contempt. From the first, she was a daily contributor to one or both of the journals in question, and never without an inward grin at the thought of pages of manuscript devoted to such items as "I left a book about," or "I banged the door," signed in full by the culprit, the only result of the exercise so far as Rose was concerned being the encouragement of a rather mordant sense of humour. "What would happen if I did something really wicked?" she asked Miss Mortlake one day when she had been an inmate of the house some weeks. "I don't believe the Lord cares twopence whether I put my work-bag in the cupboard or leave it on the table." Miss Mortlake, who had just made Rose's 50th signing the text for a religious homily, signed profoundly and regarded the child with perplexed eyes. She had a secret weakness for Rose, who in some undefined, vague way interested her. Over and above a constant minute and worrying surveillance which Rose never ceased to resent, Minerva House was periodically shaken to its foundations by a row. The laconic and comprehensive word summed up Miss Quayle's outbursts of wrath over trifles. Those who imagined that the work connected with the college itself and its 500 inmates might be sufficient to satisfy the energy of its principal were unacquainted with Miss Quayle. Her activities were ceaseless, and little as she was possibly aware of it herself, strife of any sort had become the breath of life to her. She would return from a long day's activity at the college, and eager for a fray, immediately set to work to investigate the result of all the rules she had framed, in theory for the conduct of the perfect life amongst her boarders, in practice for outbreaks of artificially manufactured crimes. She would, for instance, pay a surprise visit to the boot lockers to assure herself that every boot was marked by its owner's name on the lining and placed tidily on the shelf allotted to each pupil. She would dash open every drawer in a particular bedroom and, descending in a fury worthy of more important cause, summon the whole household, reducing half of it to tears, and spreading general terror by the thunder of her eloquence and scorching fire of her condemnation. "And all about boots," murmured Rose scornfully when, after one of the locker raids which occurred towards the end of the term, the girls were dismissed at the end of an impassioned harangue. "It would do her good if one of us eloped or something," she added vindictively, without any precise idea of what an elopement implied. Thus early, and by practical demonstration in what to avoid, Rose learned the value of proportion. Certain compensations there were, however, at Minerva House, in spite of its chronic atmosphere of worry and unrest. Miss Quayle could be interesting, and to Rose fresh from a home where no one read and no one, in the sense of the word, talked, a new world opened when sometimes at supper time the principal read aloud or, with the elder girls, discussed a book of William Morris or quoted one of Tennyson's poems. 1 or 2 visits to the National Gallery on Saturday afternoons impressed her greatly, and twice during her first term she went with a party of girls to the theatre, once to see Irving play Shylock, and a yet more thrilling and wonderful experience, on another occasion, to see Ellen Terry at the zenith of her charm and beauty in the character of Beatrice. For weeks afterwards she lived on the memory of that play, and the thought of it always gave her the sensation of warmth and sunshine. To some extent, at least, and apart from actual lessons, life at Minerva House was stimulating, and her neglected little mind began to work on fresh lines. To the sum of advantages in her new life might be added its democratic nature. Even at Minerva House her associates were not by any means all drawn from the class to which Rose herself belonged, while at the college the fees were low enough to enable the small tradespeople of the neighbourhood to educate their daughters side by side with the children of a higher rank in the social scale. Young as she was, Rose almost immediately realised her grandmother's horror if she had known the social status of girls with whom her granddaughter for many hours of the day associated. She realised it with a certain mischievous amusement and a determination never to let her know that in class she sat between a pork butcher's daughter and the child of a publican in Camden Road, and liked the latter child immensely. Sybil Smith of the public house was a clever little girl with a humorous face, a Cockney accent, and a genius for arithmetic. Rose respected her for her ability in dealing with compound fractions, and liked her for her good nature. The fortuitous proximity of Sybil Smith made for Rose the first breach in the barrier erected for her between the classes by generations of her ancestors. For the first time in her life she became aware that others besides the people one knows not only existed but were of importance. At school she and Sybil met on equal terms, and the honours were with Sybil. She began on the whole to enjoy her work at the college, where at least 1 or 2 of the mistresses taught well, and where the stimulus of a big class was a blessed contract to the drowsy, deadening effect of Miss Piddock's so-called instruction. At school she met with encouragement and a certain increasing amount of praise, though at the boarding house, long before the end of her first term, she was constantly in disgrace, and had definitely taken the place of Janey Price as the victim, singled out for the unpleasant notice of Miss Quayle. A passionate revolt against injustice was the outcome of her frequent interviews with the principal, who by some unlucky chance seldom chose the right and lawful occasion for censure, opportunities for which were certainly not lacking where Rose was concerned. Not intentionally unfair, Miss Quayle's ungovernable temper often betrayed her into unreasonable words and deeds of gross injustice, and that it was a temper of an overworked, highly nervous woman was little comfort or explanation to girls who should never have been under her charge. One instance of many such injustices loomed large and left an ineffaceable and unforgivable impression upon Rose's memory. Years afterwards, though conspicuous of its absurdity, she never recalled the episode without a rush of hot anger and renewed indignation. The occasion was an excursion to St Albans Cathedral on a Saturday afternoon towards the end of her first term. Miss Quayle, in her most gracious mood, and she could be gracious, had personally conducted a contingent of the Minervarites in which Rose, though one of the younger pupils, was included. Already her headmistress spoke of her in private as a difficult but exceedingly clever girl, and she was seldom passed over when any excursion of an educative nature was in progress of arrangement. All at first went well. Rose was awed and impressed by the beauty of the great church, then happily unrestored. She kept close to Miss Quayle, who in her best and most interesting vein discoursed upon the architecture and the tombs, and to the child's admiring wonder translated aloud their Latin inscriptions. These were the moments where she almost liked Miss Quayle, when, at any rate, she felt for her the most ungrudging admiration. It grew dusk, and the lady looked at her watch. "We are late," she announced. "Come at once, all of you. We shall only just get the train." Rose was turning obediently to follow with the rest when she noticed the danger that threatened Janey Price, who had strayed far enough to be out of earshot. With no other thought than to warn the hapless child that marching orders had been given, she darted in her direction. "Jamie, hurry up! Miss Quayle says—" she began, but never finished the sentence, so manifestly on the side of the law, order, and obedience. A hand grasped her arm, and in mid-cathedral she was violently and ignominiously shaken. "How dare you!" hissed Miss Quayle, her fury all the more intense because in the sacred precincts it was impossible to give it full-voiced expression. "I repeat, how dare you flatly disobey my command and deliberately turn your back when I had just ordered everybody to go?" Amazed, indignant, and breathless from the shaking, Rose began her defence out loud. "Why, it was only because Janey didn't hear that I—" "Silence!" whispered Miss Quayle in a voice of muttered thunder. Keeping a firm grasp on Rose's shoulder, she swept her down the aisle, followed by a troop of bewildered girls, and watched in amazement by a party of tourists, who cast glances of amused pity at the child in custody. Once outside the cathedral, Miss Quayle's insensate rage was unrestrained. "If you imagine, Rose Cottingham, that I am the woman to tolerate defiance, you deceive yourself," she thundered, her body swaying to and fro with a passion into which she had worked herself. "Edith Carleton! Where is Edith Carleton?" One of the elder girls came forward, quaking. "Here, Miss Quayle," she murmured meekly. "Walk with Rose Cottingham to the station, and you understand me, Edith. I emphatically forbid you to exchange one word with her. See that she makes no attempt to speak to you. Disobedience joined to impertinence I will not tolerate. Now, to the station all of you, and kindly waste no time." Like criminals subdued, browbeaten, and in terror of a further outburst, of which any moment one of their number might be the unwitting cause, the happy band of schoolgirls hastened two and two to catch the train. Rose and the unfortunate Edith, jailer against her will, formed the tale of the crocodile whose extreme tip was represented by Miss Quayle, white with passion, and a quaking girl who, constrained to walk with her, went in fear of her life, and as soon as the station was reached, modestly effaced herself in the crowd. By this time Rose was crying copiously. They were tears of anger and passionate resentment. Why was she not allowed to speak, to explain? What was it all about, after all? Why was she humiliated and treated as a prisoner when, if she might speak, she could prove that her intentions had been strictly honourable and in accordance with commands? By the time Minerva House was reached, all her pupils were as uncomfortable and apprehensive as Miss Quayle apparently desired them to be, and Rose, her little being torn and rent with anger, her nerves ajar and quivering, was almost hysterical. "Now, Rose Cottingham, you may go into the drawing-room and sit there till I send for you," was Miss Quayle's injunction as she bent above the child, swaying and gesticulating in what ought to have been, and, strangely enough, was not a ludicrous exhibition of rage. It was an odd circumstance that, however trivial, however uncalled for, the occasion responsible for what in others would have been childish wrath, Miss Quayle never at the moment seemed absurd. She was always terrible, always the avenging goddess, even when, as most frequently happened, there was nothing to avenge, and, in the view of any reasonable being, nothing even to make a fuss about. Theoretically, she was ridiculous. Actually, she was awe-inspiring, and however frequently to herself and in private conversation Rose compared her to an infuriated blue bottle banging about on a window, neither she nor any of the inmates of Minerva House ever lost their fear of her, nor forgot to tremble at her approach. A story which long before Rose's arrival had become a classic to be gigglingly recited in Whispers Illustrated, the terror she struck into the hearts of all and sundry of her household. One evening, believing she had sought her couch for the night, one could not picture Miss Quayle simply going to bed. An unlucky servant locked the study door on the outside, and at 1 o'clock in the morning a furious knocking and beating roused the sleepers. Teachers hung over the banisters, girls crowded behind them. Servants opened their doors, and the terrified whisper spread that the sound proceeded from the study, and its august occupant was locked in. There was a moment of awestruck indecision before Miss Bird, greatly daring, crept downstairs and turned the key, wisely effacing herself behind the tumultuously opened door as Miss Quayle, raging against stupidity and gross carelessness, sprang forth. "It was worse than a lion," was the usual termination to the story, and no one ever considered it an exaggerated conclusion. No one, therefore, smiled even covertly at the spectacle of an infuriated lady of 60 brandishing her arms in the vicinity of a small sobbing child of 12, and Rose was driven into the drawing-room. "What's it all about?" whispered the girls as they trooped into the cloakroom to take off outdoor raiment and prepare for supper.
"Nothing at all as usual," muttered the ex-jailer Edith Clayton. "Rose went to call some kid, Janie Price, I think, who hadn't heard what the dragon said. Anyone who wasn't raving mad could see what the child meant by running back, and you'd have thought it would be considered quite the right thing to do. But it's turned into a crime, as everything here always is. I thank my stars I'm leaving this term. I've had enough of it." Edith went loftily out of the room, carrying her books, and the other girls exchanged glances. Edith was a senior, and usually reserved in manner. It was gratifying to have a senior on the side of the younger and more rebellious contingent at Minerva House. No one was surprised when Miss Quayle dashed the plates about at supper time. To an observant beholder, the impatience with which at all times Miss Quayle touched or handled inanimate objects spoke of disordered nerves. But there were moments when the symptom became acute, and if she pushed dishes away from her and rattled knives, forks and spoons at the table with more than usual vehemence, her pupils feared the worst, and those unlucky enough to be placed next to her ate a meal flavoured with apprehension. Before supper was over that evening, Miss Quayle rose with exceeding violence and rapped upon the table. Every awestruck eye was turned in her direction. "I wish it clearly understood," she announced, in a voice still vibrating with anger, "that no one addresses a single word to Rose Cottingham till my permission is given. Miss Bird?" The call was unanswered. It was repeated with rising annoyance. "Miss Bird? Now, where is Miss Bird? Mr. Mortlake, why is Miss Bird absent from this room?" I'll find her," stammered Miss Mortlake, half rising. "Please keep your seat," adjured the principal irritably. "I cannot imagine why she is not here. Ah, Miss Bird," as the terrified little housekeeper, who had been called away by the cook on some domestic mission, scuttled in. In future, please do not absent yourself at meal times. Kindly give Rose Cottingham her supper in here when the other girls have gone, and then send her upstairs to bed." Miss Quayle rustled from the room, and in panic-stricken silence the household heard her bang her study door. Rose cried herself to sleep, unconsoled by the furtive petting and whispered exclamations of "shame" bestowed by her roommates. In a hurricane-like interview with Miss Quayle, if a storm of reproach and condemnation could be called an interview, she had been given no chance of drawing breath, much less of an explanation. Invited to express contrition after, she had once managed to gasp incoherently, "I didn't do anything." She had remained obstinately silent. Speech, indeed, would have been an impossibility in face of the fresh twist given by Miss Quayle to her words in a torrent of invective on the heinous sin on lying.
Now, all she had to anticipate was an indefinite prolongation of the row and its wearying, maddening corollaries.
Rose was experienced in rows, and everything fell out as she foresaw. She was conducted to school next day by Miss Bird, who, an abject little sycophant, in terror of Miss Quayle, addressed no word to her. The morning's instruction, so far as the girl was concerned, was a farce, for still smouldering with indignation and a bitter sense of injustice, she was incapable of paying attention. The return walk in the same circumstances, with the hated proximity of Miss Bird, only fanned the flame of resentment which solitary meals and solitary preparation of homework did not tend to allay. After supper came the dreaded interview in the study, for by this time she was aware that not only would she never be given the chance to explain, but that even if she were allowed to speak in self-justification, it would profit her nothing, since all that her head-mistress was now out for was to wring from her a confession of guilt. Fully half an hour was spent by Miss Quayle in walking up and down the study in the manner of a caged and infuriated tiger, assuring the tired little creature who shared her cage that she possessed the worst character it had ever been her ill fortune to encounter. A headstrong, obstinate, rebellious, disobedient, and insolent girl was this Rose Cottingham, who, forsooth, had the effrontery to defy her, Miss Quayle, the herald of the new day for woman, the founder of the new learning, the trainer and fosterer of all great and glorious qualities of womanhood soon to be displayed to a dazzled world. This trend in her oratory, as Rose anticipated, led to a change of tactics. "And you," she exclaimed with a renewed vehemence, wheeling round towards the child, "you who have brains, you who have character, you who might be an ornament to this great school, who might win it fame and honour, you turn those qualities with which God has endowed you against the splendid institution which nurtures you, troubling and hindering its work, instead of joyfully carrying it forward. Now, my dear child," she continued in the same breath, descending without any sense of bathos from the heights of general principles to the particulars of scholastic expediency, "I should like you to go in for the Junior Cambridge. You ought to do remarkably well. You can take honours if you do not allow your incurable obstinacy in arithmetic to stand in the way. Now, listen to me, Rose Cottingham. I refuse to allow you to override me in the matter of arithmetic. It is idle to tell me that a girl of your ability cannot bend her mind to any subject she pleases. But you profess not to like arithmetic." The inflection of Miss Quayle's voice was superb in its scorn. "And you have the insolence, forsooth, to imagine that I shall accept that as a reason for its neglect. Now, Rose Cottingham, my dear child, give me your attention. I insist you shall master this subject." The tirade which followed scarcely penetrated to the child's tired brain, and when Miss Quayle at length returned to the immediate subject of dispute, the portentous, heaven-shaking occurrence in St. Albans Cathedral, she could only cry weakly out of sheer nervous exhaustion. As it happened, those tears were her salvation, for Miss Quayle, also somewhat weary, assumed the words of contrition which, even in her weakness, she would never have uttered. "Now, my child, that you are sorry for your contempt of authority, we will let the matter rest," she avowed magnanimously. "Come and kiss me, my dear, and in your prayers tonight remember that he that ruleth his own spirit is better than he that taketh a city." She enveloped Rose in the embrace known to Minerva House as the bear's hug, without which no row ever terminated, and when at last she ventured greatly to struggle from her arms, Rose was aware from the tenor of her principal's remarks that the junior Cambridge had ousted Holy Writ. "You must have special coaching in arithmetic," she heard her murmur before, dazed and still resentful, she at last crept upstairs to bed. In the night, Rose woke with resentment for the moment in abeyance, and the somewhat bitter sense of humour which the atmosphere of Minerva House was strengthening in the ascendant. "Better is he that ruleth his own spirit," she quoted to herself disdainfully. Why doesn't she rule hers? Every bit of all this row she's made herself out of nothing at all but her own vile temper. She's a horrid, unfair old beast, and all that talk about how clever I am was only to try to make me give in and say I was sorry for what I never did. Her cap wagged like anything all the while she was raving at me. Rose giggled hysterically under the bedclothes at the memory of what had been at the time a sufficiently terrible experience, and told herself she now knew how a tiger would look in a lace cap with a pink velvet rosette over his ear. This agreeable play of fancy, however, was but the bubble on a deep sea of indignation and revolt, not only against her present circumstances, but, in a fashion more or less unconscious, against fate for the accident of her sex and its resultant disabilities. Boys' schools are not like this, she reflected, with reminiscences in her mind of Geoffrey's talk and all the happy irresponsibility it reflected. Boys are let alone. They're not always being worried and preached to about God, and told to say they're sorry and sign their names in registers because they've left a book about. It's beastly to be a girl, because women are so silly, was her last sleepy reflection. They make such a fuss about nothing, and they're so serious. When I'm grown up, I shall never be serious, and I shall let my children alone, and never talk to them about God and ruling their spirits, because I shall know how sick it makes them, and I'll never be unfair, and I'll never behave like a blue bottle that's going to have a fit. With these salutary resolutions, induced by the atmosphere of the school in its effort towards the right training of the young, Rose fell asleep. Not without profit were her schooldays, since, as she later realised, the art of living consists mainly in the discovery of what to avoid. End of Chapter 11, read by Isaac Barrow. Chapter 12 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Chapter 12. Disillusion and Growth. The Christmas holidays, passionately longed for, were not all that fancy-painted. Brook Hall was empty, and Lucy, towards whom absence had made Rose's heart grow fonder, was a distinct disappointment. During the term, especially at night, she had missed her sister, and she had often pitifully wondered if Lucy ever woke in the dark and stretched out her hand in vain for comfort. But Lucy had all the comfort she desired in the person of her new governess, Mademoiselle Latouche, a lively, chattering Frenchwoman whom she adored, and very meanly, in Rose's opinion at least, she used her newly acquired French as a means of keeping her idol's attention fixed exclusively upon herself. Her grandmother was as coldly unapproachable as ever, and, rather to Rose's relief, evinced very little interest in her granddaughter's school life. Searching inquiries might have led to awkward results, for, as it was, one of the very few questions she asked concerned the daughters of Major Kenway, whom Rose did not know even by sight, since they were merely day boarders at the college, and in a much higher form than her own. "You must live in a sort of rabbit warren, I should think," she remarked, with a rather contemptuous sniff, and remembering her first impressions, Rose was inclined to agree with the substance, if not with the manner, of her observation. It was fortunate that Grandmamma did not inquire too closely into the breed of the rabbits. She felt lonely and out of it at home, and its dullness struck her afresh. Only the well-known and well-loved house itself was any comfort to her. That, and the sea, and the harbour, and the fishing boats, alone failed to disappoint her. On the whole, she was glad when the holidays were over. "I suppose nothing's so nice as you think it's going to be," was her reflection on her way back to school. It was the first time that such an idea had occurred to her, a milestone in her childhood, pointing to maturity. She was glad not to enter Minerva House this time as a stranger, glad to be embraced by old friends and to understand all the jargon of the first night's chatter, to be able to take her part in it as a recognised inmate of the place. Long after the girls in her room had gone to sleep, she lay awake, fired with all sorts of ambitious schemes for the future, planning triumphs, eager for the term's work. The day of the St. Albans row, as in thought she always referred to it, made a landmark in Rose's school history. Strenuously as she denied it to herself, Miss Quayle's words had flattered and stirred her to the depths of her being. "You who have brains, you who have character," the angrily expressed opinion rang in her ears with gratifying effect, though at the bottom of her heart she was dubious and fearful, doubtful of its truth. A profound diffidence lurked always in the depths of Rose's consciousness, ready at any moment to rise to the surface and poison her moments of seeming triumph, whether these were social or intellectual. Popular amongst her schoolfellows as, on the whole, she had become, she could not take her popularity complacently, nor as a matter of course. Its evidence was always a surprise to her. She went always in terror of losing it, and a careless word or an unintentional slight plunged her into agonies of wounded susceptibility. The assurance of her plainness, which at home, tacitly if not openly, she had always received, had sown seeds of self-mistrust, which, lying dormant in her early childhood, sprang into life now that she had reached schoolgirl's estate. At school her success waxed and waned according to her remembrance of forgetfulness of what she considered her terrible ugliness. When, as sometimes happened, for days together she forgot to think of her personal appearance, she was the most popular girl at Minerva House, and for the time she was happy and grateful. Then there would come a morning where the sight of her own face in the looking-glass, while she tied up her hair with brown ribbon, would discourage her for the day. She became gloomy and dull, and reflected bitterly that it would be little wonder if the other girls avoided her, since a face like hers must be repellent even to the charitable. In the same way, and with regard to intellectual success, if coming out top in a history examination filled her for a moment with exultation, she would remember the name at the bottom of the list for arithmetic or English grammar, and became abased in spirit as the thought of her colossal stupidity in all the really important branches of human knowledge. This term, however, in spite of herself, fired by Miss Quayle's flattering estimate of her capabilities, she meant to overcome every obstacle to fame and glory. This term she would be a real success. Of the many passions which inflamed the restless, active brain of Miss Quayle, pride in her college ruled. Her ambition for it knew no bounds. At the time of its founding, examinations, scholarships, prizes, academic honours of all sorts, new ideas then in the education of girls, had assumed in her mind the gigantic proportions of vital and fundamental necessities, and the obsession never lost its hold.
To these outward signs of progress she sacrificed everything. A clever girl was at once marked down as an asset to the college, one who must and should win honours for it, and if possible pass from its strenuous shepherding to one or the other of the universities for women, spreading thus the glory of Quayledom to those fresh intellectual fields and pastures new. It was unfortunate for others, besides Rose, that recognizing only one type of cleverness, the despotic little woman tried to force every girl into the sole groove which led to academic success. She damaged many of them in the process. To any being of discernment, half an hour spent with Rose when she was obviously doing her best to understand an arithmetical problem would have brought the conviction that it was a waste of time to send her in for an examination which, under a system making failure in all other subjects, she had not the remotest chance of passing. Possessing no such discernment, however, Miss Quayle chose to believe that the girl's hopeless incapacity on the mathematical side sprang from obstinacy and lack of endeavour, and the result to her pupil was goading, harassment, overwork, and constant unmerited scolding. With a few intervals of idleness, which probably saved her from nervous breakdown, Rose's life for the next year or two was a constant struggle for efficiency on lines unsuited to her capabilities, and its effect on a complex, highly strung nature was just what anyone possessing the valuable sense of proportion might have foreseen. During her preparation for the junior, her less excitable friends complained that she was changeable, and that "you never know how to take Rose Cottingham." By turns, in the wildest, maddest spirits, when she was praised for an essay or a history paper, and in the depths of despair when all her sums were wrong, her moods were sudden and fitful, the result of disordered nerves and a worried brain. Doing and feeling nothing by halves, her horizon was bounded by the frowning thundercloud of the junior Cambridge, and nothing in heaven or earth existed for her but columns of weights and measures, lists of dates, and rules of grammar. It was significant, nevertheless, that though her schoolfellows grumbled that there was no fun to be got out of Rose Cottingham nowadays because she was always stewing, they never ceased to discuss her amongst themselves. "She won't pass the junior, you know," declared Chrissy Field as she walked down the little strip of garden at the back of Minerva House, with her arms about the respective waists of Sylvia Blackhurst and Mary Cartwright. "She's certain to fail in arithmetic, and then she's done for." "I can't think why the dragons say she's clever," observed Mary. "She never comes out top in her form, and she's awful at all sorts of things. A first-form kid could beat her." "She is clever for all that," declared Sylvia Buckhurst decidedly. Sylvia, as the eldest girl at Minerva House, and leaving at the end of the term, was listened to with respect. "She may be stupid over arithmetic, but there's something about her that none of the rest of us have got. Somehow or other we all talk about her, don't we? Though she hasn't been jolly for ages, and there's never a word except lessons to be got out of her. I don't quite know what it is about her that's different from most kids, but you'll see when she's grown up she'll do all sorts of things that none of us will think of doing." "What sort of things?" asked Chrissy. "Oh, I don't know," returned Sylvia vaguely. "She might run away with a chimney sweep, or write poetry, or marry a duke." "She's not pretty enough," objected Chrissy. "That's got nothing to do with it. If she wanted to marry a duke, she'd make him think he wanted it too." Leaving the future duke out of the question, the sapience of Chrissy Field in regard to the nearer prospect of the junior Cambridge was not at fault. The following term Rose was done for, and by the agency of the fatal arithmetic. It was not, however, quite the affair of simple failure it might have been, for fate held a special trick of irony in store, bitter not only for her, but for the ambition of Miss Quayle, who had looked upon the junior as a stepping-stone to higher things. When the result of the examination came, she made of it the occasion for a public display of indignation and impressive oratory. For days beforehand, Rose had lived in suspense, scarcely daring to breathe lest at any moment the dreaded yet longed-for news might arrive. At last, one morning, the door of her classroom was flung back by a hand impossible to mistake, and Miss Quayle entered like an avalanche and precipitated herself upon the teaching platform, which the form mistress hastily vacated. "The news of the junior Cambridge has reached me," she began, and the class, noticing the peculiar vibration in her voice heralding a row, sat breathless. "How many candidates are present here?" Half a dozen hands went up, the trembling hand of Rose among them, and Miss Quayle fixed her with an eye stormily blue before the beginning to read the names of the victors. At the end of the list she made an impressive pause. By this time Rose's heart had almost ceased to beat. She had failed, then, failed after months of straining every nerve, after the nights she had kept herself awake for hours, repeating dates of leading events, and the hated columns of weights and measures, after all her anxiety, her care, and her trepidation. "One girl," announced Miss Quayle in her vibrating voice, "has failed in one subject only, and that the subject which disqualifies her in everything. She has failed in arithmetic, and but for this she would have taken first-class honours in history and literature. Need I say that candidate is Rose Cottingham, a girl of great ability, but of incurable obstinacy, and filled with the spirit of rebellion. Rose Cottingham, if you had chosen, you could have won great distinction amongst the juniors, but you did not choose. You elected to trifle with a subject on which you were weak, a subject which, with a little will, you could have tackled and mastered. I am filled with indignation. I am—" The rest of the angry harangue was lost upon the child, crushed by the bitterness of a tantalizing defeat so near to victory. And when Miss Quayle presently swung out of the room with the words, "I will see you later, Rose Cottingham," the ominous remark left her indifferent. The impending scene in the study at Minerva House was as naught in the face of her own overwhelming disappointment, and the whispered condolences of the girls in her immediate vicinity fell on deaf ears. At the luncheon break, when the class swarmed into the dining-room, Rose was surrounded. But with a set, sullen face she broke away from her comforters, and in defiance of rules began to wander about the corridors, nursing her misery. Here Miss Woods, the mistress who had been present during Miss Quayle's oration, encountered her. "What are you doing in this passage, Rose?" she asked gently. "You're breaking the rules, you know." Then, struck by the despair in the child's face, she stooped and put her arm round her shoulder. "Never mind, dear," she whispered. "It was splendid to have deserved honours in the other subjects. You've worked very hard, and we're quite proud of you." "Yes, but it's all no good," wailed Rose, struggling with her tears. Miss Woods looked at her pityingly. She was one of the younger teachers, and a rebel at heart. She found many things about Quayle College and its principal to rouse her secret wrath, and she spoke suddenly, with decision. "When you are older, Rose, you'll find that examinations and marks and prizes, and all that sort of thing, are not so important they seem to you now." Then, smiling a little, "Still, I know that's rank heresy, and also poor comfort until you can believe it," she added. "And I'm awfully sorry, dear child, but try to remember that it's the work that counts. The exam doesn't matter twopence. Now here comes your class. Get into line quickly." She hurried on, calling with perfunctory sharpness, "Left, right, left, right," as the third-form girls in the approved order marched in single file out of the dining-room. Rose fell in at the end of the line, full of gratitude if not comfort. She liked Miss Woods. It was so jolly of her to say "awfully" when slang was strictly prohibited by Miss Quayle. But she wondered what rank heresy meant in that particular connection. Pondering over it, she came to the conclusion that the phrase was directed against the principal, and a glow of satisfaction was followed by an increased affection for Miss Woods. It was funny that some grown-up people, at any rate, didn't think much of examinations. Hitherto, for months and months, they had seemed to her the only important things in the world. But perhaps Miss Woods was right. Her words, at any rate, pierced a slit for Rose in the walls of her school environment, through which there came a glimmering light from a bigger world outside. She determined to pretend she didn't care a bit about the old exam, and to establish a reputation for originality while she avoided the condolences of her schoolfellows. Nevertheless, in secret she fretted, and her fretting had a deeper origin than mere failure in the hated arithmetic. Rose had begun to recognise her limitations, to experience a faint foreknowledge that her ambitions would always outrun her achievements. As she later expressed it, she had a mind that was illuminated only at intervals. Between the bright spots there were spaces where all was confused, shadowy, and never brought into efficient working order with the rest. It would be a year at the earliest before she could enter for the senior Cambridge, and during that year Rose deliberately slacked, as in a big school any boy or girl bringing good will to the task can slack, and the result in many, though not scholastic, ways was favourable. Instead of spending all her recreation time in feverishly committing to memory dates and lists of irregular verbs, she read everything she could lay hands on, though the books she wanted were not attained without difficulty. For the younger girls at Minerva House, a separate bookcase was kept, from which volumes were doled out to them by Miss Bird, the senior library being in Miss Mortlake's charge. Here their shelves contained novels by Dickens, Thackeray, George Eliot, and Kingsley, and it was these Rose coveted and was not permitted to borrow. She overcame the difficulty by exchanging Ministering Children, or Misunderstood, acquired from the junior library, for Hypatia, or Adam Bede, extracted from the senior shelves by Lucy Manning, a girl of 17 who never wanted to open a book. Lucy was perfectly willing to pass on a volume to the kid and return it at the moment when the despised Ministering Children was handed back to Miss Bird by Rose, who had just been devouring the novel presumably read by the elder girl. Due care had nevertheless to be exercised, lest Miss Bird should chance to see the titles of books which by such devious paths had come into possession, and Rose's acquaintance with David Copperfield, Villette, and Vanity Fair was clandestine, and all the more precious for the circumstance. No longer preoccupied with schoolwork, hating it rather in the revulsion of feeling caused by the result of the junior, Rose's mind, never idle, turned in various other directions. Her 14th birthday was near at hand. She was growing, developing physically, and with the physical change came a mental ferment which by turns perplexed and excited her. Curiosities she had never felt before beset her. There were mysteries which she longed to solve, over which she brooded for weeks, furtively seeking for their elucidation in books or from hints let fall by wiser schoolfellows. These were few and far between, and too cryptic for Rose's comprehension. The girls at Minerva House were, on the whole, a decent set. Amongst the elder ones, reticence was looked upon as good form, and if occasionally barriers were broken down and confidences as to acknowledge, more or less imperfectly acquired, were exchanged, Rose's childlike appearance, which always made her considered even younger than she was, shut her off from the converse of advanced young women. As events worked out, it was a pity, for by ill luck she was destined to obtain answers to her secret questions in a manner even less to be desired. The term after her 14th birthday, Rose returned to school to find that Kitty French and Joan Milbank, the two girls with whom she had shared her room, had been removed, their beds being now occupied respectively by new girls and, horror of horrors, Miss Bird. The news was broken to her 10 minutes after her arrival by Kitty French, who, meeting her on the stairs, embraced her with fervour and amid many exclamations of shame and perfectly vile, poured out the hateful tidings. "And you just wait till you've seen the new girl, darling," she added, at the end of her voluble address. "Her name is Millie Cripps, and she's too awful, the commonest creature you ever saw. She oughtn't be allowed in the place." Kitty's stricture, as it happened, had more justice on its side than is usually contained in a schoolgirl's opinion of a newcomer. Millie Cripps was an uncouth, clumsy girl of 15. whose unhealthy-looking skin and pig-like eyes represented with fair accuracy the mind within her unattractive body. It was probably with some inkling of the fact that Miss Quayle placed a teacher in the room on the assumption that her presence and the rule of silence in the bedrooms at night would be an efficient safeguard against influence possibly evil. Naturally, the precaution failed. For at least a couple of hours before Miss Bird came upstairs, Millie Cripps talked, and in fascinated wonder Rose listened. Too interested at first to heed the voice of conscience, it was only when Millie's conversation began to revolt rather than to fascinate her that she protested, merely to find that her companion derived fresh zest from the knowledge that she was shocking the kid. Night after night, long after the girl was snoring, Rose lay awake and, full of shame for her own weak conduct, resolved to smother her head in the bedclothes rather than listen. Then, curiosity proving too strong for her, she would fail in her determination, and, in spite of herself, give ear next evening to Millie's abominable misinterpretations of some of the physical facts of life. She grew wretched with the burden of this secret. Shame and shyness combined forbidding her to speak of it to anyone, and it was an inexpressible relief when at the half-term Millie Cripps disappeared from Minerva House to return no more. But mischief had been done. Things simple and natural in themselves had been defiled, and it was long before Rose was able to shake off the nightmare horror of Millie's revelations. She did so at last by forcing herself to the conclusion that Millie had made it all up out of her horrid mind, and with this partly veracious conjecture she succeeded in driving the matter at least from her surface thoughts. It was at this time, and the result of her recent experience, that she began to wish she were really religious. Religious girls, she was quite sure, would never have listened to Millie Cripps, nor suffered from a curiosity which she now felt to be unholy. She began to watch some of the Minerva rites, and made the discovery that one or two of the elder ones genuinely liked going to church, and really prayed when they were there, instead of covering their eyes for a moment as she did, and jumping up with relief as soon as a rustle of the congregation indicated that she might move with impunity. She began also to read her Bible at night. Instead of passing surreptitious notes under her desk to her neighbours as had been her wont, she paid attention to the scripture lessons and listened in church to the sermons of Reverend Edward Butts, a dull but fluent preacher, unaware of the chile in his congregation taking notes, and destitute of the humour to appreciate the fact even if he had been aware of it. Rose listened critically to perorations, which had a tendency to recur in slightly varied forms. There was one which she knew almost by heart. "My friends, I am speaking to true believers. We need no justification for our faith beyond that inward assurance which dwells in the heart of each one of us. Let us follow that inward light, that it may lead us into the way of peace, and finally into life everlasting." "That's all very well," declared her obstinately sceptical little mind. "You may have an inward assurance, but I haven't, and the heathen are just as certain as you are that they're right. So being sure doesn't count for anything, and yet something must be true, I suppose. I wonder what it is." At the bottom of her heart, though at present unconfessed even to herself, she hoped it wasn't Christianity. Already she vaguely felt the irksomeness of a definite creed. "It would be so exciting to wake up after you're dead, and find there was something quite new and very nice, and not at all what you expected," was the way in which she expressed her desires for a future life. In her Bible she marked with several underlinings from a blunt pencil Pilate's oft-quoted interrogation. Gradually she relaxed her habit of attention, and church once more became a dreaming place, an opportunity for conjuring up scenes strange or remembered as backgrounds to little scraps of dialogue which somehow floated into her mind, and became so insistent that when later opportunity arose, she felt impelled to scribble them down at the back of an exercise book, or on any scrap of paper that came to hand. Till this period of idleness and indifference to schoolwork set in, she had almost forgotten her childish attempts at writing, and even now she scarcely realized the reawakening impulse in the many preoccupations which engaged her attention. Freed from her absorption in lessons, she was, to some extent at least, affected by all the crazes which schoolgirls develop, and will probably develop until the end of time, in spite of the healthy, modern outlet of games, then unknown either at Minerva House or at the college. Thus, when it became the fashion to read sad books and cry over them, Rose selected a conspicuously retired corner of the sitting-room or the garden, and having earnestly endeavoured to weep over Eric or one of the pathetic tales of Miss Florence Montgomery, was mortified to discover that no tears would come. She envied the superior susceptibility of Chrissy Field and Mary Cummings, over whose cheeks the salt drops rolled in profusion at the mere indication of a deathbed scene accompanied by gentle piety. Such exercise in sheep-like following of an ideal always resulted very speedily for Rose in a revulsion of feeling. Soon after her attempts to rave about Eric, or Queechy, she was leading the movement against soppiness, and setting the fashion for books of lurid adventure, and what were popularly supposed to be impassioned love tales in the supplement to the Family Herald. This contraband literature was supplied by two weekly boarders, May and Lulu Robinson, who every Monday morning returned from home with various magazines and novels concealed in their handbags, which they passed on to Rose as the recognised daring reader and critic of advanced fiction. In this way she devoured the works of Ida, and derived infinite gratification from the fact that, according to May Robinson, not only were they frightfully improper, but their discovery meant instant expulsion for her and for every girl who had turned their poisonous pages. Rose enjoyed this sense of guilt, but failed to discover the impropriety. It never occurred to her to apply to them the knowledge gleaned from Millie Cripps, and though the basely presented information was there, waiting in her mind, it was not till years later that this information fell into place as anything related to actual existence. But the glowing, highly coloured prose of Ida stirred her imagination sentimentally, and even better than the novels, she grew to appreciate the accounts of real love affairs as recited by the Robinson girls, big, buxom creatures who at 16 and 17 were already developed women. Never very particular as the class from which she drew any of her pupils, Miss Quayle's judgment, though not so badly at fault as in the case of Millie Cripps, had again betrayed her with regard to the Robinsons, who were rather loud, more than a little vulgar, and indubitably inclined to fastness. They were on terms which included kissing as part of their flirtation game they played with most of their brother's friends, and a few stray men whose acquaintances they made at subscription dances on Saturday evenings. Assignations with these youths made up the interest of their lives, and by reflection contributed also much excitement to Rose's own existence. The sisters shared the bedroom next to hers, and the surreptitious return at bedtime of the books they lent her gave her an opportunity for listening to long rhapsodies on the perfections of the Frank or Charlie of the moment. "What is he like?" Rose inquired of Lulu one night, while May kept guard at the head of the stairs in view of a possible surprise visit from Miss Bird. Lulu heaved a profound sigh, and while she absently buttoned her nightdress, gazed before her as though she had just beheld the beatific vision. "My dear, he's perfectly divine," she whispered. "Very tall, with beautiful curly hair, and passionate dark eyes. I never saw such eyes. They go through you." She sighed again, and Rose thrilled. "Look what he gave me last Sunday," continued Lulu. "It hangs round my neck, and I never part with it day or night." She held out for Rose's inspection a silver pencil case attached to a ribbon, and Rose touched it reverently. "There's something written on it," she said in an awestruck voice. "Yes, that's so beautiful. Read it." "Baby from Frank," whispered Rose, and looked up inquiringly. "He always calls me baby," said Lulu with another sigh, and Rose hastily extinguished in her own breast a gleam of amusement unworthy of the occasion. Lulu was such a fine, fat baby. The reflection was gone in a flash, and again she looked with awe and wonder upon Lulu's round, fat countenance. Is this the face that burned 1,000 ships? She had by chance come across Marlowe's lines in a grammar book that day. They had arrested her, and they leaped to her mind with no sense of incongruity or cynicism, if with a certain disappointment inevitable in the comparison of Lulu with Helen of Troy. Yet Lulu, it seemed, had succeeded in rousing what, after her study of Ouida, Rose now called a wild passion in the heart of the divine Frank. She never doubted that it was a wild passion, though what the term precisely signified was not clear to her. In any case, it must be a very wonderful, awe-inspiring and beautiful experience to have a man in love with you, and she gazed at Lulu with envious respect. "Does he kiss you?" she asked shyly. "Kiss me?" Lulu laughed at the simplicity of the question. "My dear, I should think he does. I'm nearly suffocated." "Is it nice?" murmured Rose again, still more shyly. It was with difficulty that she could bring herself to ask the question, but curiosity prevailed over embarrassment. "Nice? Why, it's heavenly, of course. Hasn't any man ever kissed you?" "No, I suppose not." She went on with what Rose thought painfully was a disparaging glance. "You're such a kid." "I'm only a year younger than you." "Well, I had lots of boys after me when I was 15, said Lulu with conscious pride. "But then I didn't look such a kid as you when I was only 11. Do you know any boys?" "No," returned Rose humbly. She had forgotten Geoffrey. "Good Lord, how dull! Not one?" "Oh, well, there's the boy who lives at Brook Hall, the nearest house to ours, but I've known him all my life." "How old is he?" Rose made a rapid calculation. "He's 18 now," she said, vaguely surprised to find Geoffrey already elderly. "And he hasn't kissed you?" demanded Lulu incredulously. Rose laughed. The notion was so utterly ludicrous. "How absurd you are! He's just Geoffrey. Go on about Frank. When will you see him again?" "Next Saturday, when I escape out of this vile old hole. We're going to a subscription dance that Pa doesn't know anything about. He'd kill me if he knew, because I'm not supposed to go to dances yet. But of course I do. May and I toddle off to a friend's house to dress and tell Pa we're staying the night at Mimi's to go to a late confirmation class. He's so green he believes anything." Lulu giggled aloud, and her sister came rushing in, full of apprehension. "Do shut up," she implored. "The old cat's on the next landing. She'll be up in a minute. Clear out, Rose." Rose whisked into her room, undressed with lightning speed, and just managed to spring into bed as Miss Bird turned the handle of the door. "You'll have to sign your name 3 times before you start for school tomorrow, Rose," she remarked with a covert note of satisfaction in her voice. "You've left a book, a writing case, and some needlework about. That makes 95 entries this term, and Miss Quayle will see you about it tomorrow." Rose ostentatiously turned over in bed and shut her eyes as though too sleepy to attend, and Miss Bird, hesitating a moment, continued, "And you'll take a conduct mark as well for rudeness." "What rudeness?" drawled Rose, opening one eye in affected sleepiness. "Yes, what has she done, Miss Bird?" demanded the 2 other girls in the room in indignant concert. "She hasn't said a word. It's a shame." Miss Bird scurried out, making no reply. "She's afraid of us because she's only known us as seniors," remarked Enid Nichols, loud enough to be overheard and careless of the result. "She thinks she can bully Rose because she was a kid when she first came. Mean wretch. I expect she's listening at the door." A shuffling of feet outside confirmed Enid's surmise, and Rose laughed. "She daren't tell of you. You're all right," she said, "but she knows the old dragon will listen to anything about me, because I'm a bad character and unworthy of this noble institution." She laughed again, but bitterly, as she very successfully mimicked Miss Quayle's voice and manner. "Good night," she added briskly. "I'm going to sleep," well knowing that sleep was far from her. She was full of irritated annoyance, for she had determined to meditate upon love, and instead her thoughts had been turned into the old, wearisome, exasperating channel of rows and exhortations and all this everlasting school nonsense, as by this time she designated the whole system represented by Minerva House. End of chapter 12, read by Isaac Barrow.
Chapter 13 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. The Newcomer. Undoubtedly, the greatest event in Rose's school life was the coming of Helen Fergurson. Her advent occurred at a moment when existence was becoming flat, stale, and unprofitable. The crushing defeat of the junior Cambridge had resulted for her in a sort of reckless idleness, a general laxness of mind and body. Work had lost its zest, teachers who had been interested suffered disappointment, and though warfare with Miss Quayle was still active, it had taken a different form, and was carried on chiefly through the agency of Miss Bird. Rose had never troubled to conceal her contempt for the little general factotum, and Miss Bird returned the girl's dislike with interest, proving to her own, if not to Rose's satisfaction, that insignificant as she seemed, she could yet inflict the pinpricks of incessant harrying. Without actually bringing complaints against her to Miss Quayle, of whom she stood in even greater terror than the timid Miss Piddock had ever felt for Mrs. Lester, she contrived with great ingenuity to obtrude the fact of the girl's general carelessness upon her notice. Rows with Miss Quayle were now concerned solely with trivialities, and lacked the flattery implied by her former exhortations to win glory for the school. Miss Quayle also was disappointed in Rose's mental capacity, and had begun to look upon her as the mediocre schoolgirl, distinguished from the herd merely by her superior talent for giving trouble. Helen Fergurson arrived at the half-term just after Rose's 14th birthday. She came into the dining room one evening at supper time, escorted by Miss Quayle, and even before Rose glanced at her, she was quick to notice that in the principal's demeanor there was an unusual touch of graciousness, a certain inexplicable air of pride and satisfaction. "Now, Helen, my child, where will you sit?" she began, and her voice sounded soft and purring in the dead silence which always fell upon her entrance into a room. "I will, I think, put you next to Mary Cartwright, who has just won a scholarship for us." She smiled graciously upon Mary, who instantly became crimson with confusion, and at the same time placed her plump white hand upon the shoulder of the newcomer. "I want you two to be great friends," she added, still in her most gracious vein. "Mary, this is Helen Fergurson, the daughter of Professor Fergurson, of whom you must have heard. We should be very proud to have Professor Fergurson's daughter as an inmate of this house, and I'm very sure she will follow in her father's footsteps, and we shall soon be proud of her for her own sake." The faces of the assembled girls wore appropriate expressions of interest, and unaware of the active foot exercises beneath the board, Miss Quayle smiled benignly upon them, and once more, patting her protégé affectionately upon the shoulder, rustled away. Impatient with the nudges and furtive giggling of Lulu Robinson, Rose irritably drew away from her, and forgetting her manners, continued to stare at the new girl, from whom she could not take her eyes. There was something distinctive about her, something which she had never before remarked in a schoolgirl, something which roused her admiration and instinctive sympathy. "She isn't like a girl," she reflected. "She's like a grown-up lady who looks upon us all as children. And she's very pretty. No, not pretty, beautiful." She watched her as her glance traveled slowly, gravely, and without shyness or embarrassment round the table. She was probably between 14 and 15, not tall for her age, but of rather large frame. A perfectly plain, tight-fitting black dress, cut a little low in the neck, was finished with a tucker from whose frill rose a pretty white throat, supporting a curiously arresting face and head. The head was covered with very thick, short, fluffy hair of such pale gold that in some lights it looked silvery, and the face beneath the thatch of hair, which almost touched dark, level eyebrows, was of a pearly transparency, with scarcely a trace of color in the cheeks. It was a very refined, clear-cut face, delicately chiseled, and lighted by luminous eyes neither blue nor green, though the green predominated. These eyes wandered slowly from face to face, and at last met the brown, velvety ones of Rose, who sat exactly opposite. They rested there for what seemed a long minute, and traveled no further. As though suddenly conscious that she was staring as well as being stared at, the new girl calmly withdrew her gaze, and stretching out her hand for a biscuit from the dish in front of her, went on with her supper without again looking up from the plate, whose pattern she seemed to study with minute attention. Meanwhile, the rare color, which came only when she was excited or angry, rushed into Rose's face. She was excited now, oddly, curiously excited by the presence of the newcomer. She had the sensation of finding someone for whom she had been looking all her life, and the close proximity of Lulu Robinson annoyed her. "Oh, do be quiet," she whispered impatiently after the order had been given to stop talking and open hymn books. "I hate being nudged like that, and I don't know what you're giggling for." "Rose Cottingham, you're talking," exclaimed Miss Bird, timing the remark to fall upon the ears of Miss Quayle, who was just entering the room to read prayers. Miss Quayle paused on the threshold, the fury which she could summon at a moment's notice possessing her. "Rose Cottingham, insubordinate as usual," she exclaimed. "Get up, Rose. Go into my study and wait for me there. Miss Bird, how many times today have you already been obliged to speak to Rose Cottingham?" Miss Bird, darkly crimson, muttered something which the principal's angry voice cut short. "Begone into the study," she repeated in the shaking voice which her anger always induced. "Begin the hymn at once, please, Miss Mortlake. What are you waiting for?" Miss Mortlake laid trembling fingers on the keys, and as Rose slowly crossed the hall to the study, the first line of the hymn reached her. "Through the day thy love has spared us." "It doesn't last till the evening, though," she thought with gloomy ribaldry, applying the words to her head mistress. "And there was precious little love to start with. I wonder how long she'll keep me up tonight," banging her fat hand on the table and bouncing about the room. She shrugged her shoulders, and, safe while she heard the murmur of Miss Quayle's voice invoking a blessing on her household, luxuriously curled herself up in a corner of the sofa by the window. With impatience she dismissed the prospect of the impending row, her mind full of the new girl. She had caught her glance of cool amazement at Miss Quayle's sudden outburst of wrath, and the memory of it amused and interested her. "She doesn't look as though she'd fit in here at all," she reflected. "She looks too grown up for all this nonsense." Rose sighed impatiently, staring out into the little garden, from which, through the gathering dusk, there floated up the scent of mignonette and musk plants. "We are all slaves here, just slaves," she went on, talking to herself. "It's awful not to be grown up. The new girl's much more grown up than I am. I like her. Oh, I do hope she'll like me." The desire came with a sudden fervor that was almost a prayer, and so wrapped was she between hope and fear that she missed the unmistakable sounds of prayer ending, and had only just time to scramble off the sofa and assume a meek attitude in the neighborhood of the empty fireplace before Miss Quayle flung back the study door. Her prayer seemed to some extent recognized when next day Helen Fergurson spoke to her in the cloakroom just before the procession started for school. "Will you walk with me?" she asked, contrary to all precedent in the unwritten law which decreed that no new girl spoke unless she were first addressed. In the midst of her confused delight, Rose noticed the form of the question. It was not, "May I walk with you?" but, "Will you walk with me?" And she found no fault with words which from any other lip she would have denounced as cheek. She was engaged for the week to Lulu Robinson, but Lulu, fortunately, offended by the remark of the previous evening, was already going about amongst the girls, explaining not only that Rose Cottingham required taking down a peg, but also her jolly gladness about the ensuing row, as well as her irrevocable decision that wild horses should not induce her to walk with a kid who evinced such unparalleled effrontery. Not unnaturally, therefore, Rose considered herself free. She walked with Helen every day that week, and by Saturday she and the new girl were inseparable, and for the first time in her life, Rose was in a state of blissful infatuation which made every hour of the day a romance. Exaggerated devotions for the teachers at the college, as well as for one another, were, as in every school, common amongst the girls. But from these Rose had held stiffly aloof, liking mildly in some cases, even if in others she detested with vehemence. Now she knew what it was to give her whole heart to a human being, and to be alternately in the seventh heaven and in the depths of misery. In adoring Helen Fergurson, she remembered as something comparable her childish devotion to Mrs. Winter. But strong as that had been, it was different, a younger emotion, the love of a child for its mother, lacking in the exaltation which colored her feeling for Helen. It was a sentimental feeling, certainly, but it was something more and better than that, for mind as well as heart was involved in it. Definitely with Helen, as dimly long ago with Mrs. Winter, she felt a mental kinship, even though with deep humility she realized her own ignorance and childishness in the face of what seemed to her the stupendous cleverness of her new friend, for whom she lived, of whom at night she dreamed, whose mere presence in a room filled her with happiness. It was for Rose one of those friendships for which adolescence, though doubtless the right explanation, does not cover the whole ground. There was something in it more lasting, more valuable than exists in the majority of those schoolgirl infatuations which, according to temperament, the adult views with tolerant amusement or with undue severity of condemnation. Less than justice has been done to certain friendships of youth in which the participants all unconsciously are lovers, but lovers dwelling in the golden age, innocent and ignorant as babes in paradise. It was such a paradise that Rose entered with a companion in many ways not unworthy either of her love or her admiration. Helen Fergurson was a daughter of a well-known savant, a man of letters who enjoyed several distinct kinds of celebrity. In the literary world, he was acclaimed by some as a philosopher whose outlook on existence was expressed with a beauty of style which overlaid, if it did not atone for, the nebulousness of its teaching. To another section of the thinking world, he appealed as one of the academic leaders of a then modern movement in socialism, praiseworthy in theory, even if in practice a certain amount of impracticability might have been laid to its charge. His house was celebrated as the meeting place of kindred spirits, men and women of undoubted mental distinction, though possibly lacking in sound common sense. One cannot have everything, and the Fergurson coterie certainly represented, if not the intellectual at least, as its members themselves avowed, the spiritual side of a perfectly sincere attempt at the regeneration of the world. Helen was motherless, and as the only and much-loved child of her father, she had from her babyhood moved freely in an atmosphere calculated to encourage precocity. A child of quick intellect, she had acquired from the men and women who surrounded her a vocabulary and a power of verbal expression unusual in a girl of her age, impossible to one, however naturally gifted, whose lot had not fallen in such circumstances. Unwillingly, perhaps, Professor Fergurson had lately begun to realize his daughter's need of younger companions than those she had hitherto been accustomed to meet, and influenced more than he was aware by the sister who kept house for him, he at length decided to send the girl to school. For the methods of Miss Quayle, he experienced a characteristically theoretical admiration. As an outsider, looking only at the splendid organization of the college, and full of sympathy for its ideals concerning the general improvement and mental elevation of womanhood, he was fully persuaded that Minerva House would in every respect provide his child with a suitable and congenial environment. That she might share to the full the life of girls of her own age, though living in London, he heroically determined to place her for a year at least as a boarder with Miss Quayle, who welcomed her responsibility with gratification and conscious pride. Not every day did it fall to the lot of a schoolmistress to number amongst her flock a girl of such academically distinguished parentage, and Miss Quayle was more than content with the glory which the coming of Helen shed upon her own scholastic path. Rose was possibly the only one of her pupils to share her gratification. With the rest of her schoolfellows, Helen was at once unpopular, and but for Rose she would have stood alone in a hostile crowd. It was Rose alone to whom Helen was anything but a stuck-up thing. Deeply as she was impressed by the new girl's intellectuality, it was not that so much as her character which struck awe and admiration into her very soul. There was an aloofness about Helen, a certain calm reasonableness which set a great gulf between her and the ordinary gushing schoolgirl, with her sentimentalities, her grumblings, her exaggerated ravings over trifles, her general air of irresponsibility as of a creature under tutelage governed. Helen, on the contrary, seemed to be a law unto herself, even while she accepted and obeyed the rules of school life. "Half of them are supremely ridiculous," she said, with a shrug of her shoulders, in answer to Rose's vehement criticisms. "But they exist, and it's less trouble and more dignified to accept them. You don't think I would demean myself to a struggle with a woman like Miss Bird, do you?" Rose felt abashed. She was constantly so demeaning herself, and till now had never considered her dignity. Helen was right, of course, but to a nature like her own, the implied advice was a counsel of perfection. For Miss Quayle, Helen soon evinced a dislike, but it was a cold and grave dislike, very different from Rose's stormy hatred. "She's a very unbalanced woman with a strong commercial instinct," was the verdict she expressed one day on the way to school when Rose had been fulminating against some act or words of the principal. "What do you mean exactly?" she asked, hesitating before the phrase which was new to her. "Well, she wants the school to pay, you understand. Not only in money, though I suspect her of that too," declared Helen loftily. "At any rate, to pay by the results of examinations and scholarships, and she drives likely girls to work just for the sake of them." "She'll drive you," Rose assured her. "You're so awfully clever." She sighed, remembering the number of classes which divided her at college from Helen, who was in the upper fifth. "No, she won't," returned Helen calmly. "My father doesn't wish me to go in for examinations. I told her so last night." "Were you in the study last night?" asked Rose, breathlessly. "When?" "After you had gone to bed. She talked for hours." Helen smiled a little reminiscently. "What about?" demanded Rose, all eagerness. "About my wonderful brain, and how it might win honor and glory for the school. You know the kind of thing. You've heard it many times yourself, I'm sure." "Not lately," said Rose, rather gloomily. "She's given me up. She thinks I'm no good. And it's quite true, you know, I'm not." "What annoys me," pursued Helen, in a detached way, "is that ridiculous embrace which she thinks is necessary to bestow after any conversation. I dislike being embraced." "Oh, Helen," murmured Rose in reproachful misery. "Don't be silly. I don't mean by you. That's quite different. I mean by a large woman who doesn't interest me, like Miss Quayle." "Well, didn't she say you were to go in for the senior?" asked Rose, happy again. "Yes, I told her my father's views, and she said she disagreed with him emphatically. You know how she says that sort of thing. It was quite amusing to watch her getting so foolishly excited." Again Helen smiled. "She said she should write to him. She may. My father happens to have a mind of his own." They had reached the college door, and Rose grasped her friend's hand. Their respective classes did not meet at all during the morning, and there were hours of separation to be faced. For on Tuesdays Rose dined at school to take extra arithmetic in the afternoon, and it would be evening before they were reunited. "Goodbye, darling," she whispered. "You'll get your prep done in time to talk in the garden with me before prayers, won't you?" For the evening stroll in the little strip of garden at the back of Minerva House, Rose lived all day. Fate had done its best, as she bitterly reflected, to separate her from her beloved. For not only were they divided at school, but the boarding house being in reality two houses joined only by a door between their respective halls, Helen must needs have been placed in the further dwelling, and even at meals their places were at separate tables. Rose was always first at the tryst on these hot summer evenings, and her heart leaped when she saw Helen at last emerge from the lower room leading into the garden on her side of the double house. This evening Helen put her arm round her with more than usual empressement. There were two gardens at the back, corresponding to the original two houses, but a doorway, or rather a doorless gap, had been cut between them, and Rose preferred the little strip at the base of her own part of the house. She was drawing Helen towards it when her friend resisted. "No, we'll stay in this garden tonight, because it's under Miss Quayle's window," she said. Helen never condescended to the plurality of the dragon as a synonym for the head mistress, and Rose, in slavish imitation, had also dropped the term of opprobrium. "But that's the very reason why the other's better," she exclaimed. "Not for my purpose," Helen enigmatically returned. "What purpose?" asked Rose in surprise. "I wish to show her that you are my friend, and that I am no more to be turned by her from my friendships than my father is likely to change his mind about examinations." "Has she been trying to?" exclaimed Rose incoherently. It was one of the amazing things about Helen that she could withhold interesting news which Rose herself would have been unable to keep for a moment. Here was a revelation which might have been made hours ago, and it was kept till now. Rose thrilled at the realization of Helen's self-control, though she was hurt by the thought that she could hold such a thing back. "Yes," pursued Helen, apparently unmoved, "she disapproves of our friendship. She wishes me to become intimate with Mary Cartwright because, as she won a scholarship last term, she considers her a better associate for me than you, who failed in the junior Cambridge last year." Rose did not see Helen's scornful smile, for her eyes were suddenly blinded by tears. "Why don't you?" she cried angrily. "I knew I wasn't clever enough for you. I never pretended to be. Go and be Mary's friend. You'll like her better. She can do algebra and Euclid, and I'm only—" Her voice was choked as she tried to wriggle away from Helen's arm. "You are being almost as foolish as Miss Quayle," declared Helen in her calm voice, "and quite as unreasonable. Why are we walking under her window? Merely to show her that I consider her interference with regard to my choice of friends as impertinent. What more can I do?" "All the same, you ought to have a clever friend." Rose's voice, though still choking, sounded mollified. "I have one. My father would say that Miss Quayle doesn't begin to know what cleverness is. She thinks, poor thing, that it's marks and examinations and scholarships. I believe father would consider you the cleverest person in this house, Rose." Rose flushed to the roots of her hair. "You're laughing at me," she murmured. "I can't do anything. I'm always halfway down the class. That's the arithmetic, you know. And when I hear you talk, Helen, and I think of all the books you've read, I feel like a stupid little worm beside you. Why," she paused, overwhelmed yet excited. "I couldn't have written that thing you showed me yesterday," said Helen, in her grave, assured, grown-up voice. "No one here could have written it. You imagine I'm cleverer than I am, because I've been brought up with people who think and write and talk. No one talks here. I never met such people before. Father made the mistake of his life when he sent me to this place," she went on, with a superb disdain which would have been comic to grown-up ears, though Rose listened with respectful awe. "If it were not for you, I should die of boredom," Helen went on. "It all seems so childish to me, these marks and rules and that absurd signing book for girls of our age. They seem to imagine we're fools." "I suppose most of us are," remarked Rose, with an involuntary gleam of humor incomprehensible to Helen. The observation slipped from her almost without volition. All but the minutest fraction of her glowed with pride at being the mitigating circumstance in Helen's boredom, even while she despairingly mistrusted herself. Helen, the wonderful, the august, was somehow deceived in her, and the day would come when she must discover her mistake and experience a lofty contempt for its object. "But, darling, does even the college seem childish to you?" she asked timidly. "I suppose it does. I suppose you know everything they think they're teaching you already." She sighed, and Helen, like Adam, smiled superior. "Of course I don't. You must learn, Rose, not to confuse quality of brain with instruction. There's a great deal of instruction at the college, but not much education, which means something quite different. And no culture at all," she added, in the manner of Mrs. Mackenzie Gore, a somewhat precious member of the Human Progress Society, of which Professor Fergurson was president. Rose gasped. New worlds were opening to her. Vistas lined with something called culture opened dazzlingly before her impressed and venerating eyes. "You see," proceeded Helen, with some candor and a veracity of which she was unaware, "I've been spoiled by living with really intellectual people. After my father's house and the talk that goes on there, everything else seems commonplace and stupid to me. It would be the same in any school, I expect, so I shall not trouble father with it. He is very busy just now over some important work, and I don't want to worry him." "Would he take you away if you asked him?" inquired Rose, catching her breath in apprehension. "Of course. I'm not a baby. We discussed this matter of school together, and though we agreed that I should learn much more at home with my tutor and with him, father thought I ought to know younger people. In theory, of course, he was right, but what are these girls to me?" She swept a scornful glance about the garden, where linked couples strolled, chattering and laughing, and Rose felt a little stab of pity for the foolish young things whom Helen scorned, and a trembling fear lest in time she too might be weighed in her balance and found wanting. "However," continued Helen, "I shall stay. As father says, and in that I agree with him, it's all experience for me. And then I couldn't leave you now, darling. You're worth all the stupidity of the place, and no Quayle shall tear you from me." She pressed Rose closer to her, and for a transient moment became and looked just like any other despised and foolish schoolgirl of a lesser breed without the law. An ecstatic happiness flooded Rose's heart, and the little twilit space, with its square of sun-baked grass, became a paradisaical garden enclosed, full of sweeter fragrance than could ever have arisen from the mignonette and stalks planted by the little ones in the beds they spasmodically tended. Her joy was enhanced by the knowledge that from her window Miss Quayle could see her strolling with the wonder of the world, who dared to defy her. "She may kill me if she likes, but she'll never separate us," she exclaimed, all the fervor of her being in her eyes. "You have really beautiful eyes, Rose," said Helen critically, dropping the last and sweetest drop of honey into her already brimming cup. The prayer bell rang, harsh and discordant, and the girls began to flock towards the house. Many of them pointedly ignored Rose and Helen, who lingered, the last to go in. Rose caught Lulu Robinson's remark to Chrissy Field. "Stuck-up cat, I hate her, and Rose is getting just as bad." The words recurred to her later with an unpleasant little shock as she lay awake thinking of Helen and dreaming deliciously of their recent conversation. What Helen said about Lulu Robinson was of course quite true. She was vulgar and stupid, and all the rest of it. Rose was deeply ashamed of the partial intimacy into which, before Helen's advent, she had drifted with Lulu. And yet, Lulu was kind and warm-hearted and sympathetic. Those things counted. They counted at least to Rose. A stab of compunction pierced her at the thought of how completely she had cut Lulu. There was May, too, and Chrissy Field, and Ethel Cummings. None of them were clever, none of them were particularly interesting, yet she liked them. They had been kind and comfortable, and it had been jolly to laugh with them and to plot all sorts of absurd little clandestine and innocent diversions, so futile, so amusing to the average schoolgirl, and so enjoyed till lately by Rose herself. Her mind was full of tumult. Surely no one ever wanted so many and such different things altogether as she in her futile stupidity desired. Helen's friendship, Helen's approval were priceless, of course. Not for all the world would she lose one nor forfeit the other. And yet she liked being popular. It was bitter to know that she was losing her popularity. She liked also, but secretly now, all the silliness which Helen loftily despised. The giggling, the surreptitious purchase of sweets, the hairbreadth escapes from detection and punishment, the thrilling tales about Frank and Charlie. Rose blushed in the darkness. If only Helen knew of these low tastes and unconfessed desires. Helen with her grave, disdainful, beautiful face. Helen who cared only for the really important things of life, books and art and intellectual conversation. Rose gave herself up in despair. She was fundamentally unworthy of Helen, but the fact must be forever concealed. End of chapter 13, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 14 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Head and Heart. A more stormy period than ever was ahead for the girl in regard to her relationship with Miss Quayle, who from an unprejudiced standpoint was at the moment not unworthy of pity. Rejoicing at the outset in her success at acquiring as a pupil the daughter of Professor Fergurson, that luminary of the intellectual world, not only was she debarred from making use of her for the honor of the school, but she must find Helen obstinately attached to a child for whom she had no liking, and for whom, now that her illusions as to her mental capacity were dispelled, she also had no use. In her annoyance, she went so far as to write to Professor Fergurson on the subject, begging him not only to reconsider the vexed question of examinations, but to use his influence during the holidays to induce his dear child, a girl of exceptional ability, to choose her friends more carefully. To both requests, the professor returned a polite refusal. With regard to examinations, like the psalmist, his heart was fixed, and with his daughter's private concerns and predilections, as he told his correspondent, he had neither the power nor the will to interfere. He moreover added that he had perfect confidence in Helen's judgment. Miss Quayle was baffled. Fate, constantly ironical, had hoisted her with her own petard by giving her to deal with a girl whose nurture and modern notions went a step farther than her own. To Professor Fergurson and his self-possessed daughter, Miss Quayle was already old-fashioned. Children to her were still slaves to be modernly ordered and directed. She had not arrived, and she would never arrive at the very latest doctrine, that of non-interference and self-development for the younger generation. Irritated and baffled by Helen, whose scrupulous, if contemptuous, obedience to rules gave her no opportunity for the scenes which her nature had grown to demand, her attention was more than ever concentrated upon Rose, for whom a season of real persecution set in. That Miss Quayle had persuaded herself that she acted from a sense of duty and was sincere in her attempts to correct the girl's many faults was no consolation to the object of her unceasing vigilance. "Why do you play into her hands by so constantly signing that ridiculous book?" Helen one day put the question with calm reasonableness, which, joined to a slight note of disdain, cut Rose to the quick. "Surely it's better not to be late and to remember to put your things away than to give her the chance of making these undignified fusses over which you upset yourself so unnecessarily." Certainly it would have been much better, and to Helen, the soul of order, the essence of scrupulous neatness, such a course presented no difficulties. It was otherwise with Rose, whose existence was one long struggle against forgetfulness of the minor duties of life. "Does she think I do it on purpose?" was her silent, heartbroken comment on her friend's remark. It was a wet Sunday afternoon, and the girls, who would otherwise have been in the garden, were herded together in the dining rooms waiting for tea. Some were reading, others talking, Miss Bird in charge to restrain undue noise. Rose was crying hopelessly. Everything that week had gone wrong. She had begun to work again, or rather to overwork, in the feverish, excited fashion which she brought to new enthusiasms, and in addition to the mental strain of carefully prepared exercises and unremitting attention in class, she had been interviewed in the study 4 times between Sunday and Sunday, forced to listen to the thunderous denunciations of Miss Quayle, and to endure subsequent exile. For 2 successive days her schoolfellows had been forbidden to speak to her. The ban had been recently removed, and again, though unknown to Helen, another quite recent row had resulted in a further isolation order from headquarters. Nerves were not allowed at Minerva House. They were never mentioned except in accents of scorn as a long ago discarded encumbrance of early Victorian womanhood. Yet, incredible paradox, Rose was suffering from this non-existent cause. "Helen Fergurson," said Miss Bird timidly, looking up from the pages of good words, "do you know that no one is allowed to speak to Rose?" She blushed while she made the remark, necessity only forcing her to address Helen, whose manner always made her desperately embarrassed and uncomfortable. "No, I did not. Since when?" inquired the girl coolly. "Since after lunchtime. I think you were out of the room when Miss Quayle came in, so you couldn't be expected to know," she added, in a flustered, apologetic tone. "Obviously not," returned Helen. She got up at once, and leaving Rose's side, strolled over to the bookcase, from which she selected a book and began to read. Rose continued to cry because she couldn't help it. Tears were now beyond her control, and they dropped fast behind the book which, with shaking hand, she held before her face as an ineffectual screen. They had been tears of sheer weakness before, but now there was bitterness as well as weakness in their flow. "Have some chocolate, darling," whispered Lulu Robinson, leaning over towards her. "It'll make you feel ever so much better. It's a shame, a perfectly disgusting shame, but it's lovely chocolate with pink cream." She dropped a stick of the delicacy onto Rose's lap just as Miss Bird, for the second time, looked up. "Lulu Robinson, were you talking to Rose?" she inquired sharply. She had no fear of Lulu. "Yes, I was," returned the damsel with defiance. "Then you'll sign your name for a conduct mark. There's no excuse for you. You heard me speak to Helen just now, so it's a direct disobedience." "I don't care. It's a shame," muttered Lulu, as she took up the pen offered by Miss Bird and angrily inscribed her name on the register's accusing page. Rose, listening behind her book, was conscious of sudden tumultuous waves of emotion and half-realized thought. It was not for the first time that she had almost unconsciously, and to its disadvantage, weighed Helen's dignity against the impulsive warm-heartedness of Lulu Robinson and other kindred spirits of doubtful refinement and undoubted meagerness of intellect. Her critical spirit, never wholly submerged, was for the moment alive and clamorous, and though it was devastating, almost unbearable to detect any flaw in her idol, she found herself hurt that Helen's sense of the unworthiness of an unseemly wrangle with a woman like Miss Bird had not been overborne by her affection. Rose had suffered acutely during the few past weeks from the insistence of the critical spirit. She had endured the pain of coldness from Helen on account of a certain rapprochement with Lulu Robinson, who now slept in her room. Lulu suffered agonies from toothache, and Rose, overwhelmed with pity, had so deftly ministered to her all one night that Lulu's former rancor against her was forgotten in gratitude, and even after the extraction of the tooth, Rose refused to break the bond established between them through suffering. She felt drawn to Lulu by the mere tie of humanity, and it was this which Helen failed to understand. "It was quite right of you to do anything you could for her when she was in pain," she repeated, in answer to Rose's supplications. "But I fail to see why you should go on being intimate with her now that she's all right. She's quite unworthy of you. This with a scornful tilt of her delicate little nose. But I'm not intimate with her, Rose protested. I never spend a minute away from you that I can help. I only can't help feeling rather fond of Lulu. It's just as though my baby had been ill and I was thankful to have it well again, she went on, desperately, finding that Helen was silent. Oh, Helen, do understand. But Helen was obdurate and uncomprehending. It seems to me perfectly ridiculous, she declared, speaking truth. But do as you please. Don't let me interfere with your friendships. The icy words had cut Rose to the heart, but she had refused to be cold to Lulu. She could not be cold to a girl who had clung to her and cried and whose pain she had soothed. It might be ridiculous, but there it was, and though Helen's partial estrangement was the result, and she was desperately miserable, she continued to be nice to Lulu. She felt a warm rush of gratitude towards her now, and furtively squeezed her hand as Lulu passed her after signing the book. "Never mind, Ducky," whispered the buxom young woman, taking advantage of Miss Bird's scuttle out of the room to ring the tea bell. "I'm going to speak to you whenever I get the chance, and so are Joan Milbank and Chrissy and Eva. I don't care a hang for the old conduct mark. It's a horrid shame that you're always in rows about nothing. Only do stop crying. You'll be ill." Rose made a valiant effort to pull herself together and succeeded in checking her tears. Lulu's warm partisanship was comforting, as were also the clandestine pats and hasty caresses of other girls moved to pity and indignation by the girl's white, tear-stained face. Miss Mortlake also was kind. She would like to have been kinder, but Miss Quayle's personality dominated the house, and it was a nice point whether teachers or pupils stood in the greater terror of her wrath. To Miss Mortlake it had ever been an article of faith that, however uncomfortable the result of her activities, Miss Quayle could do no wrong. Timid criticism always died before the recollection of her principal's great intellect, which must of necessity lead her to the right course. Tonight, for the first time, she criticized in a free spirit without fear, and with the child's worn-out face as witness against her, came to the conclusion that Miss Quayle's methods were not always wise. These unusual reflections occurred while she was marshalling the girls for evening church. "Rose Cottingham will walk with me," she announced, when the crocodile had formed for its journey to divine service. As she spoke, she was painfully aware that the girl would consider herself taken into custody, and she sighed at the necessity for upholding discipline where her feeling favored leniency. "I'm sorry, Rose, to have to prevent you from walking with one of the girls," she began awkwardly. "But you see, you have brought all this upon yourself, haven't you?" Rose's only reply was a jerk of the shoulders. She was tired, worn out, and wretched, as only the young can be wretched, and her one desire was to escape any further lectures and admonitions. Destitute of the tact to discern this, Miss Mortlake strove gently to improve the occasion. "If only, dear," she began, "you would pray tonight for strength to be less heedless, more mindful to keep those wise rules which Miss Quayle has laid down, I'm sure you would find—" "Oh, do let me have a little peace," Rose implored angrily, rudely even, yet with so much misery in her suddenly unchildish voice that Miss Mortlake was startled into comprehending silence. "Yes, dear, I won't say any more," she returned after a pause. "I see you're tired." She put her hand gently for a moment over the girl's little gloved hand, and though Rose turned her head abruptly away, she returned the pressure, and Miss Mortlake went into church curiously moved and happy. It was odd, but she would have given much for this child's affection. It was she, not Rose, who prayed for strength that evening, and it was vouchsafed to her in such measure that at 9 o'clock, with scarcely a tremor, she found herself knocking at the sacrosanct door of Miss Quayle's study. No mortal ever learned what went on within, but to Rose's stupefaction, next morning she was engulfed in the principal's embrace, told that she was forgiven, and in hyperbolic language bidden to go and sin no more. She walked to school with Helen and received official confirmation of what she knew before with regard to her friend's attitude during the period of the principal's displeasure. "I felt sure you would understand that I was in no fear of the conduct mark," she explained. "That is an absurdity which is neither here nor there. But I will never give a woman like Miss Bird the satisfaction of power over me, and the only way to avoid such an indignity is to give her no opportunity. You understand, dearest, don't you?" Rose understood, but in spite of the joy of a full reconciliation with Helen, who even agreed, though without comprehension, to condone niceness to Lulu Robinson, her heart was still unreasonably sore. While she admired the firmness, the consistent attitude of Helen, she realized miserably that its imitation was beyond her. Dignity and proper pride for her would have no meaning, she felt, if Helen ever needed help or support. There was, however, little likelihood that this would ever be the case, for above the turmoil of school existence, Helen walked serene, self-sufficient, contemptuous of its trivialities, indifferent as to her status amongst the other girls. As a matter of fact, she rather enjoyed her unpopularity, amused by the attitude of those who affected to dismiss her with the epithet prig, usually associated with one or more opprobrious adjectives. She knew that her schoolfellows did not really dismiss her. One could not dismiss Helen, though it was quite possible to dislike her, and the prig theory advanced to explain her was not altogether adequate, since it did not cover the ground. She was merely an exceedingly clever girl, whose environment had been in all respects different from that of the average young person, and that the result should have an exasperating effect on the average young person was not surprising. She interested and annoyed most of the Minervarites. She both interested and fascinated Rose. It was not only that she could read Greek and Latin, though that in itself was a stupendous and awe-inspiring fact. It was rather the ease and readiness of her diction, the familiar allusions to books of which Rose had never heard, the introduction into familiar conversation of topics like socialism or of something called metaphysics, a marvelous and exciting mystery imperfectly understood, as she owned, by Helen herself, which to some extent accounted for Rose's infatuation. But chiefly it was her delicate, elusive beauty and her slow, curious smile which ravished the younger girl and silenced, though it never quite killed, the critical spirit within her. Intimacy with Helen was a tremendous spur to her ambition, and with her pupil's renewed interest in work, Miss Quayle's hopes revived. Though fate decreed that Helen should be academically useless, Rose, whose alternate stupidity and brilliance were her despair, might yet justify her existence by winning scholarships. "She says I'm to go in for the senior because Miss Woods told her I was first in the literature and composition exam," Rose hastened to confide one morning to her friend. "Isn't it perfectly awful? I wouldn't mind if it was only literature and history and those sorts of things, but it's the awful mathematics. I can't do mathematics, Helen. I waste all my time over it, and it's all no good, and I shall fail in the end." "But write and tell your grandmother to say she won't allow you to take the exam," advised Helen. Rose laughed at the comic notion. "Grandmama doesn't know what the senior is," she explained, "and if she did, she'd say that though it was perfect nonsense for girls, so long as I'm in this newfangled sort of school, I must do what I'm told." Helen shrugged her shoulders. "I suppose we shall never understand one another's home circumstances. To me your grandmother seems to live in a feudal castle." "And to me your father lives in a castle in the air," Rose returned, guiltless of irony. "But what shall I do, Helen? If I were you, I should just concentrate on the subjects you're good at and not bother about the mathematics at all. Do as you did before. I think that was perfectly splendid," declared Helen musingly. "You got all the real honor without any of the vulgarity. Let Miss Quayle rave. She's only a Philistine." Rose smiled. She knew now what a Philistine meant, and the idea of causing it to rave appealed to her. She began to put the suggestion at once into practice by the careful reading of Julius Caesar, the play set for the senior, and the as careful ignoring of algebra. 2 events before the end of the term stood out in Rose's after memory as ineffaceable, landmarks in different departments of consciousness, each in its separate fashion illuminating and instructive. Much as the 2 girls had talked, various as were the topics with which infinite gravity, if with some immaturity of thought, they had discussed, the question of religion had not so far arisen. The matter, sometimes looming so large in Rose's mind, at other times forgotten, suddenly, as was its wont, re-emerged one evening into troubled significance. "Helen," she began, with a quick childish question, "do you believe in the Bible?" "In what sense?" inquired Helen, raising her eyebrows. "Why, as they all believe it here, as everyone believes it, as God's Word, you know, as our religion." "Everyone doesn't believe in it in that sense. My father doesn't, neither do I. I'm not a Christian." "You mean you're an atheist?" demanded Rose, breathlessly. "There's no such thing. I'm an agnostic." "What does that mean?" "It means one who doesn't know and can't know anything about the existence of God." "Then that's what I am," exclaimed Rose, with a gasp of conviction and a surprise worthy of Monsieur Jourdain. "Only I didn't know what it was called. But, Helen, are there many people like that? Agnostics?" "Ever so many. Most of the thinking people nowadays are agnostics," returned Helen, speaking with calm assurance for her set. Rose was silent, too overwhelmed for comment. It was a stupendous discovery to make, and she had made it alone, for until this moment she had never heard of agnostics, though that there were wicked men dwelling in outer darkness who called themselves atheists and blasphemed, she was aware. "Then agnostics only say they don't know? That's quite different from being an atheist, isn't it?" "Of course. It's just as foolish to say there is no God as to say we are sure there's one, and to declare, as the Christians do declare, that he must be Jesus Christ. Agnostics don't deny God. They simply say that as human beings we can know nothing about him." "But perhaps we shall some day?" Rose asked eagerly. Helen shrugged her shoulders with an habitual gesture. "That's as far as one can go. The other is mere speculation." For a long time while they walked to and fro over the grass plot, Rose reflected silently, her head in a whirl of new thoughts. "Does Miss Quayle know you're not a Christian?" she asked at length. "She must know. My father isn't. Everybody who knows his work must be aware of that. She probably thinks with her old-fashioned ideas that I'm a child, and therefore I know nothing about it." "Well, there are 2 agnostics in her school at any rate," Rose observed as the prayer bell rang. "How angry she'd be if she knew," she whispered, laughing in sheer childish amusement at the joke against the unsuspecting lady, who passed them on the top of the stairs and stopped to remark that their hair was untidy. "Go downstairs, both of you, and attend to your appearance, and do not again venture to appear before me in a slovenly fashion," she commanded, unaware, poor soul, that the younger generation, the arrangement of whose hair she could still command, had already summed her up as an old-fashioned Christian. Whatever possibilities of humor the situation held was lost equally on both generations. In the other unforgettable revelation, it was Miss Quayle who played the chief role. The occasion was an afternoon party at the house of a wealthy woman whose girls were pupils at the college. Miss Quayle was bidden to the feast, and an invitation through her was also extended to Rose and Helen, the only girls among the Minervarites known to Frances and Katie Colquhoun, the 2 daughters of the house. Thus it chanced that at 4 o'clock one Saturday afternoon, chaperoned by Miss Quayle, they drove across London to Queen Anne's Gate, the scene of festivity. The experience was as unusual as, to Rose at least, it was terrifying. She was always tongue-tied in the presence of the principal, whose voluminous gray silk gown almost filled the cab, billowing on to the laps of the slim girls opposite. During the drive, Rose was scarcely once addressed, Miss Quayle having acquired the habit of ignoring her, except for the purposes of rouse. To Helen, whose cool, unembarrassed replies were the envy and wonder of her friend, she condescended affably. Miss Quayle's conversation with all and sundry was always in the nature of a condescension. When she conversed, it was much as a queen might speak to some unimportant subject, from whom, for purposes of her own, she wished to elicit information, and though with Helen, mindful of her parentage, she unbent considerably, the regal tone was never wholly abandoned, and never failed to impress Rose, even while Helen's insouciant manner in the face of it caused her fearful and secret amusement. How can she be so cool, she thought. I nearly die of fright when she speaks to me. She makes me feel so small. And it's not only me, it's everyone, except Helen, who is just wonderful. I'm sure they'll all feel small this afternoon, directly she comes into the room. Once out of the cab, however, and freed from her immediate presence, she forgot Miss Quayle. The Colquhoun's house was beautiful, and all Rose's gaiety of spirit responded to the air of festivity which exhaled from the open door. A door disclosing a wide staircase thronged with laughing and chattering people. Ostensibly a young people's party, there were nevertheless plenty of older folk present, sitting or standing in groups about the spacious rooms, one of which had been cleared for dancing. Frances and Katy ran out to meet their friends, and Rose, who loved dancing, was soon whirling over the polished floor with Katy, absolutely happy, sensuously enjoying the beauty of the banked-up roses on the mantelpieces, the glimpses of the park framed by the windows, the gay music, and unconsciously also the spectacle of well-dressed men and women of the world as unconnected with anything academic as tropical butterflies. The whole scene was an enchanted dream to her, a delicious escape from the routine and severity of her daily life. It was when she paused once, laughing and breathless, at the end of a dance, that through an open door she caught a sight of Miss Quayle in an adjoining room, sitting alone, neglected. No one hurried forward to speak to her, and, as Rose half expected, she made no imperious movement to command attention. Young and old passed her without even a glance at the august presence, enthroned in an armchair, towards which no courtiers subserviently pressed, and Rose checked a little gasp of amazement and some other emotion, painful but hard to define. Someone spoke to her at the moment, putting a hand on her shoulder, and turning, she saw her hostess. "This is a little girl who dances so beautifully. I forgot your name, dear." "Rose, mother, Rose Cottingham." "She's a Minervarite, you know," explained Frances volubly in passing. "Rose, then, let me introduce my son. He wants to know whether he may dance with you." She took a laughing young man by the arm, who, to the girl's suffocating embarrassment, made an exaggerated bow to her. She saw a slender, very handsome boy of 18 or 19, with dark reddish hair and amber-colored eyes, who instantly placed a bold arm round her waist. "We must wait for the music, I suppose," he began, without releasing her. "But meanwhile, what's a Minervarite? It sounds alarming." Then, without waiting for Rose's reply, and still to her infinite embarrassment, keeping his arm about her, he addressed his mother. "I say, mater, who's the old girl sitting over there all alone?" he asked. Mrs. Colquhoun drew him aside, thus releasing Rose, upon whom she cast an uneasy glance. "Miss Quayle," she heard her whisper. "Not the girl's schoolmarm. Why ever did you ask her?" Mrs. Colquhoun shrugged her shoulders. "Policy. But I wish I hadn't. She's on my mind. No one wants to talk to her, of course, so I must go and cope with the situation myself." She made a comic grimace. "Well, if you will ask schoolmarms." The young man's words were drowned in the opening bars of a new waltz, and once again capturing Rose, he forced her to dance. She did not enjoy the waltz. Her partner was too tall for her, and not only was it a strain to keep all the time on the tips of her toes, but she was consumed with shyness and troubled by a new, bewildering feeling of pity. It amazed her, but she was actually feeling sorry for Miss Quayle. For Miss Quayle, the despotic ruler who had so often struck terror into her heart. When the music ceased and with a laughing, absent-minded word or two, the boy left her, she was thankful. Her first glance was for Miss Quayle. Yes, she was still sitting alone, and Rose thought she looked curiously dejected and unlike her usual self. Again she felt the stab of pity, and it was with unfeigned relief that she saw Mrs. Colquhoun crossing the room to speak to her neglected guest. She was glad Miss Quayle did not know she was a situation to be coped with. Through the rest of the afternoon, an undercurrent of bewildering thought ran through her mind. Miss Quayle, the thunderer, the autocrat, was then supreme only in her own little kingdom. Outside there were realms in which she was only the girl's schoolmarm and a bore. Helen's attitude towards her, an attitude which she had thought peculiar to the exceptional and wonderful Helen herself, probably only expressed what the great world thought of the principal of Quayle College. This was an instance in which a prophet's honor was in her own country and nowhere else. It was a lesson in relative values which made a deep and lasting impression upon the girl. The drive home was almost a silent one. Miss Quayle, drawing a pamphlet from the satin bag she carried on her arm, became apparently immersed in pages of statistics, and Rose reflected painfully that she might be feeling sore and hurt. It was curious to be thinking of her with something like tenderness as an old neglected woman. Rose wondered at herself and inwardly hoped that Helen had not overheard the little conversation between mother and son. She resolved in any case not to mention the episode. Possibly her friend hadn't noticed it, and in any case she had an instinctive knowledge that Helen wouldn't understand her feeling about it. She had so often expressed her vehement dislike of Miss Quayle that Helen would now think her quite ridiculous. But this is different somehow, Rose asserted, without definitely defining the difference, which was that she could abuse Miss Quayle, the aggressor and schoolmarm, but could take no pleasure in the humiliation of a lonely old woman, and the two were strangely one. It was supper time when they returned after the afternoon's unusual dissipation, and Rose was fallen upon by dozens of girls eager to know what it was like, Helen being considered too unapproachable to question. "You look sweet in your white frock, Ducky," Lulu assured her. "I hate Helen's dress. It doesn't suit her. Did you really dance with a man? Wasn't it heavenly? Oh, you silly child, why didn't you have fun with him? Didn't he want to sit out with you? I do wish I'd had the chance." Helen drew her away from Lulu for a walk round the garden during the 10 minutes interval between supper and prayers. "It was awfully nice, wasn't it?" began Rose, rather nervously. "Didn't you enjoy it?" "Yes. Miss Quayle wasn't much of a success, though, was she?" Helen smiled quietly. "It's good for her to discover occasionally that there's a society in which she doesn't count." "I was sorry for her," declared Rose, almost defiantly, after a silence. Helen glanced at her. "Were you?" "I believe you were. I know what you mean," she added, meditatively, and Rose was both surprised and grateful. "You're much more human than I am," went on Helen after a pause. "That's why the girls are fond of you and hate me. Perhaps it would be better if I cared more, but I don't. I don't particularly want them to like me. Now you take a real interest in their toothaches and their new frocks and their letters from their mothers and aunts. Of course it's quite right of you and very nice, I suppose." "I never thought about it being right. It's just natural," protested Rose, rather bewildered. "Yes, that's the difference between us. You're natural. I understand, and you feel. I understand your feeling about Miss Quayle, for instance, but I don't share it. I just look on and am interested and rather amused, but not in any way touched." Rose was puzzled again. Helen's habit of introspection, caught from her sophisticated homestead, was still new and confusing to her. She never consciously analyzed herself. Things happened and she responded to them, that was all. and she humbly realized how crude and childish she must seem in the eyes of her friend. I suppose I have the reasonable intellectual way of looking at life, pursued Helen, still further dazzling her, and you have the emotional way. Yours is more attractive, of course. People will always like you, but it will get you into lots of trouble, she added, with a flash of foresight rather remarkable. How will it? Asked Rose, profoundly impressed. It was news to her that she looked at life at all. She was only conscious of accepting it with joy or rage or boredom, as the case might be. It will be a tie. It will keep you back from doing what you might do. People will always be bothering you, said Helen, more vaguely than usual. You have too much pity, Rose, she went on decisively, after a moment, as though she had been striving to arrange her thoughts. And you haven't a grain of self-confidence. You always give people credit for being much cleverer and more important than they are. Most people are very unimportant. But they're all alive, Rose protested meekly, unable to express the matter more coherently. Yes, you have far too much feeling, declared Helen, apparently understanding her. End of chapter 14, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown.
Chapter 15 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicole J. LeBoeuf. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. The Fergurson Household. The next 8 or 9 months passed swiftly, with a lack of any exciting outward events and a marked decrease in rows. Rose was working hard, and in proportion as Miss Quayle's renewed hopes for her intellectual achievements resulted in a certain measure of affability towards her, Miss Bird's eagerness to report her for carelessness and untidiness decreased. It was not safe to report a girl who was in favor, and Rose was therefore permitted to overwork herself in comparative peace. Overwork, in individual cases, was the result of a system, on paper safeguarded by rules, in practice disregarded. Miss Quayle made a great point of her insistence on the physical health of her pupils, and admiring and satisfied parents were shown printed leaflets on which every girl recorded daily the time she expended on the preparation of lessons. These leaflets, explained Miss Quayle, are carefully checked each day by the form mistress, and no girl is allowed to work longer than the maximum number of hours, the time limit, as you see, being clearly stated above. She spoke in good faith, and in good faith her statement was accepted by the parent of anxious temperament, while just as naturally the timetables were systematically cooked by ambitious girls, who regarded them merely as a formula of no more account than the rule of silence in the bedrooms. As a matter of fact, Rose worked from morning till night, with no physical exercise beyond that of the flannelled morning drill, the walk to and from the college, and the weekly dancing lesson. Quayle College, so advanced on strictly intellectual lines, was lamentably behind the times in regard to opportunities for games. At a period when games for girls were becoming not only the fashion, but a recognized need, the college remained without a square inch of playground, and no attempt was made to obviate this defect by the hiring of a field for outdoor sports. At Minerva House, the strips of garden were too small, even for the mild diversion of croquet. That to any appreciable extent the girl's health did not suffer was probably due to the preceding season of idleness, and to the fact that she was, on the whole, happy and interested. Things were going well with her. Her devotion to Helen, though less ecstatic than during the first weeks of their friendship, still satisfied her emotions without jeopardizing her popularity with other girls. Helen was now less exacting, and Rose felt the relief of being free to giggle occasionally in an atmosphere less refined and superior than that exhaled by her dearest friend, who was, nevertheless, responsible for a great deal of Rose's quick mental development and increasing maturity of mind. At this time, though with occasional lapses into childishness, she was terribly intellectual, and took herself very seriously. It was a phase which the mildly ironical attitude of her grandmother during the holidays did much to encourage. "Leave your sister to her studies, Lucy," she would recommend. "Remember, we have a blue-stocking amongst us, who mustn't be disturbed when her brain is working." And though angry and hurt, as in her younger days she had been under her grandmother's snubs, Rose was grateful for one or two privileges denied to her as a little girl. She could sit in her bedroom now unchallenged, and was even permitted the use of an old bureau which, ever since she could remember, had stood locked in a corner by the window. In the holidays, Helen sent her parcels of books mentioned in the course of their earnest conversations together during the term, and with thrilling eagerness Rose read Looking Backward, Merry England, and other popular literature connected with the socialism of the period. It was of socialism she liked best to talk with Helen. Already the idea had seized her, characteristically on the emotional side, and she began to look upon every poor man or woman she met with eager admiring interest as the rulers in disguise of some vague but glorious future. The holidays for Rose were almost as strenuous as the term. She found herself an outsider in the home circle, a fish out of water, whose only possibility of return to its native element was solitary reading and writing. Lucy, as she observed with wonder, had lost all fear of her grandmother, with whom she was now on easy terms, as near affection as with Mrs. Lester could be attained. The child was very pretty, even at the gawky stage of half-grown girlhood, and the old lady, proud of her beauty, treated her with tolerant amiability. There was, indeed, very little to scold Lucy about. Always neat, always even-tempered, she did marvelous embroidery, spoke French fluently with a fairly good accent, was clever and capable in household ways, behaved very prettily when she called on the neighbors with her grandmother, and, in short, fulfilled all Mrs. Lester's ideals of perfect womanhood. Upon Rose, her grandmother still looked askance. She had grown, she had certainly improved somewhat in looks, and she bade fair to have a pretty, erect figure, but she was still in her eyes an odd-looking, uncomfortable girl, whose preoccupation with books stamped her as a born blue-stocking, and as such ridiculous. She was so serious, so earnest, so annoyingly ungirlish, so lacking in charm. At least so Mrs. Lester judged her granddaughter, till a chance episode gave her an opportunity of seeing Rose in a different, and to her, bewildering aspect. Visitors called one day during the Christmas holidays, among them Major Hawley. Mrs. Lester, giving her attention to two rather dull ladies, saw Rose talking to the old man, who had always liked her, and was now, in a genial fashion, chaffing and teasing her. The ladies professed an interest in china, and by way of respite from boredom, Mrs. Lester led them to her china cupboard near the corner in which Rose and the Major were seated. While her guests were occupied in examining its contents with ecstatic exclamations on their beauty, she listened and looked at Rose, to whom her notice had been directed by the Major's frequent laughter. Rose was amused, and Mrs. Lester did not know the girl with her face lit up, her eyes sparkling, and her tongue going at a rate which amazed her grandmother, who felt that she had never before heard the child talk. And she was talking well, almost wittily. Her repartees were quick and pointed, and her companion had to work hard to match her nimble replies to his badinage. Rose was going to be witty, then, if she could not be beautiful. Mrs. Lester was as surprised as she was gratified, for in the salons during the old regime, her constant standard, wit was always accepted as a fair exchange for beauty, and even sometimes eclipsed it. If Rose could be amusing with strangers, It was a pity she did not extend the faculty to her own home, she thought rather acidly, without the smallest realization that the flint must be there before the spark can be emitted, and that the flint offered had been of a peculiarly unresponsive nature. "You like Major Hawley?" she asked when the visitors were gone. "Yes," said Rose, rather surprised at being addressed. "Yet he isn't at all clever," returned her grandmother, laying a somewhat mocking stress on the word. "I don't know. I never thought about it. He's funny." The sparkle had not yet died out of her eyes, and her grandmother thought she looked almost pretty. "I never know what to say to him," remarked Lucy, who had been pouring out tea. "He seems to me to talk nonsense." "I like nonsense," said Rose. "I thought you were much too superior," observed Mrs. Lester, in a tone more amiable than her words. "I thought only books and learning pleased you." "I like everything, when it's good," declared Rose comprehensively. "I wish the Winters were here," she added with a sigh. Mrs. Winter's now even more infrequent homecoming had never once coincided with the holidays, and it was nearly 4 years since Rose had seen her. She had again this year passed the winter in Egypt, and was now in Switzerland with her husband and Geoffrey, who was in his 3rd year at Oxford. "They were home in June for a little while," Lucy said. "Mrs. Winter looks awfully ill, and Geoffrey's grown very ugly," she volunteered further. "He's got such enormous feet and hands, and he's so clumsy and gawky." "He's going to be a very fine man," remarked her grandmother, inspecting the china cupboard with critical attention. "Lucy, can I trust you to dust this china tomorrow? It needs it badly." It was not till the following Easter that Rose paid her long-deferred visit to Helen's home. Professor Fergurson had been much abroad, and Helen had always joined him or stayed with friends during the holidays. But now that he was once more settled in London, he sent, at his daughter's request, a formal invitation to Mrs. Lester, requesting the pleasure of a visit from her granddaughter during the whole of the short holiday. In her turn, Miss Quayle received a lesson in conflicting values, when, as a result of the professor's invitation, Mrs. Lester wrote to her, making stringent inquiries as to the social status of the Fergursons, of whom, to the stupefaction of the principal of Quayle College, her correspondent had never heard. She had not allowed for the claims of the county, nor had she realized that Rose Cottingham, to her a mere country girl whose relatives were obviously not in affluence, was a person of sufficient importance in her own provenance to be protected from casual invitations from learned men of European reputation. In the ensuing correspondence between the two ladies, there was material for comedy. "I have no doubt that he is a clever man," wrote Mrs. Lester, in reply to a list of academic titles furnished in sarcastic vein by Miss Quayle. "But my inquiry had no concern with that. I asked whether he and the sister who I understand keeps house for him are gentle people of the class with whom my granddaughter may fitly associate." Miss Quayle's reply, though given in ignorance of Mrs. Lester's exacting requirements, presumably satisfied her, for Rose received permission to accept the Fergursons' invitation. That Professor Fergurson was the son of a small shopkeeper in a remote Scottish village did not transpire, Miss Quayle probably being ignorant of a fact which, with Mrs. Lester, would have made all his intellectual achievements dust in the balance of her decision against the propriety of allowing her granddaughter to stay as a guest in his house. Rose looked forward to the visit with a mixture of delight, excitement, and trepidation. She would not for the world have missed it, but she was desperately afraid of her own ignorance and her unworthiness to enter intellectual society. She drove across London with Helen on the breaking-up day, to a fairly large house in one of the Kensington squares. The door was opened by a neat parlour-maid, and an almost simultaneous opening of another door within the hall revealed Professor Fergurson, a tall, handsome man of 45, whose velveteen coat and eyeglasses were the first attribute of his personality noticed by Rose. He enfolded Helen in a grave, tender embrace, and then turned to her companion, who was lingering shyly behind. "This is Rose, Father," said Helen, drawing her forward. "I'm very glad to see Rose," the professor returned, smiling as he shook hands with her. "I've heard a great deal about her." "Here's Aunt Aggie," Helen exclaimed, without much enthusiasm. And Rose found a small, slim, mouse-like little woman at her elbow, who greeted her in a voice curiously like her brother's and Helen's. The family, Rose noted, spoke with a certain precise, clear diction which betrayed their Scottish blood, though Helen and her father were guiltless of the accent which in Miss Fergurson's speech rather pleased her. "Will you come up to your room?" asked the mouse-like little lady, and Rose followed her up a flight of green felt-covered stairs, while Helen lingered below with her father, whom it was obvious she adored. The bedroom she entered had Morris cretonnes, a Morris wallpaper, and an austere little bed in plain dark wood. The walls were hung with colored prints of Italian masterpieces, and there was a stone jug filled with daffodils upon the dressing-table. To Rose, who had never before seen Morris designs, the whole effect of the room was enchanting, and when later Helen took her over the house which had recently been decorated by the then fashionable firm, she realized that to understand Helen, one must see her amongst her surroundings, in her right setting, so to speak. When her young hostess changed her dress for tea, discarding her ordinary school frock for a Liberty gown of peacock blue with hanging sleeves, copied from one of Rossetti's pictures, Rose's admiration knew no bounds. "I keep these dresses for home wear," she told her. "One can't introduce them amongst the Philistines at school. You ought to have an artistic dress, Rose, to wear at home, you know. Why don't you get one while you're here?" "Grandmamma would have a fit," declared Rose with a little bubble of mirth. Professor Fergurson came in to tea, which Helen poured out at a little black table near the fireplace, which had a screen of peacock's feathers to conceal the empty grate, the weather being unusually warm for spring. Miss Fergusson sat in a chair covered with cretonne, whose design showed conventional tulips, and as soon as she had put down her cup, knitted silently, while Helen and her father talked. Rose listened, admiringly respectful of both. Professor Fergurson, she noticed, treated Helen as though she were a woman, and for all the affection in his tone, there was about his conversation with her the touch of deference he would have accorded an acquaintance who was also an intellectual equal. They talked of his travels in France and in Germany, whither he had gone to investigate the results of certain experiments in socialism, and to study and compare different phases and schools of progressive thought on the subject. Helen glibly alluded to organizations and societies in London, and asked questions about analogous institutions in Berlin, grasping intelligently all that her father said with regard to them. It was marvelous to Rose, who, in the depths of her spirit, sighed with discouragement. Never, she felt, could she hope to know what Helen knew on all these matters so mysterious and so fascinating. Never could she catch up with Helen, who all her life had lived in this atmosphere of intellect and mental and physical refinement. Even while she listened eagerly to the talk, she was conscious of the spacious room, so wonderful to her in its decoration. A green dado, divided into panels, was surmounted by a stretch of neutral-tinted wallpaper, above which ran a painted frieze of stiff sunflowers in a row. Plates of blue china and pewter were ranged on the ledge above the dado, and the curtains at the window had a design of peacock's feathers on a green ground. There were big grey jars holding lilies on various tables about the room, whose effect as a whole seemed to Rose to express the last word in austere culture. Helen and her father, she thought, dwelt in a sort of enchanted world, far removed from the sordid trivialities of ordinary existence. Miss Fergurson was, perhaps, a little out of the picture. She looked homely, almost ordinary, and as she did not talk at all, Rose wondered whether, like herself, she imperfectly understood the conversation. Its general drift, nevertheless, was intelligible to the younger listener, who from her reading had gathered some vague notions of its subject. How to bring about better conditions for the poor was, she understood, the practical problem which underlay all the technicalities of the discussion in progress. And as the reflection came to her, for a moment she wondered what the poor had to do with the Morris curtains and the plates and the sunflowers. The idea had scarcely time to shape itself in her mind as an incongruity before the professor turned to her with his singularly sweet smile. "Are you interested at all in these matters, or are we boring you?" he asked, and Rose flushed shyly. Instinctively she noticed that in addressing her, his tone changed. He spoke as to a child, and she thought, sadly and humbly, that everyone would always do that. She would never grow up. No one would ever treat her as they treated Helen. "Oh, I'm very interested," she exclaimed, "only I know so little. You see, She paused and blushed again. How could she explain Miss Piddock and school and grandmamma, all the factors of her obscure existence, as against Helen's background of mature enlightenment? "But Rose writes," said Helen. "Ah, then we must take off our hats to the Creator. We who are merely theorists and executants," said the professor gravely, but with an undercurrent of pleasantry understood by Rose. "She really writes, Father," Helen exclaimed reproachfully. "I mean, it's good." "That's interesting," observed the professor in a different tone. "Is it indiscreet to ask so young a lady her age?" He smiled again delightfully. "I'm nearly 16, murmured Rose in an agony of shyness. "Really? She looks such a child, doesn't she, Helen, my dear? Do you come of a writing stock? I mean, is your father, for instance, a literary man?" "No, he was a soldier. He died when I was a baby." "You will let me show Father some of your poems, won't you?" begged Helen, and Rose gave her an imploring glance. "Oh, no, please. They're only quite childish and silly, you know," she declared, tripping over her words in her shyness and trepidation. "Perhaps you will when we get to know one another better," said the professor. "It would interest me, and I'm more inclined to take my daughter's opinion on your work than your own. She's a good critic, though a young one. I'm always inclined to forget how young you are, Helen," he added, turning to her with a fond smile. "The reverse fault is common in most fathers." "It would be dreadful if you were the ordinary father," said Helen, laying her cheek for a moment against his. "Aunt Aggie thinks it would be better if I were," observed the professor with a laughing, rather provocative glance at the silent little woman opposite. Helen shrugged her shoulders, and Miss Fergurson, without raising her eyes or seeming to notice her brother's remark, said suddenly, "Is there to be a meeting this month?" "Yes. The session begins on the 18th. I sent out notices last week. Why?" "I'll have to see to the refreshments." Yes, of course," he agreed absently, and turned to Helen. "I forgot to tell you that we're going to try an experiment. Cathcart is very anxious that we should get some of the more intelligent of the working class to come to our meetings. There's, for instance, a man he talks about, a young fellow called Daring, rather a firebrand, I gather. But Cathcart says he's a wonderful speaker, and that he's well known in Poplar and Whitechapel. He promises to get him to speak here on the 18th, and he thinks he'll be a draw for some of the fellows we want to get at. Cathcart's engineering the thing. I promised to leave it to him." Miss Fergurson looked up swiftly from her knitting, and as swiftly looked down again. "Is he a working man?" asked Helen. "Daring, I mean." "Yes, or at least he was. A factory hand somewhere in the north, I believe. Now he's a strike leader and a public speaker." The professor smiled a little. I don't know whether he finds that a more profitable means of livelihood. Very possibly. Anyhow, Cathcart seems much impressed with him. He says he's sincere and a born orator, and that if we can get him, he knows at least half a dozen men of the class we want who would come to hear him. "Why do you want them?" asked Miss Fergurson unexpectedly. "Why? To get into touch with them socially, to get at their views, to break down the barriers if possible. Surely that's what we want, isn't it?" asked her brother, with a touch of impatience. "Do you think that's possible?" "Why not?" "Well, don't you think they'll feel rather uncomfortable?" She gave a quick, comprehensive glance about the room. "Why should they, Aunt Aggie?" protested Helen rather aggressively, "when they know that we're in sympathy with them? When they know, or they ought to know, that Father and his friends are working for them?" "I shouldn't care to be asked to tea at Buckingham Palace, however much the Queen was in sympathy with me," returned Aunt Aggie with a dry smile. "It isn't a bit the same thing." "It's near enough," said Miss Fergurson placidly. "Well, as I say, Cathcart's arranging it. I'm leaving it to him," the professor observed after a short silence. "And he's got about as much tact as a bull in a china shop." "I envy him his practical acquaintance with the working class, at any rate. I haven't time for anything but the theory of socialism, alas." "You'll do better at that, Jamie," returned Miss Fergurson significantly, in the intervals of counting her stitches. The professor smiled tolerantly as he got up. "A prophet has no honor in his own country," he murmured. "Well, now to work." He went out, and Miss Fergurson, folding up her knitting, presently followed him from the room. "I've no patience with Aunt Aggie when she speaks so to Father," exclaimed Helen, when she and Rose were alone. "She doesn't understand any of his ideas. She's not a bit clever, as you see, and she doesn't in the least realize what a wonderful man he is. To her he's just her younger brother. It's all very well till she begins to criticize him. I think it's a splendid idea to have working people at our meetings, don't you?" "Splendid," agreed Rose enthusiastically. "But what are the meetings? What do you do?" "It's the Human Progress Society, you know. We meet at one another's houses once a month, and the discussions are always interesting. They're about socialism. I'm so glad the next At Home is at our own house and that you'll be here for it. So far we've only had people of our own class, but I think Mr. Cathcart is quite wise to try to get real working people to join us." "So do I," declared Rose, glowing. She remembered and reproached herself for her half-formed criticism of 10 minutes ago. Working people, then, after all, were to be invited to share in the joys of the Morris curtains, the plates, and the peacock feathers. They were not excluded from this world of beauty and culture. She was beginning to have a better idea of what culture meant, now that she had seen Helen's home and entered, even tentatively, into its atmosphere. She shared to the full Helen's resentment against Aunt Aggie. What right had a narrow-minded old lady to set herself up against a brilliant man like the professor? It was altogether absurd and impertinent. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Diverging Views. The fortnight that followed was crowded with so many strange impressions, revealed so many glimpses of fresh worlds, of new activities, new interests, that Rose's brain was on fire with excitement and constantly overstimulated by appeals to its receptivity. Professor Fergurson and his intimates were in the movement. It was a movement some years antecedent to the Beardsley era, and though it definitely included art as part of its intellectual program, it was approached in a spirit differing greatly from that in which its later devotees worshipped at the shrine. Art, inseparable from the capital letter, was also inseparable from morality. It was something to be followed gravely, seriously, in a spirit of balanced criticism, and with interest which, however fervent, was always expressed calmly, with due regard to its beneficial effect upon the masses. The professor entertained a good deal. There were at-homes, gatherings at tea-time, of men and women, and Sunday night suppers for the elect, all of whom talked much, earnestly, and chiefly upon abstract subjects. Rose listened, tried to learn, and was often puzzled. It was the conversation of the professor himself which chiefly delighted her, and when she had overcome her first fear of him, she began to dwell upon his words as inspired utterances, to listen to the explanations he gave her on the principles of socialism, on the importance of William Morris as artist and philosopher, on the dawn of the new drama and all that it presaged with awe, but with comprehension. The professor enjoyed talking to her. The schoolmaster in him died hard. He had been a tutor in his youth, and Rose's quick, receptive mind, in conjunction with her ignorance, presented interesting material. Compared with his daughter, she was a babe intellectually, but there was a freshness about her, a sort of ingenuous originality lacking in Helen, and this quality amused him. When visitors came, she was silent, but the professor saw that she was drinking in the conversation with an eagerness like that of physical thirst. In the Fergurson's house there was a large room called the workshop, in which stood a printing press, a solid table for the wood carving which Helen affected, as well as a harpsichord and several other curious musical instruments. It was lighted from above by a glass roof, and its walls were hung with colored prints on rollers, affairs of simple lines and flat colors, with such titles as Spring, The Sower, Maternity, Charity. Helen and her father used the room a great deal, the professor being an amateur printer, and Helen having in her holidays taken up wood carving. Men wearing velveteen coats and slouch hats, and women who wore mustard-colored or sage-green gowns with angel sleeves, came to the workshop in the evenings and quoted Ruskin and talked of applied art, of fonts and types, and the decoration of books. There was a great deal of conversation about the establishment of a press by William Morris, and from time to time specimens of printed and decorated pages were brought by some of the men and handed round for inspection amidst flying criticism or exclamations of delight. There was also much discussion about a newly opened exhibition called The Arts and Crafts, to which Rose listened with special interest because the professor had promised to keep an afternoon free before the end of the holidays to take the two girls himself. From the discussions, the comments, and the allusions she heard in the workshop, Rose gathered that art, which she had hitherto imagined only concerned pictures, till now in a very bad way, was undergoing a great revival, and that people who made chairs and tables could and ought to be artists, since Ruskin said that art was the expression of man's joy in his work. She thought it a very beautiful idea, and was nevertheless uneasily conscious that she did not like the atmosphere of the Fergursons' workshop, nor the houses of certain of the Fergursons' friends to which Helen had taken her. They seemed cold and bare to her, and reminded her painfully of the sensations she derived at school from stone-gray walls and pitch-pine dados and yellow desks. There was a chill austerity about them which affected her unpleasantly, and she found herself recalling, with a sense of warmth and communicated gaiety, the pink-lined curtains, the crimson bohemian glass, and the altogether absurd and trivial frilly muslin dressing tables at Brook Hall, where the inmates knew nothing and cared less about arts and crafts. Even the dresses of the women she met, so much admired by Helen as perfect in line and so beautifully simple, did not really please her, and though she tried hard to appreciate them, it was the costumes in a picture which used to hang in Mrs. Winter's sitting room which gave her real pleasure, a picture in which the ladies wore silks and satins of brilliant colors and ridiculous high-heeled shoes, and were bedecked and beflounced and as thoroughly ornate and frivolous as the spirit of Fragonard could conceive. I suppose I have very bad taste, she thought with a discouraged sigh. It cheered her to remember that she really liked the Morris drawing room and bedrooms, but that was because there was color about them, and very probably it was not at all the proper reason for admiring them. One evening, when there was an informal party in the workshop, Rose, who was turning the pages of a new decorated book, which, as she observed with wonder, had scattered over it little leaves instead of full stops, listened idly to a conversation between Mrs. Cathcart and the professor. Mrs. Cathcart, who seemed elderly to her, was a gentle though rather dignified-looking lady, with serious eyes and a soft voice, the wife of a writer on sociology, whose views were subversive and whose voice was anything but soft. Rose heard him across the room engaged in a truculent discussion with a poet in brown velveteen, with hair that hung nearly to his shoulders. "Of course you've seen the dollhouse?" asked Mrs. Cathcart of the professor. "No, I've got seats for tomorrow's performance," he answered. "I'm taking Helen and her friend." Rose saw Mrs. Cathart's delicate eyebrows go up a little. "Aren't they rather young?" He smiled. "My dear friend, you know my views." "Yes, and I agree, of course, in a measure." She spoke rather hesitatingly. "But I don't suppose they will understand," she added, as though reassured. "Helen will understand. Academically, perhaps. Well, that's all that matters at her age." Again, the professor's frequent smile lighted up his face. "But is it any good?" "Good? I mean, she will form a judgment which can have no value till she understands, emotionally. It is more judgment and less emotion that we want in women. Helen has known all the facts of sex since she was 12 years old." "The facts, yes. Well, wait till she falls in love. It may never happen. In any event, she will have something better than mere emotion to guide her, as in the case of most ignorant girls." "I wonder," murmured Mrs. Cathcart. She glanced at Helen, who across the room was talking to a young man, and from time to time looking at some designs he was showing her for simple chairs. Rose followed her glance. Helen wore her peacock blue dress, with strings of greenish iridescent shells round her neck, and looked, as usual, gravely self-possessed and austerely pretty. "She's remarkably mature in every way," remarked Mrs. Cathcart. "I suppose so," said her father. "Till she went to school she lived habitually with grown-up people." "How did you teach her the facts of sex?" asked she, suddenly. "I engaged Miss Hanson to instruct her. Miss Hanson, the Swedish writer on health and sex, you know." "Helen has a very advanced parent," she exclaimed, half smiling. "I may be 20 years or so ahead of my time, I confess. We shall live to see a great movement on those lines, if I'm not mistaken, and so much the better. Don't you agree?" "Yes, certainly, if the lines don't get too stereotyped, too scientific, I mean." Involuntarily, she glanced again at Helen. "I'm afraid you don't approve of the result of advanced parenthood?" asked the professor. He spoke genially as ever, but there was the faintest trace of hurt resentment in his tone. He adored his child. "I think Helen is charming," returned Mrs. Cathcart hastily. "She's the cleverest girl I ever met, and her manners are perfect. It's only, I'm afraid I must be hopelessly old-fashioned at heart, but a child, a real child, with all its ignorance and simplicity, is so attractive and beautiful. Helen is wonderful, of course, but—" She hesitated in her rather incoherent and flurried speech. "She has never been a child, you mean? Well, perhaps not. I don't know anything about children, and I'm afraid they bore me. I've treated Helen as a reasonable being ever since she could talk, so perhaps, as you say, she has never been a child." There was not much regret in the professor's tone, and the slight trace of resentment still informed it. "She's a dear girl," murmured Mrs. Cathcart, a trifle uncomfortably. "Where is her shy little friend?" she went on in some haste to divert the conversation. "I don't know. Shall we go and look at Young's designs?" They moved away without noticing Rose, who had been too nervous to make her presence known, half concealed as she was by the printing press. In bed that night, she reflected upon the conversation she had involuntarily overheard. She realized that the lady had said more than she meant to say about Helen, and she felt sorry for her, even while she shared the professor's resentment of the implied criticism. It was absurd to account Helen a child at 16. She was almost grown up, and it was her very grown-upness which Rose envied and admired. Her shy little friend. The phrase rankled, though she suffered it with resignation. She ought to be grown up too. She was only a few months younger than Helen. But while Helen was everywhere and by everyone treated as a woman, she, Rose, was looked upon as a baby and ignored. It was just and natural, of course. Helen was so clever and talked so well, and was so self-possessed amongst all these wonderful people who struck awe into her own heart by their achievements and conversation. Rose sighed and presently cried a little about her babyishness and incompetence before she forgot both, in anticipation of tomorrow's treat. The theater meant glamour to her, and mystery, and an ecstasy of delight. She had only just heard of Ibsen, who Helen told her was a wonderful modern playwright about whom people quarreled. This was the first time a play of his had been acted in England, she said, and the newspapers were full of it, and most of them gave very silly criticisms according to the opinion of Mr. Millward, the poet, and of Mr. Young, the designer. Helen, however, knew nothing about The Doll's House, which, from its title, Rose imagined to be a sort of fairy tale. Anyhow, and whatever its nature, it was heavenly to be going to the theater, and her excitement in the prospect kept her awake for an hour or two. But before she slept, her thoughts had turned again to Mrs. Cathart's talk with the professor and her allusions to sex. It was a word which hitherto she had scarcely heard mentioned at all, certainly never by a woman to a man, and at the time she had experienced a curious little shock of half-shamed surprise. But here at the Fergurson's house, men and women alike apparently talked about anything and everything, and her reason approved, even though her first instinct had been a shocked one. Helen, then, had been taught that sort of thing by a clever woman. She remembered that though she and Helen had never talked about sex, she had always been aware that Helen knew, but was not interested in the subject. She thought of her own initiation into mysteries, and blushed in the darkness. If only she had been told in the way her friend was told, she thought, perhaps she wouldn't have the horrid mind of which, at intervals, when the subject of sex recurred to her, she was desperately ashamed. Helen seemed to ignore certain matters with which she herself was still occasionally preoccupied, and this was only one more proof of Helen's immense superiority. For the 20th time she resolved never to think of that any more, but to live as Helen did, for books and pictures and talking and the things of the mind. Yes, that was it, the things of the mind, she repeated to herself, drowsily, before she fell asleep. It was hard to restrain her excitement the next evening when she found herself in the front row of the dress circle before the curtain lifted. Helen, though she cared for a variety of interests, was never excited. But then, as Rose reflected, the theater was no novel experience to her. She watched her now, admiring her fair, clear-cut little face as she leaned over the velvet edge of the circle and scanned the house, discovering an acquaintance here and there, now and again mentioning the name of some well-known writer or painter or critic whose face she recognized in the stalls. She was keenly interested, without doubt, and anxious to see the play, but Rose knew that she was not trembling with excitement like a child at her first pantomime, and just for a moment she felt sorry that Helen was missing her own tumultuous emotions. The professor glanced at her once or twice with his sweet, tolerant, slightly amused smile, and she felt at the same time grateful and abashed. She knew that he considered her very young, and remembering that children bored him, she made a great effort to ask questions in a calm, detached voice, and to present only that amount of intelligent inquiry which should establish her in his eyes as a person at least as grown up as Helen. There was a continuous murmur of conversation in the house, which was filled with an audience curiously mixed in character. Some of the women, Rose noticed, were very fashionable, while others were dressed either in the limp, aesthetic gowns to which she had lately grown accustomed, or as nearly as possible like men, with stiff shirt fronts and dark coats of manly cut. There were men here and there with long hair, and women whose hair was cut short. Everybody seemed to be talking. Then suddenly the curtain went up and silence fell. As the evening proceeded, Rose grew more and more puzzled, and her sensations became increasingly chaotic. She had hitherto seen none but Shakespeare's plays, and the new naturalistic type of acting seemed very wonderful to her, even though it was sometimes difficult to hear when Nora turned her back and talked into the porcelain stove. She was enthralled by the story and by the acting, and at the same time her aesthetic sense was offended by the drab ugliness of the Helmers' room, and by Nora's dowdy dress and the slovenly garb of the men. All this depressed her, just as the Fergursons' workshop and the classrooms at school depressed her, inducing a well-known feeling which she described to herself as staleness. The diction of the play appealed to her always too ready sense of the ludicrous, and she giggled irrepressibly when Helmer inquired whether his lark was twittering there, and if it was the squirrel skipping about. She loathed Helmer with vehemence, and shuddered when Nora kissed him. How could she kiss a man with that smug face and horrid necktie? But then Nora was a little silly, and Rose despised her for her lying evasions over the macaroons. Why didn't she eat them and tell her husband not to interfere, she thought. The idea of marrying a man who interferes over stupid little things like that. It was not till the net began to close around Nora and she began to understand the carefully worked-up situation created by the dramatist out of the slave woman's upbringing and the conditions of her married life that Rose began to have sympathy with her and comprehension of her words and deeds. She followed the play then with tense excitement and passionate pity for Nora till the last 5 minutes of the dialogue between husband and wife and the now famous banging door brought her the shock of a violent revulsion of feeling. On the way home in the cab, forgetting to be shy in her eagerness, she almost quarreled with Helen, who upheld Nora's duty to herself. It was awful to leave the children, Rose declared, horribly selfish, just to save her own soul. But she thought she wasn't fit to bring them up. That's nonsense, returned Rose sharply. People don't think when they have children, they feel. And what was to prevent her from learning in her own home to bring them up properly? With that man, inquired Helen calmly, he'd begin calling her a squirrel again by the end of the week. If he did, she could have bitten him and spent the rest of her life in quarreling. Her duty was to herself. She was quite right to want to make herself a better human being. She would never make herself that by deserting her children. She would only be a horrid, cold, stuck-up prig. You always put feeling before reason. It does come before it, said Rose hotly. What do you think of it, Father? Asked Helen, with a tactful intention of avoiding a wrangle. The professor had been silent, leaning back in the darkness of the four-wheeler. Of the play or of the discussion? Well, of both, if you like, said Helen, laughing. I think they're both interesting, but the discussion interests me most. Why? Asked Helen, while Rose felt suddenly abashed to think of her own recent volubility. Because it represents two opposing views that will be held by women in the near future, and it's rather amusing to hear them expressed by the very younger generation. The light from a street lamp flashing into the cab for a moment showed Rose that he was smiling. But you like the play, Father? Asked Helen. You think it's good? Better than good, very important as propaganda, returned the professor characteristically. It has great ethical value. I prophesy that it will have more influence in furthering the woman's movement than anything that has yet been written on the subject. What is the woman's movement? Asked Rose. You're in it now, he told her. Miss Quayle's school is part of it. Girton is part of it. So are art schools and Ibsen and games for girls. It's the movement in which you women are going to find yourselves, in which you are discovering, as Nora says, that before all else you are human beings with the right to live as you choose. I'm sure I shall never find myself, she answered disconsolately. I'm all in a muddle. That the muddle had increased considerably since the beginning of her visit was not surprising. Discussions in the Fergursons' household never ceased, and the points they raised were bewildering and novel to Rose's unsophisticated mind. While she brushed her hair before plaiting it for the night, she remembered that tomorrow was the evening at home, when socialist workmen might be expected, as well as a great deal of fluent and elusive talk, difficult to follow. And the day afterwards, school began. Rose dropped her brush in the shock of the realization that in a comparatively few hours she would again be ordered about by Miss Bird and have to sign her name for leaving a pencil on the table. This after a fortnight's grown-up life concerned with the things that mattered, like socialism and Ibsen and arts and crafts and Liberty frocks and Morse tiles. It was utterly ridiculous. Excitement induced by the doll's house kept her long awake. The play seemed to have brought the question of marriage very close, and she gravely considered it. It might be awful to be married. She found herself engaged upon a dramatic dialogue, which on her side began with, "Once for all, I do not intend to be called a squirrel. I am a human being just as much as you are." Whereupon a shadowy husband, who bore a subtle and perfectly disgusting likeness to Torvald, replied, "My dear, you are my wife, and I expect you to obey me." The remark, though it was certainly her own, lashed Rose into a fury, and she turned and twisted in bed, her heart beating with indignation, too perturbed to compose a suitable and dignified retort. "But then, of course, I needn't marry. Perhaps I shall never even be asked to marry anyone," she reflected when her anger had died down. It was a solution, certainly, but it left her with a feeling of rather annoyed dissatisfaction. End of chapter 16, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown. Chapter 17 of Rose Cottingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rose Cottingham by Netta Syrett. Fire and the Uninflammable. When Rose went into the drawing room next evening after dinner, she found it arranged as for an informal meeting, with chairs placed irregularly, but all facing a table on which there was a decanter of water and a tumbler. She and Helen had arranged the flowers during the afternoon, and lilies in Japanese pots and daffodils in bowls were disposed about the room. A maid came in with the coffee, and Professor Fergurson, who was in morning dress, stood leaning against the mantelpiece when Helen passed him his cup. "What's Mr. Deering going to speak about, Father?" she asked. "I don't know," he returned rather absently. "I'm afraid he'll be late. Cathart sent round a note just now to say he was busy with the dock strike, but that he'd come on as soon as possible. We shall have to trust to music and conversation till he appears. Did you tell everyone it wasn't evening dress?" "No, I just left the matter. Cathart never dresses, and one or two of the others won't either." Rose noticed a certain nervousness in his manner which apparently escaped Helen, who was moving about the room altering the position of the flowers. "It will be fun to have real working people, won't it?" she exclaimed, more girlishly than usual, as she lighted the candles on the piano. The professor did not reply, and Rose suddenly remembered Miss Fergurson's remark on the day of her own arrival at the house, and wondered whether he too recalled them. Miss Fergurson herself entered the room at the moment and placidly settled herself in one of the armchairs. In spite of Helen's rather contemptuous indifference to her aunt, Rose had grown to have a sneaking affection for Miss Fergurson, who, though she never conversed and rarely even spoke, somehow interested her and piqued her curiosity. Helen said she wasn't clever, but Rose thought she had very clever eyes, and she appreciated her dry smile. She had a feeling, too, that Miss Fergurson liked her in return, and Rose was generally grateful to people who liked her. The doorbell rang, guests began to arrive, and before long the room was fairly full of people, some of whom Rose had met before and others who were strangers. Helen introduced her to many of them. She moved about the room easily and gracefully like an accomplished hostess, with her pretty smile and her ready words, and Rose saw that she was the center of attraction to men and women, many of whom had known her from her babyhood, and looked upon her as a rare and wonderful little person, destined to great things. There was a sort of cult for Helen amongst the professor's friends, and by now Rose completely understood the aloofness and the disdain implied rather than expressed in the girl's attitude at Minerva House. "How does the school experiment work, dear child?" asked the lady who wore a straight gown of art serge embroidered with marigolds, and was, as Rose had been told, a bookbinder of great skill and renown. "Much as I expected," replied Helen, with her clear little laugh, "only I couldn't persuade father I was right. I'm staying on for another term at my own wish, though for one or two reasons, but chiefly because of Rose. This is Rose, my only friend at Minerva House, but she's quite worth all I've endured there." She put her arm round Rose's shoulder and drew her forward towards Miss Molesey, who held her hand with fervor and gazed at her in an intense fashion which Rose found most embarrassing. Helen always knew how to respond to people who looked at her like that, and she herself had encountered the manner so often of late that she felt annoyed at her own inability even yet to cope with it. "I am so intensely interested in this scheme of bringing real working people to our meetings," she said in her low, deep voice. "Yes, I wish some of them would come," answered Rose, looking about the room, which so far was filled with the silks and art serges of the women, and the black cloth or velveteen coats of men, who were obviously not real working people. "Here's Mr. Cathcart," exclaimed Helen, as a loud voice was heard on the staircase. A moment later he entered with two men, whom he had the air of almost driving before him. They were artisans of the respectable class, tidily though clumsily dressed. One of them wore a red tie, and both moved awkwardly and looked profoundly uncomfortable. "Here are two of my friends, Fergurson," shouted Mr. Cathcart, whom Rose remembered as the noisy, blustering husband of the lady who had almost adversely criticized Helen, but whom she was nevertheless inclined to like. The professor came forward with his flashing smile and shook hands in turn with the newcomers. "Mr. Robinson, Mr. Maltby, Professor Fergurson," said Cathcart, while everyone else in the room furtively looked, and while affecting to continue their conversation, listened with interest. Rose suddenly felt profoundly sorry for the two young men, who were obviously awkward, abashed, and, as she also noticed, surprised. She wondered for a moment whether they had known they were coming to a private house, and then forgot her surmise as the professor spoke. "It is kind of you to come to our little gathering," he began in his gentle voice. "We are all looking forward to meeting Mr. Deering, who I'm afraid will be late." "Busy with the dock strike," muttered one of the men, shuffling his feet. "So I hear. That is most important, of course, but I hope he won't be detained too long. I want to introduce you to Mrs. Fletcher, Mr. Robinson, I think?" "Oh, Mr. Maltby, I'm sorry." Rose watched the professor, steering the man with the red tie across the room towards a lady wrapped in a lace shawl. She rose with rather flurried impressiveness, while Mr. Cathcart, seizing the reluctant Robinson by the arm, cheerily pushed him in the direction of Mrs. Molesey, who assumed the air of bracing herself for the greatness thrust upon her. The two guests precariously disposed of for the moment, Cathcart hastened to draw the professor aside, and Rose, who was standing near the door by which they stopped, heard the hurried conversation. "Look here," said Mr. Cathcart in as near an undertone as he could compass. "I'd better hover about in the hall. Your maid found an opportunity to tell me that one fellow bolted as soon as she opened the door. If I'm there, I can seize them and prevent that. Shy, you know. Won't come upstairs." "Did you tell them it was a drawing-room meeting?" asked Fergurson in a low voice. "No, I shouldn't have got any of them if I had. That's no good. We've got to compel them to come in, you know. They'll soon get used to it," he chuckled. "Oh, well, it can't be helped now, but, I'm sorry," said the professor, knitting his eyebrows. "And what about the other man, Deering? Does he understand?" "Oh, I just said it was a meeting. Purposely left it rather vague, you know. But Deering will come because I've helped him a bit, and he's a good fellow, though a trifle wild and inclined to run amok. Thought I'd just tell you why I was disappearing. I'll bring him in, don't you worry." The professor turned away, looking scarcely inclined to obey his friend's counsel, and Rose's latent aversion to Mr. Cathcart flared into secret anger. No wonder Miss Fergurson called him a bull in a china shop, she thought. It isn't fair. It's horrid to the poor men. She looked across at Mr. Robinson, who sat with his hands hanging between his knees, while Mrs. Molesey, with an intense and rigid expression on her face, strove to engage him in conversation. The other man she could not see, hidden as he was by skirts and pots of flowers, but she guessed him to be equally miserable. Someone went to the piano, and while an impromptu of Chopin was in progress, Mr. Cathcart ushered 2 or 3 fresh, unhappy individuals into the lighted, flower-filled, crowded room. They sat on the edges of their chairs, their eyes on the floor, except when they furtively raised them to glance about miserably as though seeking to escape. Rose felt it would have given worlds to bolt to the door, and her heart began to beat desperately in sympathy with their plight. She could not bear to look at them, and in seeking to avoid them, her gaze wandered to Miss Fergurson, who had kept her place in the armchair near the fireplace. She saw her eyes traveling about the room, and in them she read the mixed emotions of pity and amusement. When the music ceased, the little lady got up and went over to one of the newcomers, a red-haired, hatchet-faced man, who during the impromptu had been staring stolidly before him. "I'm sure you must be a Scotsman," she began. "I'm a Scotswoman, and I don't think I can be wrong about a fellow countryman." "Me name's Macpherson," he returned, with a slow smile. "So that settles it, I'm thinking." Miss Fergurson laughed, and when Rose, who had turned away in response to a signal from Helen, glanced again in his direction, she saw him talking without a trace of self-consciousness to his hostess. "It'll be perfectly awful if the other man doesn't come soon," Helen whispered. "Whatever are we to do with them? No one can make them talk, and everyone's being so horribly polite to them." Rose agreed, for amusement had mingled with her pity at the sight of the solicitude of the ladies, who, speaking in their gentlest voices, seemed to be treating the men as invalids, of whom they were nevertheless more than a little afraid. There was a little stir at the door, and Cathcart presently bustled in and caught the arm of the professor. "Here's Deering at last," he exclaimed exultantly. "Awfully good of him, for he's been speaking more or less all day. He's coming upstairs now." Rose turned eagerly towards the door, and as Professor Fergurson hurried forward, she caught a glimpse of the young man as he paused a moment irresolutely on the threshold of the room. She saw a tall, very slim figure, and a curious, dark-skinned, clean-shaven face, which, as she put it to herself, didn't look English. This impression grew more pronounced while she watched him exchanging a few words with the professor, and noticed the play of his hands, which he used like a foreigner, making with them quick and expressive gestures. The news of his arrival had spread. Everyone turned expectantly to the door, and when the professor announced that Mr. Deering would very kindly say a few words at once, there was a general feeling of relief from tension. People began to move towards the seats arranged in front of the table, and as though with one consent, for mutual support, and in spite of smiling invitations to come closer, the working men crowded together along a row of chairs at the back of the room. Deering was still talking to Cathcart near the door. Rose could not hear what he said, but watching his face, she knew he was displeased, and when Mr. Cathcart turned away with a slight shrug of the shoulders, she hoped rather vindictively that he had been made to feel himself the bull in the china shop, which, in her opinion, in more senses than one, he resembled. Of course he hates talking here, she thought. He must feel that he's being made a show of. I should hate it. The young man walked up to the table. He walked easily, gracefully even, and as he stood facing his politely attentive audience, several of the women noticed that his shabby suit of blue serge hung well upon him, and doubtless because his figure was good, had none of the uncouth effect produced by the clothes of the other workmen. I didn't expect to speak in a drawing-room tonight, he began moodily. There's been some sort of mistake. Perhaps it was my fault. I've been too busy to attend properly to letters and so forth. I've been where there's trouble, and it seems strange to talk about it here. His eyes swept the room before he looked down at the table, and was for a moment silent. Then, with a half-deprecatory, half-defiant movement of his hands, he threw back his head. There was a slight subdued murmur of applause before he launched into a vivid, dramatic description of the great dockers' strike then in progress. He spoke with a north country burr, not unpleasant, and though his sentences were often ungrammatical, they were well built. There was a sense of structure about them, and he spoke with a fluency, a dramatic fervor rare in an Englishman. Rose sat spellbound, all her generous instincts aflame and tortured as he talked of the homes he had seen that day, of the men's dogged fortitude, the women's patience and loyalty even in the face of their children's cold and hunger. It was an emotional, one-sided speech in which the rights of the men alone were insisted upon, and the employers were attacked with scathing virulence as monsters willingly, relentlessly crushing the people. But the speaker was tremendously, overwhelmingly in earnest, and Rose thrilled with indignation as he scarified the capitalists and denounced a system under which honest men starved. There was a magnetism about the man, some compelling influence which radiated from his personality and made him show like a flame in a dull room. Once in a momentary arrest of the torrent of words, Rose glanced at his audience, at the intelligent, cultured, over-civilized faces upraised to his. Though she did not know what it was in them that irritated and dissatisfied her, she had a vague feeling that they were only half alive, that no one in the room was alive except this slight young man with the dark, vivid face above the carelessly knotted red tie. She could not see the other workmen, but she wondered whether they were stirred, excited as she was. They must be, she thought, for they alone realized to the full the lives of the poor. She was glad now that they had come. They were avenged for all the embarrassment they had suffered by the knowledge that they were the important people after all. They, the makers, the producers, upon whom the whole social fabric rested. This was the substance of her racing, chaotic thoughts, divined only, not reduced to shape or deliberately expressed in words. And when Deering stopped abruptly, she started as though violently roused from an exciting, tremendous dream. "That's all I've got to say," he concluded, relapsing into his former moodiness. He moved brusquely away from the table, and there was a clapping of hands and an immediate murmur of conversation and discussion, interested but quiet and restrained, as Professor Fergurson went forward to shake hands with the speaker, who was already making for the door. 2 or 3 ladies tentatively followed him, and for a moment he was detained and surrounded. Rose noticed that all the workmen had risen, and one behind the other were furtively edging towards the entrance. "But you will come downstairs and have something to eat and drink?" Rose heard the professor saying. "We are all going. Agnes, my dear, I suppose there are sandwiches and so forth in the dining room?" He looked from Deering to the other men. "I must go at once if you'll excuse me," said Deering, decidedly, but with no ungraciousness. "I have a good deal of work to get through still, and it's late." "We're coming along too, Deering," put in the Scotsman in a whisper, indicative of eagerness to get out. "No, thank you kindly, ma'am. We'd best be getting along." The half-dozen men tramped with alacrity downstairs, and when Rose and Helen presently followed towards the dining room, they saw the professor shaking hands with them all at the hall door. In the dining room, people stood up in groups with glasses of lemonade or claret cup and talked animatedly. Quite an orator. Wonderful fluency. Rose heard disjointed remarks and comments on the departed guest as she went about passing plates of sandwiches and cakes. "He doesn't look English," said Mrs. Molesey, addressing Cathcart. "Thank you, dear," to Rose. "One of those adorable little chocolate biscuits, I think." "His mother was an Italian," returned Cathcart, leaning his elbow on the mantelpiece. "She died at his birth, I understand, and he worked as a child in some factory or other in the north." "Ah, that accounts for the dramatic sense, of course," pursued Mrs. Molesey, on her deepest note. "The Latin race." Rose passed on with her plate of sandwiches to a group of people near the window, who, to her amazement, had forsaken Düring as a topic and were discussing exhibits in the Arts and Crafts exhibition. "It hasn't the right simplicity of line," she heard Mr. Young explaining to a girl in a green velveteen dress, with a fillet of shells round her hair. "What one should aim at in decoration is to preserve." Rose turned away with a shock of indignation. They had forgotten already about the poor woman and the starving children. It was ridiculous, futile, to be talking about furniture when there were such things in the world as those they had heard about tonight. How Mr. Düring would despise them. How she despised them. By degrees the room emptied. Ladies went upstairs and returned wrapped in cloaks of sage-green silk or coats trimmed with oriental embroidery, and their husbands joined them in the hall. There were leave-takings and cheerful chatter about wood-carving classes and picture exhibitions, and arrangements to meet on certain days next week, and embraces for Helen, whom a lady, with the intense manner which seemed fashionable, declared more than ever like a Burne-Jones picture. And finally only one or two people were left talking in the dining room. Mr. Young and Helen were discussing Greek art near the fireplace, and Cathcart was waiting for his wife, who had gone upstairs with Miss Fergurson. "No, I'm afraid it won't do, Cathcart," the professor was saying. "The men were uncomfortable, as surely you must have noticed, and so were we, for that matter," he added, with his bland smile. "Just a little put out at first. That's only natural," protested Mr. Cathcart, drinking off the remains of a whiskey and soda. "They'd get used to it if only we'd persevere. Now don't shake your head like that. There's a good fellow," he urged, with his loud laugh. "Anyhow, Düring was a success. What do you think of him?" "He's got much to learn," returned the professor judicially. "Intemperate, of course, and unbalanced. He's young. But if he'll only keep cool and study the questions he talks about more thoroughly, and avoid getting his head turned, he ought to make a fine leader. He has quite a remarkable gift of speech." "He has, hasn't he? A difficult chap to manage. Fiery, you know. Intemperate, as you say. Always inclined to violence. But he'll calm down. We all do with age, don't we?" "You're an exception, at any rate," asserted the professor in his tolerant voice. "There are apt to be Whigs on the green when you start an argument." "Oh, my bark's worse than my bite," declared Cathcart jovially. "Come, Alice, my dear, are you ready?" Mrs. Cathcart, who had entered, was taking leave of Miss Fergurson. She kissed Helen as she passed her, and coming across the room to Rose, held her hand for a moment in both her own. "Good-bye, my dear," she said kindly. "I hear you are going back to school tomorrow. You were interested in what Mr. Düring said?" she asked suddenly, looking down at the girl. Rose could not for the moment speak. She felt rather stunned and bewildered by the many and rapidly alternating emotions of the evening. Besides, interested was not the word, and she did not know how to explain. "I saw you were. Don't be." She paused. "You know, you're a very emotional little thing," she substituted for whatever it was she had been going to say. She touched her lightly on the cheek, and then, as though moved by a sudden impulse, kissed her. "Don't take things too hardly," she added in a low voice, as her husband, who had been standing with the others out of earshot, turned to call her impatiently. When they were gone, Rose moved slowly towards the end of the room where Helen and her father and Miss Fergurson were gathered round the fire. "You were right, Aggie," said the professor, laying his hand on his sister's shoulder. "It was a mistake. That sort of thing doesn't work. I was as sorry for the poor fellows as I was sad for ourselves. It's desperate that with the best will in the world one can do nothing. One can only help a little at a distance. A very little, he added with a discouraged sigh. Poor laddies, murmured Miss Fergurson, looking into the fire. Nice laddies. And Rose, who had been feeling bitterly resentful of the professor's measured criticism of Deering, felt a sudden rush of affection for both of them. They too were nice people. She went upstairs feeling that life was altogether too bewildering and big for her, and too complicated. There was a fire in her bedroom, for the weather had changed within the last few days, and it had grown intensely cold, with a bitter wind that cut like a razor blade. Her room was warm, and looked charmingly pretty as she opened the door, and with a sigh of physical satisfaction knelt down on the hearthrug and put out her hands toward the glowing mass of coal. Then, all at once, she remembered with a shock of dismayed self-reproach the children, the women who were even now shivering and hungry. The picture Deering had evoked was vividly, hideously present in her mind when there was a knock at the door, followed by the entrance of Helen. She was in a white dressing gown, and that and her short, fluffy hair gave her a childlike appearance, unusual to her. Your fire is much better than mine, she exclaimed. Do let me get warm. Mine isn't burning properly. She sat down in front of it on the floor, while Rose, jumping up, went to the dressing table and began brushing her hair. You are very quiet tonight, Helen complained, looking across at her. Is it the depressing thought of school tomorrow, or didn't you enjoy the party? Rose came back to the fire, brush in hand. I'm thinking of what that man said, she answered slowly. Yes, did you notice what a beautiful figure he had? No, said Rose. Didn't you? He was like a Greek statue. What a pity it is most men are so ugly. I was looking round tonight and thinking what bad figures they had. It's rather splendid to see a man like Mr. Deering. She gazed thoughtfully into the fire, and Rose looked at her, amazed and disconcerted. For the last hour and more she had been longing for the talk in the bedroom which always closed the day. Helen, at least, she thought, would be thrilled and absorbed by the ideas presented by Mr. Deering, even if the others had failed to respond passionately to his speech. And now, instead of discussing it, Helen was talking about his figure. Rose felt overwhelmed. I wasn't thinking about him, but about what he said, she broke out at last, vehemently. Surely you were too. Isn't it awful that things should be like that? And then for Mr. Cathcart to say he was violent, as though he blamed him for it. I was furious. Why shouldn't he be violent? We ought all to be violent when men and women and children are starving because of the capitalists. It's awful just to sit here by the fire and do nothing. Violence isn't any good, returned Helen absently. Her eyes had strayed to a photograph of a Hermes above the mantelpiece, and she reluctantly withdrew them to look at Rose. That's why the Human Progress Society was formed, she went on, with slightly more interest. To further socialism by peaceful means, on intellectual lines, you know. How can anyone be peaceful when such things are happening? Asked Rose, her eyes blazing. If the poor people all joined together, and those who agree with them were to help them to make a revolution, it could be stopped. Things wouldn't be any better if they happened like that. Why not? Demanded Rose, breathlessly. Because, Helen yawned a little. I'm so sleepy, she said apologetically. You must ask Father, Rose. There's such a lot to explain, and I don't know enough about it. But things aren't as simple as you think. But weren't you? What did you feel when that man was speaking? Asked Rose, after quite a long pause. It seemed incredible that Helen should not have been more moved. Her own thoughts raced chaotically, and she was all on fire to know just what Helen was feeling. I think he's a wonderful speaker, she answered readily. Mr. Cathcart says he'll come to the front and be very valuable in time. He heard him at the Trafalgar Square meeting 2 years ago, when there was a riot, you know, and he's not lost sight of him since. He thinks he'll make a name. Rose was silent. That was all then, this cool appraisal of a performance. It was as though the man had been playing something, A sonata or a fugue upon the piano, she thought incoherently. In Helen she detected the same attitude of which, without being able to define it, she was conscious as characteristic of the Fergurson set. Later, when Helen had gone, she strove to put it into words and succeeded in fashioning for herself some expression of what that attitude conveyed to her. Imperfectly defined, the substance of her criticism was that her new acquaintances were onlookers. They're not very alive, she thought. They think this and that, and they're of opinion that so and so would be advantageous, and they're interested in things they call movements, but I don't believe they feel much. After her reply to Rose's question, Helen had put out both hands lazily for her friend to pull her up from the hearthrug. "We must go to bed," she declared, yawning again like a sleepy little cat. "School tomorrow. Isn't it vile?" She spoke and looked more like a child tonight than she had ever done, and it was odd that this should happen just when Rose felt more grown up than usual. "You do look so pretty," exclaimed Rose, for a moment diverted from her puzzling thoughts by a glow of admiration. "You ought always to wear white. It suits you beautifully." "Does it?" Helen went up to the dressing table and looked at herself in the glass. "I think it does. I shall have a white evening dress for my first dance. I should like these next 2 years to pass quickly, Rose, shouldn't you? Every now and then I feel I should love to go to dances and meet all sorts of nice men." "But you meet them now," said Rose, rather surprised. "Oh, yes, but that's not what I mean. They're mostly old, you know. I don't mean that sort of man either. I mean young men who ride and dance and have nice figures and dress properly." "You are funny," murmured Rose, bewildered. She had never heard Helen talk like this before. "I thought you didn't care a bit for dances well, the sort of things ordinary girls like." "Don't you have moods?" asked Helen impatiently. She took up Rose's comb and fluffed up her yellow hair a little. "I've got a frivolous mood tonight. I should like, oh, I don't know what I want," she exclaimed rather wildly, lifting her arms above her head and letting them fall heavily against her sides. "But it's like that." Suddenly she burst out laughing at Rose's puzzled face. "Good night, darling. You are so funny and serious," she declared. She threw her arms round her and held her so tight that Rose gave a little scream of pain. "What a tiny thing you are. It's like squeezing a child," said Helen, releasing her and holding her at arm's length. "You'll be quite pretty when you grow up, Rose," she went on, regarding her critically. "At least, not pretty, perhaps, but attractive. It will depend on how you do your hair and on your mood. It was silly of me to ask you if you ever had any moods, because you're the moodiest creature I ever met. When you have the blues, you're quite ugly, you know, and when you're out of them, you're sometimes quite pretty. So do always be cheerful." She turned at the door to smile at her, and Rose thought she looked lovely and excited somehow. It was the excited look which made her so pretty, but she could not think what there was to be excited about, and Helen's behavior puzzled her. It puzzled Helen, too, who for hours could not sleep for a strange new restlessness which possessed her and made her toss and turn in her bed half the night. Rose also did not sleep, though the moment Helen had gone, her thoughts fled from her friend and turned again to the speech about the dockers. Again indignation and burning pity seized her. Surely what Helen said wasn't true. Something could be done if only people had the courage to do it. She would like to lead the mob against the capitalists, and her imagination leaped to a dramatic picture of herself with a red flag storming some height surmounted by rank upon rank of stony figures, to whom she hurled defiance. It was a splendid dream, and it occupied her till a clock struck 2, when suddenly she again remembered Helen. It was so funny of her to talk about Deering's figure. Rose had been truthful in saying she had not noticed it. It was the man's eyes she remembered, for the reason that they showed her what he was feeling. Rose always looked at people's eyes because they told her things, but as yet, beyond the fact that he was tall or short, she knew nothing about any man's appearance, and never at all considered the question of his looks. A pretty woman, on the other hand, invariably excited her admiration, just as flowers or graceful trees excited it, while men, so far as outward appearances went, were to her uninteresting-looking creatures who wore ugly clothes. She had not connected them with figures at all. It was funny of Helen. She was growing drowsy when some words she had heard during the evening slipped into her mind. "You know, you're a very emotional little thing." She wondered why Mrs. Cathcart had thought so, and finally drifted into sleep with a dull realization that school began tomorrow. Tomorrow? It was already tomorrow. End of chapter 17, read by Brize Cries, Youngstown.